Chapter 37:29. The Linghu family was a god-emperor-level clan. Their residence was in Linghu City, which they had built with their own hands. There was a large area to the east of Linghu City that was still some distance away from the Linghu family's residence. Thus, outsiders were forbidden from approaching. Outside, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples stood guard everywhere. If outsiders approached, they would immediately appear and stop them. If they cooperated, it would be fine. If they didn't cooperate, the Linghu family's patrolling elders and disciples would directly attack them. They might even kill them. Because of this, very few people approached the eastern area of Linghu City. If they did, they might provoke the Linghu family. The Linghu family was the absolute overlord of Linghu City. Unless a god-emperor-level force personally came, the Linghu family wouldn't give face to anyone. Even god-emperor-level sects like the Hidden Fog sect and the Myriad Demon sect were only on equal footing with the Linghu family. Although I know where the Linghu family is, it's obviously impossible for me to visit them so brazenly. It looks like I have to think of another way. After all, he had just arrived in Linghu City. Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry. He first found an inn to stay in, then went out to continue gathering information. It won't be difficult to infiltrate the Linghu family. After all, the Linghu family has many servants and so on. However, even if I infiltrate the Linghu family, it will still be difficult for me to find Linghu Chuin. Moreover, I might be discovered by the Linghu family's experts before I find her. Although I've stepped into the God King realm, the Linghu family has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. They even have many god emperor level experts who can kill me as easily as cutting grass. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of infiltrating the Linghu family, he completely dispelled the idea. Right now, there are only two ways. The first is to wait for Linghu Chuin to come out. I'll meet her again and confirm her identity. However, this method is not very feasible, even if that old woman from last time is not by her side. Duan Lingtian had a look of dread on his face when he thought of the old woman by Linghu Chuin's side that he had encountered in King's Descent City. That was a god emperor. Even with his current strength, he was no match for him. Secondly, get to know someone from the Linghu family, preferably a direct descendant of a certain status. This way, I can openly follow him into the Linghu family. Under such circumstances, as a friend of a direct descendant of the Linghu family, I would naturally not be targeted by the experts of the Linghu family. In fact, as long as that direct descendant is willing to help, it should not be difficult to meet Linghu Chuin. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not choose to take the risk. Instead, he began to ask around for information, trying to understand the direct descendants of the Linghu family. Half a month later, he had his eyes on someone, the fourth son of the Linghu family's current patriarch, Linghu Yin. Linghu Yin was only a 10 directions celestial emperor. However, it was said that he did not have the chance to become a god. This was because he was injured and could not continue to cultivate. He would be stuck as a 10 directions celestial emperor for the rest of his life. As for the injuries in his body, they were caused by his father, the current master of the Linghu family. He had used his body to block a fatal blow for his father. It was also because of this that he had saved his father's life at the cost of being seriously injured. After that incident, even though Linghu Yun's cultivation was mediocre, the current patriarch of the Linghu family doted on him the most. The other direct descendants of the Linghu family also took good care of Linghu Yun in order to curry favor with the patriarch of the Linghu family. Of course, there was another reason why they were so good to Linghu Yun. Due to Linghu Yun's stagnant cultivation, it was destined that he would not be able to compete with them for the position of the next patriarch of the Linghu family. Moreover, they were brothers. Moreover, if they were good to Linghu Yin, they would be able to curry favor with the current patriarch of the Linghu family. Only fools would not be good to Linghu Yin. Linghu Yun's cultivation can no longer improve, so he doesn't waste any time cultivating. His favorite hobby is to listen to stories in a tea house in Linghu City. There was a tea house in Linghu City where people would tell stories every few days. It was similar to the storytellers in Duan Lingtian's previous life. In fact, the tea house was one of the Linghu family's businesses. It was opened for Linghu Yin. The purpose was to provide a place for Linghu Yin to listen to stories. The income from the tea house was so little that it did not even cover the cost of maintaining the operation of the tea house. However, it had been open for more than 1,000 years. The Cloud Pavilion was a tea house opened by the Linghu family in Linghu City. It was deserted. Only a few dozen people were sitting in the main hall drinking tea. At the back of the main hall was a private room with a curtain. One could vaguely see that there were luxurious tables and chairs inside. Speaking of which, the Emperor God Powerhouse who broke into Tunglung Province from the outside 2,000 years ago was very majestic. He looked down on the various Emperor God Powerhouses in Tunglung Province. He wanted to use his own strength to suppress several large sections. However, in the end, he was defeated by the leader of one of the Emperor God Powerhouses. He was almost killed. In the end, he was spared because he swore a heart demon blood oath that he was willing to be loyal to that Emperor God Powerhouse for 10,000 years. As for who that person was, in fact, there was no such person. This story was made up by me. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged at the other end of the main hall. He had a medium build and was holding a book in one hand. His other hand was stroking the goatee on his chin. The guests sitting at the 3 tables in the main hall could not help but roll their eyes when they heard the middle-aged man's story. The storyteller that the Cloud Pavilion recently hired is not good. He's telling a good story. Isn't it good to make us yearn for it? In the end, he said it was made up. That's right. How boring. I heard that this person is very stubborn. The Cloud Pavilion asked him to pay a generous sum of divine stones after he finished telling the story, not to mention that it was made up. However, he was unwilling. While the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall were discussing animatedly, a purple figure walked in from outside. He walked to an empty table and sat down. He listened to the guests at the 3 tables with interest. At this moment, a young man in brocade robes who was sitting at a luxurious table behind a curtain at the back of the main hall could not help but frown slightly. This fellow, how many times have I told him off? Does he still not learn his lesson? Since he's so stubborn, let him pack up and leave. The young man was dressed in a long blue robe. His handsome face was slightly pale. At this moment, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Yes, 4th young master. A middle-aged man in brocade robes who was standing at one side of the table answered respectfully and walked out. On the chair beside the young man sat an old man who was resting with his eyes closed. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He exuded an immortal aura from head to toe. Young Yin, if you let him pack up and leave, I'm afraid you won't have any stories to listen to for the next few days. After the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out, the old man opened his eyes and said to the young man with a smile, "That's nothing. At most, we'll wait a few more days for the newcomer to tell us. This fellow's stories are, to be honest, passable. However, he always likes to add at the end that the beginning is made up. It's so awkward, no matter how you listen to it." The young man said unconcernedly, "If I listen to his stories again, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist going out and beating him up." Outside, after the middle-aged man in brocade robes walked out of the inner room, he walked directly to the middle-aged man who had just finished telling the story and was sitting cross-legged on a high platform at the other end of the main hall with an intoxicated expression. "4th young master, said to get lost. This is your reward for today." The middle-aged man in brocade robes was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower. He casually tossed a few divine stones to the middle-aged man on the platform and said somewhat impatiently, "Take your reward and get lost." From the day he became the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, he knew that Cloud Tower existed solely to serve the Linghu family's 4th young master. If it weren't for the fact that the fourth young master liked to listen to stories with others and listen to their opinions on stories, Cloud Tower wouldn't even exist. He could have just taken the man directly to the Ling Hu family to tell the fourth young master stories. There was no need to specially set up a tea house like Cloud Tower. It was made up in the first place. Do you really think it's true? You're crazy, the middle-aged man scolded. Then he picked up the divine stones on the ground in front of him and left without looking back. I'm a man of principles. I won't mislead you into believing a fabricated story to be true. After the middle-aged man left, the guests at the 3 tables in the main hall couldn't help but roll their eyes. At this moment, the middle-aged man in brocade robes looked at the guests at the 3 tables and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry for disturbing your mood today. Don't worry, in a few days our Cloud Tower will definitely find a reliable person to tell the story to. Shopkeeper, your Cloud Tower should have changed a long time ago. Before that fellow came to your Cloud Tower, there were never less than 10 tables of people who came to drink tea and listen to stories. Look at today, there are only 4 tables of people, including us." One of the guests at one of the tables said as he looked at the tables with guests in the main hall, including the table of the purple-clad young man who came in later. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he happened to hear the person who was telling the story to Cloud Tower earlier. When the words "I made up the story" entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could almost foresee the mood of the person who was listening to the story. When one was engrossed in the story, one would involuntarily be immersed in it and enjoy everything in it. One might even discuss it and guess if the person in the story could be found in reality. All of this would make one look forward to it. However, if the person at the end of the story said that the story was made up, it would undoubtedly destroy the sense of anticipation. How could it not be hated? Why don't I give it a try? When the middle-aged man in brocade robes was apologizing to the guests at the 3 tables, Duan Lingtian stood up and walked slowly to the high platform at the other end of the main hall. Although he sounded like he was asking, his actions did not seem like he was asking anyone. Chapter 3730. Why don't I give it a try? When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Even Ling Huyin, the 4th young master of the Ling Hu family, and the old man beside him were shocked by the sudden scene before them. It was not until Duan Lingtian ascended the high platform and sat down with his legs crossed that everyone came back to their senses. He said he would give it a try. Is he going to tell us a story? In the Cloud Tower, all eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. Most of these eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. This young man in purple was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked like a disciple of an aristocratic family. However, no matter how doubtful the crowd was, Duan Lingtian had already begun to tell the story. It is said that this world was originally chaotic until a giant named Pangu appeared and split the chaos with a giant axe in his hand. Then there was heaven and earth. After heaven and earth were created, Pangu fell. His blood turned into mountains, rivers, and seas. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he began to tell the story of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth in his previous life. As he continued, the doubts in the crowd's eyes disappeared and were replaced with interest. When Duan Lingtian roughly finished telling the story of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, it was already an hour later. At this time, the crowd was still immersed in the story and could not extricate themselves. Creation of heaven and earth. His body fell and turned into everything in the world. What kind of achievement was this? All the people present were men and were hot-blooded. After putting themselves in the shoes of the character in the story, they could only feel their blood boiling. Finally, after a few breaths of time, a middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up with a bang. He gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Good. Pangu's creation of heaven and earth. Little brother, I really didn't expect that someone who looks so young and doesn't seem like a commoner would be able to tell such a wonderful story. Amazing! The others were also awakened by the middle-aged man. They began to whisper to each other and discuss spiritedly. A man should be like Pangu, creating heaven and earth and turning into everything in the world. My weapon is also an axe. Looks like I have foresight. I'll create a move later. I'll call it Creation of Heaven and Earth. This story, regardless of whether it's true or not, once one's imagination is stretched, it makes one's blood boil. In fact, the story of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth was just a short story that came to Duan Lingtian. What he did not expect was that the feedback would be so strong. Even the eyes of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, who was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, could not help but light up. In the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously glanced at the inner room on the other side of the hall. That was because their Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, had sent him a message. Have him tell another story. If he can maintain this standard, no, as long as the standard doesn't drop too much, we'll use him. Triple pay. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Sir, how about another story? Sure. Faced with the Cloud Tower shopkeeper's enthusiasm, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the inner room. As the door to the inner room was covered with a gauze curtain, Duan Lingtian could only vaguely see two figures inside. Then, under the expectant gazes of the people in the Cloud Tower's main hall, Duan Lingtian began to tell another story. This time, the story he told was a long one. It was written by his favorite author in his previous life. It was about a legendary figure. After experiencing it for 2 lives, he even suspected that the story was real, because everything in the story was traceable to him, who had achieved success in his cultivation. If everything was real, he might have a chance to meet the person. Duan Lingtian began to speak slowly. In the mundane plane, there was a planet called Earth. It was a beautiful blue planet. One day, a crazy Taoist brought a young man across the universe from a mysterious planet to this planet. From then on, the young man began his magnificent life on Earth. In 1,000 years, he stood at the top of the universe and was only a step away from becoming a god. However, an accident brought him back to 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian was telling a story written by his favorite author in his previous life. It was also his favorite story. It was called The Great East Royal Emperor. He still remembered that when he was carrying out a mission overseas, he was so engrossed in it that he lost track of time and almost failed the mission. From this, it could be seen how attractive this East Royal Great Emperor was. Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he told the story, the people in front of him would be unable to extricate themselves from it. Of course, his goal was to make the Linghu family's fourth young master, Linghu Yin, unable to extricate himself from it. Unknowingly, the sky outside had turned dark. That's all for today. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly as he looked at the group of people before him who still wished to continue speaking after speaking for an entire afternoon. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the crowd came back to their senses and tried to stop Duan Lingtian. Little brother, don't stop, continue. We haven't heard the end yet. What happened after that? That ungrateful Chindandan, did she get her retribution? That's right, little brother. Hurry up and continue. I really want to know if Zhou Donghuang made Chen Dandan regret it. Little brother, hurry up and say it. I really want to know if Zhou Donghuang met his biological parents and successfully rescued them. The atmosphere in the hall was stirred up. The guests at the 3 tables all looked at Duan Lingtian, hoping that he would continue. Shopkeeper. Duan Lingtian looked at the well-dressed middle-aged man standing at the side. He was the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower and said telepathically, "At this time, Cloud Tower should be closed, right?" After receiving Duan Lingtian's telepathic message, the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower finally came back to his senses. He had been so engrossed in the story that Duan Lingtian had told him that he could not extricate himself. It was as if he had become the character in the story and had gone through thick and thin with him. The shopkeeper hesitated when he heard this. However, seeing the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said to the crowd in the hall, "Everyone, it's time for Cloud Tower to close. Please leave. Next, I will have a good chat with this little brother and try to get him to come to Cloud Tower to tell stories, starting tomorrow." When the crowd heard the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower, they were unhappy at first. However, when they heard the last part, their eyes lit up. "Shopkeeper, you have to get him. If he is willing to tell stories in Cloud Tower, I will bring 5 people over tomorrow. I will bring 10 people over to listen. Shopkeeper, I will come again tomorrow. If he is not here, I will never enter Cloud Tower again." Before the dozen or so guests left, reluctantly, they all looked at the shopkeeper of Cloud Tower. As they spoke, some were tempting, some were threatening, and some were acting shamelessly. The shopkeeper of Cloud Tower did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about the story that the young man in purple had told, he could understand how these people felt, because even he wanted to know the rest of the story. In next to no time, the over 10 guests in the Cloud Pavilion's main hall left, and the manager ordered the attendant to close the door before he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not conceal his identity. In his plan, he had to use his true identity. Duan Lingtian? The shopkeeper of Cloud Tower was stunned. He felt that this name was familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it from. At the same time, in the inner room, the Linghu family's 4th young master, Linghu Yin, also had a puzzled expression. "Duan Lingtian? I think I've heard this name somewhere before. It's him." At this time, the old man beside Linghu Yin cried out in surprise, "Grandpa Xian, do you know him?" Linghu Yin looked at the old man and asked curiously, "Boy Yin, do you remember the news that came back from Monarch Descent City several months ago?" The old man smiled. As the old man spoke, a light flashed in Linghu Yin's mind. His eyes brightened. "I remember. Several months ago, Elder Qing Zhe and Cousin Chuin went to Monarch Descent City. On the way, a Hidden Fog Sect disciple appeared, and that Hidden Fog Sect disciple was the first divine Spirit Realm Core disciple in the Hidden Fog Sect in 10,000 years. His name is Duan Lingtian. It's him." Linghu Yin looked at the purple-clothed youth on the other side of the hall with surprise. "I never thought that his talent and perception would be so high. He even knows how to tell such an interesting story. He really is an all-rounder." When Linghu Yin reached the end of his sentence, he revealed a look of admiration in his eyes. "Boy Yin, do you believe that this Duan Lingtian really has the intention of coming to Cloud Tower to tell stories?" The old man's deep gaze pierced through the curtains. He looked at the purple-clothed figure on the other side of the hall, a mocking smile on his face. "Grandpa Xian, you mean he has an ulterior motive?" Linghu Yin wasn't a fool. After the old man pointed this out, he immediately understood. With his status, he definitely doesn't lack the meager amount of divine stones he earns from telling stories in my Cloud Tower. It looks like he might have come for me. Hearing Linghu Yin's words, the old man turned to look at him, a trace of relief in his eyes. "If I'm not wrong, this boy probably wants to pass through and see Miss Chuin. How interesting." Linghu Yin smiled. Then he sent a sound transmission to the manager of Cloud Tower, who was still negotiating with Duan Lingtian. "Bring him in. Tell him I want to see him." The manager of Cloud Tower was stunned for a moment, but he soon regained his composure. He smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, "Little brother, our young master invites you in." Chapter 37-31. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew that the first step of his plan was a success. The Linghu family's 4th young master, Linghu Yin, wanted to meet him personally. "Okay." Duan Lingtian stood up and followed the shopkeeper to the inner room at the other end of the hall. The The shopkeeper opened the door curtain and gestured to Duan Lingtian to enter. "Little brother, please." Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous and walked in with a few steps. The shopkeeper did not follow him in. He even left the inner room door. After Duan Lingtian entered, he received a telepathic message from Ling Huyin, asking him to leave. When he left, he asked the few servants standing in front of the closed door to leave as well. Instantly, in the huge hall and the inner room, only Duan Lingtian, Ling Huyin, and the old man beside Ling Huyin were left. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just entered and stood still when Ling Huyin spoke first. "You spent so much effort telling such a story to whet people's appetites. It should be to see me, right? Fourth young master is indeed as quick-witted as the rumors say." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. "For what? Just to see my cousin Chuin?" Ling Huyin asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not intend to beat around the bush with Ling Huyin. Now that he heard the other party ask this, he naturally did not deny it. "I advise you to give up on this idea." Ling Huyin shook his head and said, "Ever since Cousin Chuin followed my aunt back to the Ling Hu family, and after Cousin Chuin revealed her beauty, there were many people who came forward to propose marriage. There were even people who asked my father to personally take action, but he was still firmly rejected by my aunt. Even to the extent that my aunt personally announced that Cousin Chuin would never get married in her lifetime." Ling Huyin originally thought that Duan Lingtian would back off after hearing this. However, Duan Lingtian did not. "I've heard this before. What? Do you think you can change my aunt's mind with the talent and comprehension you've shown? I advise you not to think too much. No one can change the time my aunt has decided. Not only my father, even the elders in my family can't change it." Ling Huyin continued, shaking his head. "I think you've misunderstood." Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Huyin, smiled faintly and said, "I want to see Ling Chuin, not because I want to pursue her." Duan Lingtian's words stunned Ling Huyin. "If you don't want to pursue her, why do you insist on seeing her? You even came up with such a plan?" From his point of view, Duan Lingtian's earlier actions could be said to have put in a lot of effort. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian actually said that he wasn't trying to woo his cousin Chuin. One had to know that Duan Lingtian had already admitted that he wanted to meet his cousin Chuin through him. "I want to see her because she looks a lot like my long-lost wife." While Ling Huyin was still puzzled, Duan Lingtian calmly repeated what he had told Wu Feng to Ling Huyin. "I came to the Cloud Pavilion today to ask you to bring me to see her because I want to confirm if she's my wife. It's because she looks exactly like my wife. Not only does she look like my wife, but her temperament is also the same." At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. "If you're worried that I'll harm her, you can ask the person next to you to keep an eye on her. If I overstep my boundaries, with his strength at the Divine Emperor stage, he'll be able to protect Ling Chuin and even kill me." Before coming here, Duan Lingtian had done some research on Ling Huyin, the fourth young master of the Ling Hu family. He knew that although Ling Huyin was only a 10-direction celestial emperor, he was protected by a Divine Emperor powerhouse. The Divine Emperor powerhouse was an old servant of the Ling Hu family. His name was Ling Huxian. The current clan leader of the Ling Hu family had grown up with him and treated him like a father. Ling Huxian had even acknowledged him as his foster father. For this reason, after his fourth son, Ling Huyin, lost the opportunity to become a deity because of him, he had asked his foster father to protect Ling Huyin. Since Ling Huxian had never married, he treated the current clan leader of the Ling Hu family as his own son. Naturally, he also treated Ling Huyin as his own grandson. Moreover, Ling Huyin had saved his foster son's life. Naturally, he was willing to protect him. Among the younger generation of the Ling Hu family, Ling Huyin and Ling Chuin were the only ones who were protected by a Divine Emperor powerhouse. Moreover, there were special reasons for this. Ling Hu Yin had risked his life to save his father, the current clan leader of the Ling Hu family. As a result, his cultivation base had stagnated. As for Ling Hu Chuin, it was because she had a good mother. Little fellow, you've done your homework before coming here. You actually know that I'm a divine emperor, Ling Hu Xian said. Ling Hu Xian asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His expression froze for a moment before he asked, "Why you've broken through to the divine king stage?" When he spoke earlier, he instinctively extended his divine consciousness and shrouded Duan Lingtian. To his surprise, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was not a higher deity, but a lower godly king. "I broke through not long ago." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked at Ling Hu Yin. His eyes flashed. "Fourth young master, if you're willing to help me, I, Duan Lingtian, will owe you a favor." Ling Hu Yin looked at Duan Lingtian and did not speak for a long time. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at Ling Hu Xian beside him. "Grandpa Xian, what do you think?" Ling Hu Xian nodded. "If I'm by your side, this little fellow indeed won't have the chance to play any tricks." Ling Hu Yin nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. "Duan Lingtian, I can promise you that I'll bring you to our Ling Hu family and let you meet cousin Chuin. However, other than the favor you owe me, I also want to know the follow-up to the long story you told me later. The Great East Royal Emperor. If it's not convenient for you to tell me, you can record it in a memory jade slip. I'll slowly read it myself. I also want to know how the main character of the story, Zhou Donghuang, killed Qin Dandan, who betrayed his adoptive mother, Lin Lan. I also want to know if he changed the fate of his biological parents after he returned 1,000 years ago." Ling Hu Yun said, "No problem." Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. "I'll record the memory jade slip for you after I meet Ling Hu Chuin. As for the favor, you can ask me for it at any time. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Of course, your request can't go against my principles." When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian added, "This was to prevent Ling Hu Yun from asking for too much and asking him to do something that went against his bottom line. Of course, I, Ling Hu Yin, have my own bottom line." Ling Hu Yun smiled. Then the two exchanged soul orbs so that they could contact each other in the future. "When will you bring me to see Ling Hu Chuin?" After exchanging soul orbs, Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. If possible, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. "Let's do it now," Ling Hu Yun said. "It just so happens that my aunt has gone out recently and isn't at home. Only Elder Qing Zhe is by cousin Qian's side." "Ling Hu Qing Zhe?" Duan Lingtian frowned. Previously, in Junlin City, it was Ling Hu Qing Zhe who stopped him. Otherwise, he would have already seen Ling Hu Chuin and confirmed whether she was his wife. "Don't worry." Ling Hu Yun smiled and said, "Elder Qing Zhe, I'll get Grandfather Xian to pretend that he has something to do and lure her away." Hearing Ling Hu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Then Duan Lingtian followed Ling Hu Yun and Ling Hu Yun out of Cloud Tower. They headed all the way to the eastern district of Ling Hu City, where the Ling Hu family's mansion was. Elder Xian, young Master Yin. When Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the periphery of the Ling Hu family's mansion, they could already see the Ling Hu family's mansion in the distance. A group of patrolling disciples of the Ling Hu family stopped in their tracks and bowed respectfully to Ling Hu Yun and Ling Hu Yin. "You may leave." As Ling Hu Xian spoke, the group of patrolling disciples of the Ling Hu family retreated. Even though they saw that Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they didn't say much. Ling Hu Yin and Ling Hu Xian had personally brought people over, not to mention that there was basically no problem. Even if there was a problem, it wasn't something they could control. "Fourth young master, how much do you know about Ling Hu Chuin? Is she your aunt's biological daughter?" Before entering the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Linghu Yin shook his head. You don't know? Duan Lingtian was startled. Isn't she your aunt? You don't know about her? When Linghu Yin heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although she's my aunt before she came back this time, I've only seen her once when I was young. After that, I only know that she went to the divine offering land and disappeared without a trace. She only came back recently. When she came back, she brought cousin Treen with her. Linghu Yun said. In other words, are you sure that she brought Linghu Treen back from the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with desire. Yes. Linghu Yun nodded. This is basically confirmed. After all, she came back from the divine offering land. Didn't the spatial passage between the realms of gods close recently? Duan Lingtian frowned. How did she come back from the divine offering land? Through the realm battlefield, Linghu Yin said. The spatial barrier in the realm battlefield is relatively weak. As long as there's a beacon, one can open a spatial passage through the realm battlefield and go to where one wants to go. A beacon? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's also considered a divine artifact. It can store the coordinates of a realm of gods, so one won't get lost in the spatial passage. Linghu Yin explained. Of course, although this kind of divine artifact has no offensive or defensive capabilities, it's still extremely difficult to refine. It can be considered a high-quality divine artifact. Even in our Linghu family, there are only 2 such divine artifacts. The one in my aunt's hands is one of them. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If this was the case, it would explain how the second miss of the Linghu family returned to the Xiangang land from the divine offering land. Chapter 37-32. Linghu Treen is confirmed to be from the world of divine remains. Also, I'm not sure if she's the daughter of the former second miss of the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian's heart was burning when he heard these 2 points from Linghu Yin. In this case, the possibility of Linghu Treen being Kerr was even greater. Because of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at the Linghu family's mansion in front of him. Duan Lingtian, follow me to my residence first. I'll ask Grandpa Xian to look for Elder Qing Zhe and lure him away. After that, I'll bring you to see Cousin Treen. If I'm alone, even if Elder Qing Zhe is here, he won't stop me from getting close to Cousin Treen. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to. After entering the Linghu clan's estate, Linghu Yin said to Duan Lingtian, last time your actions in Monarch Descent City could be said to have made Elder Qing Zhe remember you. If she were to see you, even if I wanted to help you, I would be unable to. I'll listen to 4th young master's arrangements. Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, being able to see Linghu Treen was the most important thing. As for the process, it was not important. Grandpa Xian, I'll have to trouble you from now on. When Linghu Yin saw Duan Lingtian nodding, he turned to look at Linghu Xian, who was standing next to him. Linghu Xian nodded and headed in another direction. It was obvious he was going to look for Linghu Qing Zhe. As for Duan Lingtian, he returned to the latter's residence with Linghu Yin. Duan Lingtian, although Cousin Qian's origin coincides with your wife in many aspects, I still have to remind you that she might not necessarily be your wife. After returning to his residence, Linghu Yin said to Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. 4th young master, as long as you help me see her and let me confirm it in person, even if she's not my wife, I won't go back on my promise to you. 4th young master. I, Linghu Yin, am quite good at judging people. I'm not worried that you'll go back on your word. Linghu Yin shook his head and said, I just want you to be mentally prepared. I don't want you to be too disappointed when the time comes. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. A moment later, before Linghu Xian's news arrived, Duan Lingtian thought of something. He looked at Ling Huyin and asked, "Fourth young master, does that cousin of yours show any signs of amnesia?" "Amnesia." Ling Huyin was startled at first. Then he shook his head. "I can't say for sure. After all, she and I only greeted each other. We didn't even chat. All these years after she came to the Ling Hu family, she spent most of her time in her own courtyard and rarely came out." Although Ling Huyan's words made Duan Lingtian somewhat disappointed, it at least showed that Ling Huyin could not confirm that Ling Huchuin had not lost her memory. Under such circumstances, there was a very high possibility that Ling Huchuin had also lost her memory. As for whether or not he had amnesia, he would have to wait until he saw the other party and confirmed it himself. "Sit down and wait for news." Ling Huyin gestured for Duan Lingtian to sit down at a stone table in his courtyard. Then he smiled and asked, "Duan Lingtian, I heard that you entered the Hidden Fog sect not too long ago? Moreover, you entered the Hidden Fog sect through Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. Now that he was in the Ling Hu family, he wasn't as anxious as before. This was because he knew that he would soon see Ling Huchuin. At that time, he would be able to personally confirm. Was Ling Huchuin really his wife, Kerr? "You entered the Hidden Fog sect not too long ago, so I presume you don't have any feelings for the Hidden Fog sect. Are you interested in joining our Ling Hu family? Our Ling Hu family can honor you as a consecrator and allow you to enjoy the treatment of a divine emperor-level consecrator?" Ling Huyen's eyes flashed with anticipation as he bluntly asked. He had also heard of Duan Lingtian's deeds. He knew that Duan Lingtian was the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years, and now he had stepped into the divine king realm, a divine king powerhouse that was less than 3,000 years old. For such a character, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he was destined to rise up in the future. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become a divine emperor. In fact, even the divine emperor realm might not be the end of his life. Thus, he couldn't help but open his mouth and try to poach Lin Yun from the Hidden Fog sect. Facing Ling Huyan's attempt to win him over, Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. "Fourth young master, if the Ling Hu family was a divine emperor-level family, I would definitely agree. But unfortunately, the Ling Hu family isn't. I'll tell you the truth. I won't be staying in the Hidden Fog sect for too long. My next goal is to enter the Tianlong clan." The Tianlong clan was the divine emperor-level sect behind the Ling Hu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the Myriad Demon sect. Ling Huyin wasn't surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's words. "Even if you become a consecrator of our Ling Hu family, we won't force you to stay in the Ling Hu family. In fact, we can strongly recommend you to enter the Tianlong clan." It had to be said that Duan Lingtian was moved by Ling Huyan's words. As for whether or not Ling Huyan's promise could be fulfilled, he didn't doubt it. This was because this was the most beloved son of the current head of the Ling Hu family. Even if this was his own decision, the current head of the Ling Hu family wouldn't deny him face. Moreover, with the achievements he had displayed so far, the Ling Hu family wouldn't miss out on the chance to befriend him. "I entered the Hidden Fog sect because the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, who is also the vice sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, Morong Suifeng, personally recommended me. Dean Morong has shown me great kindness. I can't betray the Hidden Fog sect just because I want to enter the Ling Hu family," Duan Lingtian said. "That's too much of a pity." Ling Huyun sighed. "Of course, it's not impossible for me to enter the Ling Hu family," Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ling Huyun's eyes brightened. He immediately said, "Duan Lingtian, as long as you are willing to join the Ling Hu family, I won't ask for the favor you promised me before." As soon as Ling Huyin opened his mouth, he used the price of giving up the favor he owed Duan Lingtian to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Ling Hu family. "That's a separate matter." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "I will definitely return the favor I owe you." As for letting me join the Linghu family and have the Linghu family recommend me to enter the Tianlong clan, or even the Linghu family faction within the Tianlong clan. But the premise is that your Linghu family must send someone to follow me back to the Hidden Fog sect to protect me. A thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a fun thought. Perhaps he didn't need to follow Wu Feng's suggestion and become a secret disciple of one of the two highest protectors of the Hidden Fog sect. Then he wouldn't have to fear Elder Thunder's disciple Long Xiao making things difficult for him, or even Elder Thunder targeting him. Go to the Hidden Fog sect? Protect you? Linghu Yin didn't understand. What was going on? Weren't you a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? You want to return to the Hidden Fog sect, and you want our Linghu family to send someone to protect you? Are you sure you aren't teasing me? It's like this. Duan Lingtian didn't hide anything from Linghu Yin. He spoke of the conflict between him, Long Xiao, and Shengguan Xiongfeng. If I return to the Hidden Fog sect, Long Xiao definitely won't let me off so easily. Although I don't fear him, Elder Thunder behind him isn't someone I can deal with. Moreover, because I don't need to take anyone in the Hidden Fog sect as a teacher, it will be difficult for me to find shelter. Of course, if I return to the Hidden Fog sect and display a strength greater than Long Zhao's, perhaps Elder Yin and Elder will be willing to accept me as a secret disciple. I originally thought that after returning, I would defeat Long Xiao and become Elder Yin or Elder Wu's secret disciple to seek shelter. But now, you've invited me to join the Linghu family. You've undoubtedly given me another choice. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. You said you can defeat Long Xiao now? Linghu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Of Duan Lingtian's words, this was the point he was most concerned about. Who was Long Xiao? He was one of the top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle god king, he had the strength to defeat an ordinary upper god king. Even some of the inner elders of the Linghu family might not be Long Zhao's match. The inner elders of the Linghu family were equal to the inner elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They were both upper god kings. But now, Duan Lingtian said he could defeat Long Xiao. This Duan Lingtian was only a lower god king, right? If Duan Lingtian could defeat Long Xiao, then he could also defeat the inner elders of the Linghu family. Moreover, he could defeat the majority of the inner elders. It had to be known that Duan Lingtian was only a lower god king. Moreover, he wasn't even 3,000 years old. Facing Linghu Yan's question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he hadn't fought Long Xiao since he broke through to the lower god king realm, he had an approximate understanding of Long Zhao's strength and hidden cards. Even if he held back, he could still defeat him. I will have to speak with my father about this. Linghu Yin responded with a dignified expression. Then he sent a message to his father. After a moment, Linghu Yin looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashing. Duan Lingtian, my father asked me to bring you over. He wants to speak with you personally. All right. In any case, he had to wait for Linghu Xian's reply. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Led by Linghu Yin, Duan Lingtian arrived at a grand hall in the Linghu family's mansion. When they entered, there was already a person sitting at the head of the hall. As this person saw him and Linghu Yin enter, he immediately stood up. This was a tall, middle-aged man. He wore a silver robe that accentuated his nobility. He had a scholarly and handsome face and gentle eyes. He gave off a feeling like a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian, this is my father, Linghu Renjie. After leading Duan Lingtian into the hall, Linghu Yin immediately introduced the silver-robed, middle-aged man to Duan Lingtian. Then he introduced Duan Lingtian to his father, the current head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your great name. Linghu Renjie smiled at Duan Lingtian. Then he gestured for Duan Lingtian to take a seat before sitting back down. His refined and courteous attitude made people feel very comfortable. Chapter 37-33. It had to be said that Linghu Renjie gave Duan Lingtian a very good first impression. For better or worse, this person was the current patriarch of the Linghu family, and the Linghu family was a divine emperor-level family. Their background and strength were no weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 demon sect. For Linghu Renjie to treat him like this was extremely rare. Of course, he also knew that a large part of the reason why Linghu Renjie was so polite to him was because he had told Linghu Renjie that he could enter the Tianlong clan through the Linghu family and become a member of the Linghu family. Just like how the Hidden Fog sect was divided into many factions, the Tianlong clan was also divided into many factions. People from various divine emperor-level influences that were vassal to the Tianlong clan had formed factions with people from their original influences. And the reason they did this was not only to better survive in the Tianlong clan, but also to strive for greater benefits. Where there were people, there would be struggles. And when there was a conflict of interest, the stronger side would often obtain the greatest benefits. Duan Lingtian joining the Tianlong clan's Linghu family faction was a good thing for the Linghu family's faction in the Tianjin clan and the Linghu family. This was because the value that Duan Lingtian displayed in the Linghu family far surpassed the value that he displayed in the Hidden Fog sect. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, then as long as he defeated Long Shao in broad daylight with his lower God King cultivation, he would become the most important target of the Hidden Fog sect. In this sort of situation, unless one of the several strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect wanted to deal with him, no one would be able to touch him. But he had formed a considerable grudge with Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfeng. It could be said that he was on the opposite side of two of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 grand elders. If he returned to the Hidden Fog sect and wanted to live, there was only one path he could take. Just as Wu Feng suggested, he would become a disciple of one of the other 2 grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. That way he would be protected. But now, in the Linghu family, he saw another path to take. He wouldn't betray the Hidden Fog sect. But if the Hidden Fog sect couldn't tolerate him, then he could just leave. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Linghu family could provide him with protection. Otherwise, if he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he would either die or become a secret disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Cloud or Elder Wu and obtain their protection. Patriarch Linghu, I've long heard of your great name. Duan Lingtian replied politely after he sat down. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, smiled. I like to get straight to the point. He has already passed on what you and Yun said to me. Then, as long as you can show strength that surpasses the core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder, our Linghu family will send a Grand Elder to accompany you back to the Hidden Fog sect to protect you. How about it? Linghu Renjie smiled and asked. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed this. He needed to show his value in order for the Linghu family to agree to his request. Father. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian answered and entered the main hall, a figure had already walked slowly into the main hall from outside. It was a young man with a tall and sturdy figure. He wore green clothes, had a robust appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a sharp gaze. Third brother. When this youth walked in, Linghu Yun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, had already brightened. At the same time, he greeted this person. Fourth brother. At this time, the youth also saw Linghu Yun. He faintly smiled at him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also learned who this person was. He was the 3rd son of the Linghu family's current head. Linghu Renjie, Linghu Jun, was also one of Linghu Renjie's sons. He was the one with the highest talent and perception. Before he was 10,000 years old, he was already a middle god king. Moreover, he was stronger than most of the Linghu family's inner elders. He was also the number 1 core disciple of the Linghu family. Among the core disciples of the Linghu family, there were also upper god kings, but they weren't his match. Most importantly, When Linghu Jun was still a lower god king, he had once fought with a lower god king of the Hidden Fog sect, Shengguan Xiongfeng. After 100 moves, he defeated his opponent. Moreover, Linghu Jun was 2,000 years younger than Shengguan Xiongfeng. Now, many people said that if Linghu Jun wanted to defeat Shengguan Xiongfeng, he wouldn't need 100 moves. Duan Lingtian, this is my useless third son, Linghu Jun. At this time, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled as he introduced Linghu Jun. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched. He shook his head and said, "Family head Linghu, I've already heard of the third young master's reputation, of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. No one dares to say they can defeat him. In fact, of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect, there might not be anyone who can fight him to a draw. Shengguan Xiongfeng could be ranked in the top 3 of the current generation of core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect." According to what Duan Lingtian knew, even the number 1 ranked person could only suppress Shengguan Xiongfeng. It wasn't enough to defeat him. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Renjie's eyes narrowed. His lips curved up in a smile. After all, no matter how outstanding Linghu Jun was, he was still his son. As a father, he felt proud. "Duan Lingtian, you understand my third son quite well." Linghu Renjie smiled and said, "Didn't you say you have the strength to defeat Long Shao? If you can last 30 moves against my third son, that is enough to prove you have the strength to defeat Long Shao. How about it?" Linghu Renjie asked. "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded. He also wanted to experience the methods of this famous Linghu family's third young master. "Enter my small world in my body." As Linghu Renjie spoke, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun. Even Linghu Yin followed him into Linghu Renjie's small world. Linghu Renjie planned to have Duan Lingtian and his third son fight in his small world. As a divine emperor powerhouse, Linghu Renjie's small world was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Now, Duan Lingtian, Linghu Jun, and Linghu Yin were standing high in the air above a desert. However, Linghu Yin was quickly pulled far away by an unintentional force. All he could do was watch Duan Lingtian and Linghu Jun from afar. At this time, Linghu Jun's figure had already flashed far away, facing off against Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of your great name. You are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Many people say that you are the second Shui Haichuan of the Hidden Fog sect." Linghu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian, his expression solemn as he spoke. "The second Shui Haichuan." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "I only want to be myself. I don't want to be someone else's shadow." "You are confident enough." A rare smile appeared on Linghu Jun's solemn face. "I heard from my father that you have already broken through to the lower God King realm. Moreover, you are confident you can defeat the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple, Long Shao. That Long Shao, although I haven't fought him before, I am confident I can defeat him within 10 moves. If you want to defeat him, you must have the strength to withstand at least 30 moves from me." As his voice fell, Linghu Jun's eyes shined with a strong confidence in his own strength. "Then please enlighten me." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Linghu Jun's eyes narrowed as he heard this. Strong winds began to wreak havoc around his body. Bursts of blue astral winds twined around him, making him seem as if he were caught in a fierce and vast hurricane. And with the slightest movement of his body, waves of wind blades appeared, as if they could cut through all things. It was clear that Linghu Jun excelled in the wind laws. Even though Duan Lingtian had already become a lower god king and his strength was incomparable to the past, he still felt waves of pressure from Linghu Jun's body. This Linghu Jun, even if he hasn't comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the wind laws, he must have grasped the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. Moreover, the strength of his bloodline shouldn't be underestimated. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng. Although Duan Lingtian hadn't fought Shangguan Xiongfeng before, he still had a certain understanding of Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength. For Linghu Jun to be able to defeat Shangguan Xiongfeng despite being 2,000 years younger than him, one could only imagine his talent, comprehension, and strength. Of course, despite feeling the pressure, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Around Duan Lingtian, waves of spatial storms raged as if they could shatter the void. Sharp spatial blades could be vaguely seen in the surroundings, swaying in the void. It seemed as if they could cut the void at any time. Wong, wong, wong. Accompanied by the sound of a saber ringing, 9 spatial rifts appeared in the void. The dimensional slash shot out from behind the spatial rifts, revealing a sharp aura that caused people to shudder in fear. Father, do you think Duan Lingtian can withstand 30 moves from third brother? Linghu Yun asked in a low voice. Although his father, Linghu Renjie, was not by his side, this was his father, Linghu Renjie's little world. Therefore, even if he spoke in a low voice, his father, Linghu Renjie, could still hear him clearly. If he's not boasting, then it should be fine. Linghu Renjie sent a voice transmission to Linghu Yin. Moreover, although this is the first time we've met, based on the confidence he's showing, I can't help but believe his words. He shouldn't be boasting. As soon as Linghu Renjie finished speaking, Linghu Jun had already made his move. As someone who specialized in the law of wind, Linghu Jun was best at speed and offense. He was not good at defense. As soon as he made his move, he attacked like a storm toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, swoosh. In the face of the overwhelming wind blades and the threads that seemed capable of cutting through anything, Duan Lingtian took his time to mobilize the energy of the law of space to form a layer of defense around him. As soon as his defense shattered, his figure swayed and disappeared from where he was standing. Chapter 37-34. Linghu Jun was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian teleporting away. He continued to fly up and occupied the high ground. Over there! After locking onto Duan Lingtian's location, Linghu Jun once again chased after Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. His storm-like attacks took a turn and swept out again. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity many times. Every time he used the teleportation profundity, the distance between him and Linghu Jun continued to shrink. It was apparent it did not take long before Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity could no longer catch up with Linghu Jun's speed. Duan Lingtian's divine power was only that of a lower divine king after all. His cultivation base was 1 level lower than Linghu Jun's. Even if the law of space that he displayed did not belong to the law of wind that Linghu Jun had comprehended, he was still at a disadvantage. 30 moves. Duan Lingtian secretly smiled when he thought about the test that Linghu Renjie had set for him. If he displayed the space sword principle and control Tao that he had just mastered, Linghu Jun might not be a match for him even if he used his bloodline power. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he still needed to keep a low profile. It would be fine if he could fight Linghu Jun to a draw. However, based on the strength that he had displayed so far, it would undoubtedly be difficult for him to fight Linghu Jun to a draw. Therefore, Duan Lingtian displayed the law of space again, fusing the 8 profound meanings of the law of space with the 3 profound meanings in various forms. The fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the law of space manifested his divine power. Coupled with the integration of the fledgling form of the sword principle, his power was a whole level stronger than before. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, Duan Lingtian no longer teleported to dodge. Instead, he faced Linghu Jun's attacks head-on. Compared to Ling Hu Jun's attacks, his current attacks were not weak either. Therefore, after a series of attacks, more than 10 moves had passed. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Hu Jun were evenly matched. So strong! In the distance, Ling Hu Yin looked at everything in front of him with shock in his eyes. If third brother doesn't use his bloodline power, I'm afraid he'll only be able to fight to a draw with him at most. As if responding to Ling Hu Yin, Ling Hu Renjie's voice sounded out in Ling Hu Yan's ears. The strength he has displayed so far is likely no weaker than the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder's disciple, Long Shao, who is using his full strength and also using his bloodline. However, if that's all he's capable of, your third brother will be able to take him down in 10 moves if he activates his bloodline power. From Ling Hu Renjie's tone, it was clear that he was very confident in his third son, Ling Hu Jun. It said that he came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm. He's not a native of the realms of gods. Therefore, he doesn't have any bloodline power to rely on. Ling Hu Yun sighed. I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than 30 moves. Just as Ling Hu Renjie and Ling Hu Renjie had calmed down and were no longer conversing with each other. Whoosh! In the field, Ling Hu Jun's figure flashed, and he had already retreated far away. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Hu Jun's eyes were filled with respect when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. You're definitely the strongest primitive god king I've ever seen. You're able to fight me to a draw, even with your cultivation base as a primitive god king. In fact, even in the Heavenly Dragon sect, the number of people who can fight with me to such an extent as a lower god king can be counted on one hand. Unfortunately, as someone who came to the realms of gods from a Devata realm, you don't have any bloodline power to rely on. Now, I'll show you the power of my bloodline. As soon as Ling Hu Jun finished speaking, a layer of purple lightning appeared on the green energy around his body. It was as though the law of thunder was attached to his body. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. However, it did happen. Generally speaking, different laws could not be used at the same time, whether it was in the mundane realms, the Devata realms, or the realms of gods. Even the strongest powerhouses in heaven and earth could only use one law when they attacked. They could not use 2 laws at the same time. It was as though this was the law of heaven and earth that no one could break. No, he didn't use the law of lightning. It's the power of his bloodline. It's the power of lightning that fused into his law of wind. Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. He was certain the green wind around Ling Hu Jun was surrounded by the lightning force transformed from his bloodline energy. However, when Ling Hu Jun attacked again, Duan Ling Tian witnessed how terrifying his bloodline power was. When Duan Ling Tian's bloodline energy merged with the law of wind, it gave birth to lightning. Although the force of wind and thunder was not comparable to the fusion of the 4 profundities from the law of wind, it was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's profundity. Ling Hu Jun's bloodline power had raised his law of wind to a whole new level. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian was able to fight Ling Hu Jun, who had a higher cultivation base than him, to a draw with his advantage of the law of wind and the rudimentary sword Dao. However, now that Ling Hu Jun had unleashed his bloodline power, his law of wind was no weaker than the law of space. Although he had the rudimentary sword Dao, it was still difficult for him to overcome the gap in their cultivation bases. The difference between a primitive god king and a medium god king was too great. It's time to show my trump cards. What should I show? Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when Ling Hu Jun attacked again with his bloodline power. He still had many trump cards. However, at the very least, he could not use his divine weapon. After all, his opponent did not use any divine weapon. If his opponent did use a divine weapon, he would have to use a high-grade divine weapon to suppress his opponent. Moreover, even if he took out an ordinary high-grade divine artifact, and the other party didn't have one, Ling Hu Renjie, the Ling Hu family patriarch, might lend his own high-grade divine artifact to Ling Hu Jun. With the Ling Hu family's wealth, they could afford to take out a few ordinary high-grade divine weapons. As for the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword, he could not use it. If it was exposed, the head of the Ling Hu family would be the first to kill him and take the 7 Orifices' exquisite sword away. The Pine Willow Divine Tree? Duan Lingtian thought of the divine image projection that he had mastered in the past. His eyes flashed, but he did not activate the divine image projection of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. If he wanted the divine image projection of the Pine Willow Divine Tree to help him, he would have to open his little world and let the divine Tree of Life help him. However, if he opened his little world, the head of the Ling Hu family, Ling Hu Renjie, might discover the secrets in his body. The 5 high-level, 5 divine element spirits were still recovering their vitality in the small world inside his body. Basic mastery of the sword Tao, embryonic form of the Tao of control, and the fusion of the 4 profundities from the law of space. Which one should I show? Currently, Duan Lingtian was only left with these 3 options. Finally, under the pressure of Ling Hu Jun's attack, he raised his hand and formed a sharp sword ray with his spatial energy. He chose to use the sword Tao that he had just mastered. It should be noted that this was the first time he had shown his sword Tao in front of others since he came to the mystic gangland in the realm of gods. In the past, he had only shown the embryonic form of the sword Tao. However, there was no need to hide it now. The sword ray flashed. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword, and thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions. They almost filled Ling Hu Renjie's little world. It was as though his sword energy could travel 30,000 miles, and his sword ray could freeze 19 provinces. After Duan Lingtian swung his sword, not only did Ling Hu Jun lose his advantage, but even fell into a disadvantageous position. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray flashed, and a strand of Ling Hu Jun's hair was sliced off. A faint sword scar appeared on his handsome face. A trickle of blood seeped out, but it did not flow down. The depth of the wound was just right. I've lost. Ling Hu Jun sighed. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He thought he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in 10 moves after activating his bloodline power. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat him in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's first sword had crushed his attack. The second sword had cut off his hair and left a faint sword scar on his face. If Duan Lingtian had wanted to kill him, the second sword would have killed him. Sword Tao, you've mastered the sword Tao. Just as Ling Hu Jun finished speaking and Ling Hu Yin was stunned, Ling Hu Renjie's voice suddenly sounded from all directions. It reverberated in his small world, and his tone was filled with shock and astonishment. Mastering the sword Tao and the embryonic form of the sword Tao were 2 completely different concepts. The latter was just a seed. The former was the manifestation of a germinated seed, and its power was incomparable. If Duan Lingtian had to rely on the advantage of the law of space and the embryonic form of the sword Tao to catch up with the difference in divine power between a lower and lower celestial king and a middle celestial king, then Duan Lingtian could surpass the difference between a lower celestial king and a middle celestial king with the sword Tao alone. The sword Tao was the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone could master it. Some god emperors and even ultimate gods did not master any of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, a lower celestial king who was not even 3,000 years old, had mastered the sword Tao. The embryonic form of the sword Tao could be attributed to luck. However, the sword Tao was completely dependent on talent and comprehension. Sword Tao. Ling Hu Jun had already guessed it earlier. Now that he heard his father's words, he confirmed it immediately. After confirming it, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. As for Ling Hu Yin, he was even more shocked. Duan Lingtian, other than the 3 of us, Is there anyone else who knows that you've mastered the sword Dao? Linghu Renjia's human figure solidified in his little world. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked urgently. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've only recently mastered the sword Dao. This is the first time I've shown it. Linghu Renjia's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good. Very good. Chapter 37-35. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjia restrained the joy on his face. He looked at Duan Lingtian once more and said with a solemn expression, From today onwards, unless necessary, try not to use your sword Dao. Otherwise, I fear that someone will kill you out of jealousy and kill you in the cradle. Throughout the entire Tunglan province, I have never heard of anyone who has grasped any of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. At most, there are some people who have grasped a seed of one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Of course, there is no lack of people who have grasped it, but have hidden it away. But there are very few people who have grasped it. Linghu Renjia's words could be considered as protecting Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was stunned as he heard Linghu Renjia's words. He naturally knew that a trump card like the sword Dao couldn't be easily exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only revealed the elementary form of the sword Dao in the hidden fog sect. However, he was still surprised that Linghu Renjia told him to hide it. This was because Linghu Renjia was protecting him. It had to be said that at this moment Duan Lingtian was moved. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjia looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally solemn face revealed a smile. When you return to the hidden fog sect, let me know. I will have my Linghu family's high elders Hung and Huan accompany you to the hidden fog sect. With them here, even if the hidden fog sect's high elders Feng, Lei, Yun, Wu, they won't be able to stop you. As Linghu Renjia spoke, his face was filled with confidence. Hung and Huan, 2 of the Linghu family's 3 high elders, were also the strongest pillars of the Linghu family. These 2 high elders were twin brothers. One was called Linghu Hung, and the other was called Linghu Huan. At first glance, their names were the same. Of the 2 of them, neither one of them was weaker than any of the hidden fog sect's 4 highest elders. If the 2 of them joined forces, then even if the 3 people from the hidden fog sect joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him. If the 2 of them joined forces, then as long as they wanted to escape, not even the hidden fog sect's wind, thunder, cloud, mist sect's 4 great elders would be able to stop them. When Duan Lingtian heard Linghu Yun's voice, he became familiar with the Linghu family's elders Hung and Huan. Thank you, Patriarch Linghu. Duan Lingtian bowed and thanked Linghu Renjia. At the same time, he solemnly said, This time, if the hidden fog sect cannot tolerate me, then I will return to the Linghu family with Elder Hung and Elder Hung. At that time, as long as the Linghu family doesn't betray me, then I, Duan Lingtian, will not betray the Linghu family. Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart that the reason Linghu Renjia took such good care of him was entirely because of his potential. Linghu Renjia knew that the Linghu family couldn't tolerate him. But if he was recommended by the Linghu family to enter the Tianlong clan and become a member of the Linghu family faction, then this would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the Linghu family. As the current patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia was a smart person. He had his own considerations. With your words, my efforts have not been in vain. Linghu Renjia smiled. 4th young master, is there any news from Elder Xian? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. He looked at Linghu Yun and asked. Duan Lingtian's question naturally attracted the attention of Linghu Renjia and Linghu Jun. Both of them looked at Linghu Yun in unison. Duan Lingtian's question startled Linghu Yun. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Duan Lingtian, when you were fighting with my 3rd brother, I received a message from Grandpa Xian. Although they were in another person's little world, As long as the other person did not close off the little world, messages could still enter and leave freely. The only way to do so was to separate the lesser world from the rest of the world and transform it into a realm of gods. Under such circumstances, messages from the outside would not be able to enter, and messages from the inside would not be able to leave. Then, shall we go over now? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Linghu Yun's words. At the same time, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. I'm afraid there's no need to go over. Linghu Yun smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Xian's message is bad news. Duan Lingtian was startled. Just now, Grandpa Xian sent a message saying that he found Elder Qing Zhe. At the same time, he learned from Elder Qing Zhe that my aunt left with cousin Chuin 2 days ago. I just sent a message to my aunt, but I didn't get a reply. She might not be in the profound Handleland anymore. As for cousin Chuin's soul bead, I don't have it here. Linghu Yun said. When they heard Linghu Yun's words, Linghu Renjie and Linghu Jun looked at Duan Lingtian with strange gazes. At this moment, they even suspected that Duan Lingtian's willingness to join their Linghu family had something to do with their niece and cousin. They had also heard about how Duan Lingtian chased after Linghu Chuin's beast carriage in Monarch, Descent City. At the same time, they sighed at Linghu Chuin's charm. Even Duan Lingtian, the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the hidden fog sect in 10,000 years, was infatuated with her. Duan Lingtian, I advise you to give up on this idea. Linghu Jun sighed and said, Aunt once threatened that she wouldn't let cousin Chuin marry. Even if someone asked my father to be a matchmaker, it was useless. Even if the elders stepped forward, it was useless. She was determined. That's right. Linghu Renjie also nodded and said, Duan Lingtian, our Linghu family has many beauties. Although they aren't as good as my niece, there are still a few who aren't much worse. I ask myself, my 7th daughter isn't much worse than my niece in terms of looks. If you are interested, I can betroth her to you. Of course, you can meet first. When Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was no longer as if he was looking at a genius. Instead, it was as if he was looking at his Linghu family's son-in-law. Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, Linghu Yun had already started to explain for Duan Lingtian. Father, 3rd brother, you've misunderstood Duan Lingtian. Following that, he repeated everything that Duan Lingtian had said to him. When the two of them heard this, they realized that they had misunderstood. Linghu family head, can you contact your sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Renjie, his eyes filled with anticipation. He thought that if Linghu Renjie could contact his sister, he could definitely ask him to bring Linghu Chuin back. Let me see. When Linghu Renjie heard this, he immediately contacted his 2nd sister through her soul pearl. However, after a while, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. It should be as Yun guessed. My 2nd sister should have brought my niece out of the Shengang land. Linghu Renjie shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he naturally could not help but feel disappointed. However, at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Linghu Renjie and asked, Linghu family head, can you confirm whether Linghu Chuin is your 2nd sister's biological daughter? In his opinion, even if Linghu Yun, the 4th young master of the Linghu family, did not know this, it did not mean that the Linghu family head did not know this. No matter what, Linghu Chuin was brought back by his 2nd sister personally. When Linghu Renjie heard this, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm not too sure about this either. My 2nd sister has been very wild since she was young. She couldn't stay at home. Later on, she even left the Shengang land and went to the world of divine remains for tens of thousands of years. She only returned recently. When she returned, she brought back my niece. I asked her if that was her biological daughter, but she did not answer me directly. Every time I asked, she would be distracted. I felt that it was inconvenient for her to say, so after asking a few times, I did not ask again. Linghu Renjie said, "Then, have you been in contact with Linghu Chuin? Can you confirm if she has amnesia?" Duan Lingtian asked again. He had asked Linghu Renjie this question before, but Duan Lingtian still wanted to confirm it with him. Originally, I did not have this thought. However, Yin told me about you just now, saying that my niece might be your wife, so I carefully recalled the details of my interactions with my niece. Linghu Renjie thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, it's strange. Not only does my niece not look like her mother, but she is also not as lively as her mother when she was young. She does not like to talk much, and she is quiet and gentle. Sometimes, she even feels that her reaction is half a beat slower. At that time, I thought that she was thinking about something, but now that I think about it, perhaps her head has really suffered some kind of blow that caused her reaction to be slow. And amnesia usually means that the head has suffered some kind of blow." Linghu Renjie said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his breathing suddenly became hurried. Then he said to Linghu Renjie anxiously, "Family head Linghu, after hearing what you said, I feel that Linghu Chuin might be my long-lost wife. Please contact your sister whether you have anything to do. I want to see Linghu Chuin and personally confirm her identity. If she is really my wife, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay you generously." Duan Lingtian said with a serious face. The urgency in his tone could be clearly felt by anyone who heard what he said now. "Don't worry, I will definitely do my best to help you." Linghu Renjie nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. "Duan Lingtian, it seems that I am not fated to receive that favor from you. However, there is no favor. I wonder if it is convenient for you to record the follow-up of that long story, East Royal Emperor, in a memory jade slip for me?" As Linghu Yin finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. "No problem." Duan Lingtian agreed. To him, this was merely a matter of lifting his hand. With his current processing speed, it would not take long for him to record the entire East Royal Emperor in a memory jade slip and give it to Linghu Yin. "Thank you." Linghu Yin repeatedly expressed his thanks. "I will give you the jade slip in 2 days." After Duan Lingtian spoke to Linghu Yin, he looked at Linghu Renjie. "Linghu family head, I am preparing to leave in 3 days and return to the Hidden Fog sect. I hope you can ask Elder Hung and Elder Huan to prepare." Duan Lingtian had already made his decision. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, if the Hidden Fog sect did not accept him, he would switch to the Linghu family. Even if he had to bear the curses of the Hidden Fog sect members who did not know, he would not hesitate. The Linghu family gave him enough respect and importance. Moreover, there was something he urgently wanted to confirm in the Linghu family. If he was in the Linghu family, then once Linghu Chuin returned, he would be able to contact her immediately and confirm whether or not she was his wife. Now, all the clues pointed to this. Linghu Chuin was very likely his wife, Ker. But as long as he did not thoroughly confirm, he would not be 100% sure. Chapter 37-36. For 2 days, Duan Lingtian said that he would stay behind to record all the content of the story of the East Royal Emperor in the memory jade slip and hand it over to Linghu Yin. In fact, he was waiting more for good news from Linghu Renjie. He hoped that Linghu Chuin could return to the Linghu family again. However, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the memory jade slip was handed over to Duan Lingtian knew that he was still obsessed with it after all. "Duan Lingtian, you don't have to be anxious." When Linghu Yin received the memory jade slip from Duan Lingtian, his eyes lit up. He also saw the absent-minded look on Duan Lingtian's face. In the Linghu family, he was known for his intelligence. It wasn't difficult for him to guess what Duan Lingtian was thinking. "You have to think about it this way. although you can't come into contact with Cousin Chuin yet. Taking 10,000 steps back, if she's really your wife, it means that she's safe now. Ling Hu Yin comforted him. She's by my aunt's side. With my aunt's many years of experience and my aunt's strength, it's almost impossible for her to encounter any danger. At this point, Ling Hu Yun paused for a moment. When he spoke again, there was a burning heat in his eyes. I just learned about it from Grandpa Xian yesterday. It turns out that when my aunt came back this time, she fought with Grand Elders Hung and Huan. When the two Grand Elders joined forces, even the 4 Grand Elders of the Hidden Fog sect would find it difficult to defeat them. However, they were defeated by my aunt. It seems that my aunt has made great progress in those years after she left. Now, she can be regarded as the strongest person in our Ling Hu family, Ling Hu Yun said. Ling Hu Yun said, when Ling Hu Yan's comforting words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, it made Duan Lingtian's mood much better. Yes, if Ling Hu Chuin was really Kerr, it also meant that Kerr was safe now. He didn't need to think too much about whether Kerr was safe in the world of divine remains. In addition, when Ling Hu Yun mentioned the strength of his aunt, the former second miss of the Ling Hu family, Duan Lingtian immediately felt more at ease. Thank you for your comfort, 4th young master. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll wait for you to come to our Ling Hu family. I still want to hear you tell stories other than the great Eastern Imperial Emperor. After some time, I'll probably finish reading this story through the memory jade slip you gave me. When Ling Hu Yun saw that Duan Lingtian had come back to his senses, he knew that his words of comfort had worked. He let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "All right." Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. Then he bade farewell to Ling Hu Yun and returned to his room. These 2 days, he temporarily stayed in Ling Hu Yun's residence. The next day, Duan Lingtian and Elder Hung Huan are already waiting for you outside the mansion. When Ling Hu Yun's voice came from outside the room, Duan Lingtian knew that it was time for him to leave and return to the Hidden Fog sect. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't confident, but now he had an idea. When he returned to the Hidden Fog sect, he could have followed Wu Feng's suggestion and become a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Yun or Elder Wu, becoming their in-name disciple. However, even if Elder Yun and Elder Wu could protect him, Elder Feng and Elder Lei would at most not do anything to him on the surface. They would do something to him behind his back. At that time, even if Elder Yun and Elder Wu suspected them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if they found evidence, they wouldn't really risk their lives for him against Elder Feng and Elder Lei. No matter what, they were still people of the same sect. Duan Lingtian was important to the Hidden Fog sect, but once he died, he would have no value. Elder Yun and Elder Wu absolutely wouldn't make things difficult for Elder Feng and Elder Lei, who were also pillars of the Hidden Fog sect, for a dead person. Even if they wanted to make things difficult for him, others would stop them. In the end, this matter would be left unsettled. The world was just that cruel. It was because he thought of this that he didn't immediately return to the Hidden Fog sect after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Because he hesitated. Of course, if there was no other way, he would still choose to return to the Hidden Fog sect and take the risk. But now, it seemed that he didn't need to take the risk. You are Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was personally led out of the Ling Hu family's mansion by the patriarch of the Ling Hu family, Ling Hu Renjie. When Ling Hu Renjie called for him, Ling Hu Renjie was already waiting outside the door. Now, in the skies above the Ling Hu family mansion, the one greeting Duan Lingtian was a fat old man. The old man wore a bright red robe that set off his round body. No matter how one looked at it, it was a festive sight. The old man stared at him. Because there was too much fat on his face, only 2 thin slits could be seen. Yes, Senior. Duan Lingtian quickly responded. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the other old man beside the fat old man. This old man was about the same height as the fat old man, but he was incomparably thin, as if he were just skin and bones. However, one could vaguely see that the thin old man and the fat old man's facial features, as well as some details of their facial features, were exactly the same. From this, one could see that they were similar. However, it would be extremely difficult to tell that they were twins based on this alone. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, had already introduced the two old men to Duan Lingtian. First, the fat old man said, "This is Elder Huan." Then the thin old man said, "This is Elder Hung, who is also Elder Huan's twin brother." Following Linghu Renjia's introduction, the thin old man also nodded at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the fat old man's kind words, the thin old man was clearly more reserved. "Granduncles, this is—" Just as Linghu Renjia was about to introduce Duan Lingtian, Elder Huan had already raised a fat hand and stopped Linghu Renjia. "Young hero, you don't have to introduce him. You've already introduced him to us 3 days ago. Go ahead and go back. With us here, we will absolutely not let anyone harm a single hair on Duan Lingtian." Compared to the extremely thin Elder Hung, who was reserved in speech and manner, the fat Elder Huan appeared to be much more cheerful and talkative. "Then, I'll have to trouble the two granduncles. In terms of seniority, regardless of whether it was Linghu Renjia or Linghu Huan, there were several generations older than him. Therefore, he would usually address the two of them as granduncles. The two of them were also the pillars of the Linghu family. Their status was lofty, even higher than Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family. "Let's go." Under Linghu Renjia's gaze, Linghu Huan once again waved his fat hand. Immediately, a huge spaceship appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Before Duan Lingtian could react, Linghu Huan's fat body had already flashed to Duan Lingtian's side. He placed his fat hand on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and brought him into the spaceship in the blink of an eye. "Little guy, why are you in a daze? It's time to go." As for Linghu Hung, he moved his thin body in a timely manner. His movements were like the wind as he entered the spaceship in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Then, by the time Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the spaceship had already flown out. Although there were images of array formations all around, they were all gray and hazy. It was impossible to see clearly. The speed was so fast that it surpassed the range of Duan Lingtian's naked eye. "Elder Huan, this is a divine emperor-level spaceship." Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at the fat old man who had just walked away. He was the Linghu family's Elder Huan and asked curiously, "How is it? Can't you see the situation outside clearly?" Linghu Huan grinned. His originally small eyes were instantly squeezed out by the fat on his face. "Right now, this spaceship is hurrying at the speed of a middle god king. It will take at most half a day to send you back to the Hidden Fog sect." Half a day? Duan Lingtian was startled. It had to be known that the distance from the Linghu family to the Hidden Fog sect was far greater than the distance from the Hidden Fog sect to the divine abode and divine vault left behind by God Emperor Qinwu. Although it wasn't twice as far, it was close. A middle god king's speed was actually this fast? At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought about how many divine stones the spaceship consumed to maintain this speed. He couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. In just half a day, this spaceship had consumed at least several thousand taels of divine stones. Half a day, several thousand divine stones. Even if Duan Lingtian had several 100,000 divine stones in his hands, he was still frightened by such a large expenditure. Even if all the divine stones in his hands were added together, it would only be enough for this divine emperor-level spaceship to maintain this speed for several dozen days. It would be hard to even fly for 100 days. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian also began to size up everything in front of him. The divine emperor-level spaceship wasn't much more luxurious than the God King level spaceship that the myriad demon sect disciple Duan Lingtian had taken out before. It was clear that the grade of a spaceship didn't care about how luxurious the interior was. What mattered was speed. In the simple cabin, there were only some fixed tables and chairs. Unless the spaceship was damaged, these tables and chairs wouldn't move in the slightest. Now, the unsmiling elder Ling Huhang was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the spaceship. His eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he was closing his eyes to rest or cultivating. As for Ling Huhang, he was sizing up the scenery outside with interest. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he couldn't clearly see the scenery outside. This was because the naked eye couldn't keep up. Elder Huan. After a while, Duan Lingtian thought of a problem. When I return to the Hidden Fog sect, how do you and Elder Huan plan to follow me in? Ling Huhang heard this and said matter-of-factly, "Wouldn't it be fine to hide in your small world?" Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. But on the surface, he said as if nothing had happened, "That's one way, but if I don't have time to let the two of you out and perish, wouldn't the two of you have come here in vain? Brat, your reaction speed can't be that slow, right?" Ling Huhang was a bit speechless. "If you aren't confident in yourself, the two of us can go in by ourselves." And what Duan Lingtian was waiting for was these words from Ling Huhang. There were too many secrets in his small world. He naturally couldn't allow Ling Huhang and Ling Huhang to enter. Chapter 37. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the little world in his body was his absolute secret. Whether it was the God of Life tree or the 5 divine elements, once the secrets were exposed, all that awaited him was a tragic death. Besides the strongest powerhouses, there was likely no one who could resist such a temptation. Perhaps even the strongest powerhouses might be tempted, although the strongest powerhouses couldn't use these things. That didn't mean their loved ones couldn't use them. At the very least, Duan Lingtian put himself in their shoes and thought, if he was the strongest powerhouse and had the chance to obtain these things, even if he couldn't use them, he would definitely give them to his wife, children, and parents. Hearing Ling Huan say that they could enter by themselves, Duan Lingtian relaxed. Then, for the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian walked to the side and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. "We're here." As Ling Huan's voice sounded out, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. He looked out of the flying ship and discovered that they had arrived in the skies above the Hidden Fog sect. At this time, Ling Huhang also opened his eyes and stood up. A pair of originally turbid eyes, in an instant, shot out 2 rays of light. "Little fellow." Ling Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally frivolous and fat face now appeared solemn. "We will follow behind you and enter the Hidden Fog sect. If no one opens the path for the Hidden Fog sect's great protective array, we will be discovered if we rashly enter. With you leading the way, we can conceal ourselves and follow. In this case, unless there is a divine sovereign nearby, it will be impossible to discover our whereabouts." Duan Lingtian nodded at Ling Huan's words. In truth, he had been wondering how Old Hung and Old Man Hung would enter the Hidden Fog sect. After all, the Hidden Fog sect had an array formation that had been passed down for many years. Even with Old Man Hung and Old Man Hang's strength, they would likely be discovered if they rashly entered. Now, after hearing Ling Huan's words, he suddenly realized that he had to open the path in front. As for how Ling Huan and the other man followed him in, it wasn't difficult for him to guess. They must have followed him in like a shadow when he used his identity token to open the way. After Ling Huan put away the spaceship, Duan Lingtian discovered that regardless of whether it was Ling Huan or Ling Huhang, their bodies had become illusory in an instant. It was as if they had turned into ripples in the void. Water laws. In that instant, Duan Lingtian also saw that the two of them were using the water principles to hide their bodies. Fortunately, he was close to them. If he was any further away, it would be difficult for him to see them. Go. Linghu Huan's voice sounded. Don't look back, lest someone finds out. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he headed towards the hidden fog sect station. With the core disciple status token, he passed through the layers of array formations outside the hidden fog sect station without encountering any hindrance. After returning to the hidden fog sect, Duan Lingtian directly returned to his residence in the core disciple training area. From beginning to end, he had no intention of hiding anything. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is back? And Duan Lingtian's return attracted the attention of many people. This was because many people hadn't heard any news about Duan Lingtian recently. Many people said that he wasn't in the hidden fog sect. Moreover, many people knew that core disciple Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian. After all, Long Shao had been looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. This was no longer a secret in the hidden fog sect. As for why Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian, few people knew. But with Long Zhao's attitude at the time, it couldn't have been anything good. I think that Long Shao will soon come knocking on my door. After Duan Lingtian returned to his residence, his lips curved up in a sneer. Before returning, he had received a message from Wu Feng saying that Long Shao had stayed in King's Descent City for a period of time after learning that he had gone there. Moreover, Long Shao had been looking for him with great fanfare. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. He had just returned when Long Shao, who had received the news, came knocking on his door to look for him. Duan Lingtian. Long Shao hadn't arrived yet, but his angry voice was like a thunderclap that resounded through the core disciple training area. It was deafening. Instantly, numerous figures soared up into the sky. They were precisely core disciples like Duan Lingtian. This voice is its senior apprentice brother Long Shao. It's Long Shao. I heard that Long Shao was looking for Duan Lingtian in King's Descent City with great fanfare. Now that he's here, does that mean that Duan Lingtian has returned? I just asked someone. Duan Lingtian seems to have returned. When the group of core disciples came out, Long Zhao's figure had already appeared. Long Zhao's face was gloomy and his eyes were fierce. He stared at one of the core disciples' quarters, and his divine power was fluctuating as if it could explode at any time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and looked at Long Shao from afar. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, are you looking for me?" Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed as though nothing had happened, and he had a carefree expression. Duan Lingtian, after hiding outside for so long, you're finally willing to come back? Long Zhao's heart skipped a beat when he saw how calm Duan Lingtian was. He frowned slightly and extended his divine consciousness to envelop Duan Lingtian. I was wondering why you suddenly came back. So you've become a low-level divine king and have become more capable. After probing Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, Long Shao sneered. As Long Shao spoke, the crowd burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, he broke through? He isn't even 3,000 years old yet, right? To be more precise, he isn't even 2,800 years old yet. Heavens! He hasn't even reached 2,000 years of age, and yet he has comprehended the space laws to such a degree. He even has the strength to become a core disciple of our hidden fog sect with a divine spirit cultivation. Now that he has broken through to the lower God King realm, even an ordinary middle God King might not be his match. You also said that he is an ordinary medium-level divine king, someone like senior apprentice brother Long Shao, who can defeat ordinary high-level divine kings, isn't a match for him. As the core disciples were discussing, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Shao in confusion. Senior apprentice brother Long Shao, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian, what are you playing at? Long Shao smirked. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you promised me a few months ago. What? Duan Lingtian curiously asked, a confused look on his face. It looks like you really didn't take my words to heart. Long Zhao's complexion darkened. His eyes flashed with an intimidating cold light, and his tone was as cold as ice. Senior apprentice Brother Long Xiao, I really don't know what I promised you. How about you repeat yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked politely with a smile on his face. Good, very good. Long Xiao was so angry that he laughed. It looks like after Duan Ling Tian broke through to the lower divine king realm, you are so confident in yourself that you don't even place me in your eyes. Duan Ling Tian calmly looked at Long Xiao, his expression carefree. He was waiting for Long Xiao to attack. Once Long Xiao attacked, he would have enough reason to defend himself. At that time, even if he killed Long Xiao, he would still be killing in self-defense. According to the rules of the Hidden Fog sect, he was innocent. However, what Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that before Long Xiao attacked, a figure rapidly approached from afar. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. It's Senior Apprentice Brother Shangguan Xiongfeng. Senior Apprentice Brother Shangguan Xiongfeng is here. The person who came was Shangguan Xiongfeng. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of the surrounding core disciples lit up with excitement. Shangguan Xiongfeng was one of the top 3 core disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle divine king, his true strength was stronger than most of the inner sect elders. Even if Shangguan Xiongfeng's identity as Elder Feng's disciple was ignored, he was still the target of many core disciples. Many core disciples idolized him and revered him greatly. Long Xiao, you aren't afraid of him, are you? You actually called me over. Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled at the core disciples and then walked to Long Xiao's side. He sent a message to Long Xiao. This Duan Lingtian has broken through to the lower divine king realm. Long Xiao said in a deep voice, although I don't think he is my match, since he dares to come back so brazenly, he must have a certain amount of confidence in himself. So, I asked you to help me out just in case. For Long Xiao to become the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's elder lay and have his current achievements, he naturally wasn't a reckless person. In his opinion, asking Shangguan Xiongfeng to help him out was just a favor. If he were to fail miserably, that would truly be a loss of face. You are quite careful. Shangguan Xiongfeng looked deeply at Long Xiao and then turned to Duan Lingtian. He lightly said, Junior Apprentice Brother Duan, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Shangguan Xiongfeng, did you come here to return the 2 revival good fortune pills that you stole from me in the past? Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his tone incomparably indifferent. What do you mean I stole your revival good fortune pills? Shangguan Xiongfeng smiled. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan, didn't I use a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for those 2 revival good fortune pills? How come you are saying that I stole your revival good fortune pills? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. As Elder Feng's disciple, aren't you afraid of losing face for him? Seeing Shangguan Xiongfeng's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He sneered. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the smile on Shangguan Xiongfeng's face instantly froze. Duan Lingtian, if you dare to slander me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Duan Lingtian smiled. Slander? How about we swear a heart, demon blood oath in front of everyone and see just who is slandering who? I can swear a heart, demon blood oath to guarantee that everything I say is true. I'm just afraid you won't dare. Duan Lingtian's words caused Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion to change. Chapter 37-38. As for the surrounding core disciples who didn't believe Duan Lingtian's words, when they heard that Duan Lingtian dared to make a heart demon blood oath, their hearts began to waver. Now, when they saw Shangguan Xiongfeng's complexion change, they immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. However, as they thought of how Duan Lingtian would confront Shangguan Xiongfeng, They couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian, did he not want to live anymore? Although Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were extremely high, and he was rarely seen in their hidden fog sect, it was a fact that he didn't have any background. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he was the disciple of Elder Feng, one of the 4 highest elders of the hidden fog sect. He was also Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Today, even if Shangguan Xiongfeng killed Duan Lingtian in a rage, it was impossible for him to pay for Duan Lingtian's life with his own. At most, he would be casually punished. His status allowed him to ignore the sect's rules. How about it? Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng, his lips curling in a mocking smile. Long Shao, who was standing beside Shangguan Xiongfeng, was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. This Duan Lingtian, did he think they didn't dare to kill him? Not only did he provoke him, but he also provoked Shangguan Xiongfeng? Long Shao, I want his life. Shangguan Xiongfeng was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, he couldn't bear it any longer. After greeting Long Shao, his figure flashed, and he flew towards Duan Lingtian. Long Shao was speechless. I called you here just to watch the situation. Why are you doing it yourself? However, when he thought of his purpose in coming here today, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to vent his anger, he felt relieved. As long as this Duan Lingtian who had played him like a monkey died here today, it was fine. Whether he died at his hands or Shangguan Xiongfeng's hands, it was all the same. I can give you his life, but you will owe me a favor. Long Shao shouted as he looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng's back. Sure. Upon hearing Long Zhao's words, Shangguan Xiongfeng, who had arrived near Duan Lingtian, replied coldly. As for the surrounding core disciples, at this moment they only felt a chill in their hearts. These 2 people completely disregarded the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. If they wanted to kill someone, they would kill them. If they were in Duan Lingtian's position today, they would have died without a doubt. Moreover, after they died, the sect would not stand up for them. This was because both Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng had a master who could protect them. At this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes full of pity. Deep in their hearts, they felt a sense of sympathy for him. What a pity for such a genius! Because of Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, the Hidden Fog sect will lose a genius that is no worse than Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. The group of core disciples sighed in their hearts. In the distance, the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin, who had once led the way for Duan Lingtian and brought him here, had arrived a long time ago. He had been quietly watching everything that was happening before his eyes. Although he was the inner sect elder in charge of the core disciples' cultivation area, he should have stepped forward to stop the battle between 2 core disciples. But when he saw that one side was Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, he didn't dare to interfere. If he didn't care, he would at most be punished. He wouldn't die, but once he interfered, he might suffer revenge in the future and die without a burial ground. Thus, even though he pitted Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to interfere. He could only sigh in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why did you come back? Even if you broke through to become a lower god king, it is impossible for you to be a match for either one of them. And now, both of them want to kill you. Zhang Jin felt powerless. At the same time, messages were being sent out by the core disciples to those they were familiar with, informing them of what had happened. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Shangguan Xiongfeng had already attacked. Duan Lingtian was in imminent danger. The news spread very quickly. As an inner sect elder, Tang Chun also received the news very quickly. Horror dawned on his face immediately. How did Duan Lingtian offend Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? The last time Long Shao looked for him, was it to kill him? Tang Chun felt his scalp tingle. Heavens! Duan Lingtian's status isn't so simple. If he dies in the Hidden Fog sect, then Tang Chun didn't dare to think any further. In the past, before he went to Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy and brought Duan Lingtian to the Hidden Fog sect, He had gone to a restaurant owned by a God-King level family clan, the Zhong family. He had seen with his own eyes how the Zhong family feared Duan Lingtian as if he were a god. At that time, he had guessed that behind Duan Lingtian, there was at least a god-emperor level influence. And after that, he had asked the Zhong family's old ancestor many times. This was the Hidden Fog sect's old ancestor who had warned him not to move against the Zhong family. But the old ancestor wasn't willing to tell him. It was only recently that the old ancestor couldn't stand his pestering that he finally told him everything he knew. Duan Lingtian had once been together with a young girl. They were close to each other, as if they were brother and sister, and that young girl had a god-emperor powerhouse protecting her. Moreover, this god-emperor didn't seem to be an ordinary lower god-emperor. He was suspected to be an outstanding lower god-emperor, or even a middle god-emperor. It had to be known that in their Hidden Fog sect, only the 4 highest elders of the Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Fog sect could be considered outstanding lower god-emperors. As for the remaining god-emperors, they were all ordinary lower god-emperors. For an existence like the Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Fog sect's 4 highest elders to protect her, the young girl's status could be imagined. She was at least someone from a peak god-emperor level influence, or even someone from a god-emperor level influence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had a close relationship with that young girl. Crazy! This is crazy! Tang Chun's heart trembled. If Duan Lingtian really died at the hands of Long Shao or Shengguan Xiongfing in the Hidden Fog sect, it could be imagined what would happen to the Hidden Fog sect once that young girl was enraged. Granduncle! As Tang Chun's heart was shaking and his mind was blank, unable to recover for a long time, Tang Wuyen's message arrived. Hurry and go to the core disciples' cultivation area. Save Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyen's message was filled with anxiety, and there was even a trace of sobbing in his voice. Tang Chun regained his composure. He hurriedly responded with a yes, and then rushed to the core disciples' cultivation area. He had to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfing. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect would welcome an unprecedented calamity. At that time, unless the Tianlong clan was willing to protect the Hidden Fog sect, it would be difficult for the Hidden Fog sect to escape annihilation. Vice Sect Master Morong. As he was rushing to the core disciples' cultivation area, Tang Chun didn't forget to send a message to Morong Suifeng, the Vice Sect Master of the Hidden Fog sect, as well as the Dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He told him what had happened in the Hidden Fog sect. Then he revealed some shocking news. Vice Sect Master Morong, you also participated in Skywind City's Zhou family's auction in the past. There was a young girl with a mysterious identity who had a god-emperor powerhouse protecting her. You should remember this, right? At that time, the youth who bid for the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill in the box was Duan Lingtian. This matter has been confirmed by the Zhong family. Before the young girl's god-emperor powerhouse made a move, someone from the Zhong family entered the box and saw Duan Lingtian. Vice Sect Master Morong, I don't have the Sect Master's soul bead. Quickly send a message to the Sect Master and tell him to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfing from killing Duan Lingtian. Tang Chun felt that by the time he arrived at the core disciples' cultivation area, it would be too late. So on the way, he sent a message to Morong Suifeng, telling him to tell the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master to stop Long Shao and Shengguan Xiongfing from killing Duan Lingtian. He believed that as long as Vice Sect Master Morong told the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master about the pros and cons, the Sect Master would definitely tell Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop the disciples. At the same time, Morong Suifeng, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, was completely stunned when he received Tang Chun's message. What? Duan Lingtian is the young man who went missing after the young lady left the Zhou clan's auction with the divine emperor by her side. Morong Suifeng was stunned for a moment. When he thought of what Tang Chun said, his expression changed. He immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's Sect Master. As for the Hidden Fog sect master, after receiving Morong Suifeng's message, his expression also changed. Are you sure Duan Lingtian is that person? The Hidden Fog sect master had entered the Hidden Fog sect with Morong Suifeng when he was young. So, the two of them had a good relationship and often chatted in private. Because of this, when Morong Suifeng mentioned the Zhou family's auction house to him, he also knew about the young girl who had a god-emperor powerhouse protecting her. He also knew about the young man who had a close relationship with the young girl who had suddenly disappeared. Now, after learning that the young man was Duan Lingtian and that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were preparing to kill Duan Lingtian, his heart trembled. This matter can be confirmed by Skywind City's God King Level Zhong family. Sect Master, the most important thing now is to stop Long Shao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. If we stop them, Duan Lingtian won't die. If you want to confirm it, it won't be too late to confirm it later. Do you want to gamble? Morong Suifeng's messages came one after another, completely awakening the Hidden Fog sect master. He didn't hesitate and immediately sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's Grand Elder Feng and Grand Elder Lei. He wanted them to stop their sect's disciples, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, from killing Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3739. At the core disciples' cultivation area. When Shangguan Xiongfeng attacked Duan Lingtian, the core disciples present, as well as the inner sect Elder Zhongjin, all thought that Duan Lingtian would die. Even though Duan Lingtian had displayed astonishing strength in the past and had already stepped into the Lesser God King realm, Shangguan Xiongfeng's inner sect elder was much stronger than most inner sect elders. But Shangguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple whose strength surpassed most inner sect elders. His talent and perception could be ranked in the top echelons of the Hidden Fog sect. In terms of laws, Shangguan Xiongfeng wasn't any weaker than Duan Lingtian. In terms of cultivation, Shangguan Xiongfeng was superior. In terms of divine artifacts, the two of them could only take out mediocre divine artifacts at most. As for bloodline power, Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm and wasn't a native of a realm of gods. Naturally, he didn't have it. However, Shangguan Xiongfeng had it. Of course, Duan Lingtian had accidentally comprehended the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Although it couldn't be considered a true Sword Dao, its might couldn't be underestimated. However, the embryonic form of Sword Dao wasn't enough for Duan Lingtian to overcome the gap in cultivation and bloodline power between him and Shangguan Xiongfeng. At most, the embryonic form of Sword Dao was equal to bloodline power. How could he make up for the gap in cultivation? Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Shangguan Xiongfeng flew out like an eagle and attacked Duan Lingtian. As soon as he attacked, he took out a mediocre divine artifact and attacked without holding back at all. The surrounding core disciples felt pity in their hearts. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. At the same time, they felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. The disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders usually knew their place and behaved themselves. Once they attacked a Hidden Fog sect disciple, it would be a nightmare for them. How dare you make fun of me, Long Shao? You deserve to die. Long Shao stood in the distance with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Duan Lingtian, it's good to have a backbone. But if you don't have the ability and still play with your backbone, then that's stupid behavior. If there is an afterlife, learn to keep a low profile. Long Shao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Duan Lingtian make a move. He actually also brazenly attacked Shangguan Xiongfeng. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The mocking smile on Long Zhao's face grew wider. And now, the others basically had the same thoughts. Duan Lingtian, If you can survive under my hands today, I will return those 2 fate pills to you." Shangguan Xiongfing faced Duan Lingtian and said in a cold tone. His words carried a hint of mockery, as if he had already defeated Duan Lingtian. "I'm afraid, even if you want to return them, you won't be alive to do so." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they heard Duan Lingtian's reply to Shangguan Xiongfing. Then they were shocked to see, as Duan Lingtian's divine power soared, the law of space ultimacy was further revealed. The combination of the 3 ultimacies showed that he had surpassed Shangguan Xiongfing in terms of comprehension of the law. Then, a divine sword that caused the crowd to tremble appeared in his hand. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle, it completely suppressed Shangguan Xiongfing's attack in a crushing manner. It should be known that now, except for the power of the bloodline, Shangguan Xiongfing did not hold back at all. How is this possible? Shangguan Xiongfing's calm expression changed drastically. At the same time, his whole body was surrounded by a bloody light. The power of the bloodline that he did not intend to use burst out in an instant. However, even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian had not made a move yet, but once he made a move, he was completely desperate. Shangguan Xiongfing did not expect that Duan Lingtian had not used the law of space before. What was more unexpected was that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine weapon. Now, the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a high-grade divine sword. Together with the embryonic form of sword principle and his law of space, it completely suppressed his attack. "Run!" At this moment, Shangguan Xiongfing realized that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. So, he decisively wanted to break away from his attack and escape. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, his reaction was a little too slow. Whoosh! The sword radiance, condensed by the spatial storm, swept out through the high-grade divine sword. Once it was launched, it was like a meteor in the dark, eye-catching, and difficult to blink. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword radiance shattered Shangguan Xiongfing's attack. Then, it was Shangguan Xiongfing himself. When the sword radiance landed on his body, it instantly wreaked havoc. The moment before his body was blown into a bloody mist by the spatial storm, Shangguan Xiongfing's miserable and pained cry reverberated through the surroundings. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps tingle and their hairs stand on end. "If you want to return it, you have to wait for me to accept it." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in the air that was filled with blood mist as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this time, Duan Lingtian stood there, proud and aloof, like a sword god. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior apprentice, Brother Shangguan Xiongfing died? Shangguan Xiongfing was one of the top 3 core disciples of our hidden fog sect. Even the strongest core disciple didn't dare to say he could kill him. Yet he died at Duan Lingtian's hands? Doesn't that mean with the strength that Duan Lingtian has displayed, he can be ranked as the strongest core disciple of our hidden fog sect? He is also the strongest core disciple of our hidden fog sect. Don't think too much about it. Do you think that Elder Feng will let him go after he killed Shangguan Xiongfing? Shangguan Xiongfing was Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. Moreover, some people say that Shangguan Xiongfing might be Elder Feng's grandson, the son of Elder Feng's illegitimate child. The surrounding crowd of spectating core disciples were dumbstruck by the scene before them for a short moment before returning to their senses, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with astonishment and disbelief. This Duan Lingtian, Zhang Jin was also stunned. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, even if he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Although he was stronger than most of the inner sect elders, he was at most on par with Long Shao. Compared to Shangguan Xiongfing, he was slightly inferior. No, impossible, impossible. Long Shao stood in the distance. His originally mocking smile had completely frozen and was replaced with shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Shao, you wanted to kill me just now." While Long Shao was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian's gaze had already landed on him. The killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes caused Long Shao to shiver. He immediately regained his composure and turned around, wanting to leave. His strength was inferior to Shangguan Xiongfeng's. Shangguan Xiongfeng had been killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move, so what could he do? Run. This was the only thought left in Long Zhao's mind. He only wanted to escape back to his master's place of cultivation. Then Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to kill him. At the same time, he turned around and took out his master's soul bead. He was prepared to send a message to his master to save him. No. However, Duan Lingtian's figure had teleported to block his path, and the sword light that was swinging towards him made it impossible for him to send a message. Long Shao didn't plan to fight with Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the fear in his heart, even if he hastily blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, it would be futile. Boom! When the spatial storm raged again, Long Zhao's body exploded into a bloody mist, following in Shangguan Xiongfeng's footsteps. When this scene appeared, the group of core disciples who had just regained their composure fell into a daze again. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, several figures rushed to the scene. They were the first group of hidden fog sect elders and disciples who had received news of what had happened here. However, all they saw was the bloody mist floating down and Duan Lingtian's figure standing with his hands behind his back. Now, the high-grade divine sword had been stored in Duan Lingtian's storage ring. What's going on? Didn't they say that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian? Where are they? Ding Yiming, I received your message and came over. You aren't lying to me, right? The group of people who had just arrived were all dumbfounded. They looked left and right, but they didn't see Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Zhao's figures. They all felt like they had been deceived. Duan Lingtian? Tang Chun also arrived. When he saw that Duan Lingtian was safe and sound, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that his message had been effective. After a while, more and more people arrived. At this time, the group of core disciples who were originally present regained their senses. Faced with the doubts of the people they had called over, they first looked at the purple figure standing not far away in horror, before they said in a hushed voice, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were just killed by Duan Lingtian. Initially, I thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Shangguan Xiongfeng, but I didn't expect him to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng instead. Long Shao tried to escape, but Duan Lingtian chased after him and killed him with just one strike. I'm afraid today's matter will be difficult to resolve. Elder Feng and Elder Lei will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. Although Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first, and Duan Lingtian was only defending himself, everyone knows that things are not that simple. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Duan Lingtian for not having any background. As the group of core disciples who were originally present spoke, the group of people who had just arrived was stunned again. Duan Lingtian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. When Tang Chun heard the words of the core disciples, he was also stunned. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he was looking at a complete stranger. Didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian's current strength could only be stronger than his? Killing Shangguan Xiongfeng in a single move. Even he couldn't do that. Shaora. Xiongfeng. As the group of people that had just arrived were frightened, two angry old roars spread through the entire hidden fog sect station like a thunderclap. Chapter 3740. As the two angry roars spread out, the entire hidden fog sect station was in an uproar. Besides those who were in seclusion and had set up soundproof array formations, everyone else, no matter what they were doing, could clearly hear the two angry roars. Shaoa. Xiongfeng? Could it be Shangguan Xiongfeng? While most people in the hidden fog sect were still in a daze, there were already many figures that flew towards the core disciples' training area. These people were either high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect or disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Even the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, was among them. What's going on? Listening to Elder Feng and Elder Thunder's angry roars, did something happen to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Originally, when Wu Fengyin received the news that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was very happy. He thought that Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly die and that he would be able to save some effort. This was because he also planned to kill Duan Lingtian. It wasn't just because Duan Lingtian had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, but also because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would grow in the future and kill him in order to eliminate him by the roots. Now he could still take the initiative, but in the future he could only be passive. Now that Duan Lingtian was dead, he might be killed in the future. Of these two choices, he undoubtedly chose the former. However, he still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. When Long Shao went to King's Descent City to look for Duan Lingtian, he had also paid attention to it. He had even personally rushed over, thinking that if Duan Lingtian appeared, he would personally kill him. However, Long Shao had returned without success, and he had also returned without success. Until today, he thought it was good news. He had been waiting for news of Duan Lingtian's death to arrive. However, what he didn't expect was that what he had been waiting for were two of the 4 Grand Elders with the highest status and strongest strength in the Hidden Fog sect. The roars of the 2 men not only contained anger, but also a trace of desolation of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Therefore, he guessed that Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were most likely finished. What's going on? Even if that Duan Lingtian has already become a lower divine king, it's impossible for him to have the ability to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Could it be that someone helped him? But in the Hidden Fog sect, who would dare to help him kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? At this time, Wu Fengyin, the Hidden Fog sect second elder, was filled with confusion, but he was overjoyed. Once something happens to Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, it doesn't matter whether they were killed by Duan Lingtian or not. As long as they died because of Duan Lingtian won't be able to survive. Looks like I don't need to waste any effort to kill him. Wu Fengyin didn't care if Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were still alive. He only cared about Duan Lingtian's life and death. No one wished to have such an enemy with such astonishing potential. From the moment his eldest disciple, Tu Feng, was killed by Duan Lingtian, he and Duan Lingtian were destined to walk on opposite sides. At the core disciples' cultivation area, more and more people gathered from all over. In particular, after the 2 angry old roars spread throughout the Hidden Fog sect station, the entire Hidden Fog sect was in an uproar. Those who were originally able to sit still could no longer sit still. They all rushed over. Duan Lingtian? Tang Wuyan also arrived. She wanted to go over and look for Duan Lingtian, but she was blocked by Tang Chun. Girl, don't go over. Granduncle. Tang Wuyan looked at Tang Chun, puzzled. Did you hear that voice just now? That was Elder Feng and Elder Lei's voices. Duan Lingtian killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao with his own hands. Tang Chun said in a low voice. What? Tang Wuyan was rushing over. Although the 2 voices were very sudden, she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety, so she didn't think too much about it. Now, after hearing her granduncle's words, she was completely stunned. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao were both dead. Moreover, they were killed by Duan Lingtian with his own hands. Duan Lingtian actually had such strength. Junior brother Duan. At some unknown time, Wu Feng also arrived. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a complicated expression. At the same time, he couldn't help but send a sound transmission. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Even if you came back, you shouldn't have made such a big fuss. Moreover, after you came back, what you should have done was to defeat either Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng and then become Elder Yen's or Elder Wu's disciple. You were too impulsive. Now that you've killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Elder Feng and Elder Lei will never let you go. How will you deal with this? Although I want to help you, there is nothing I can do. Wu Feng sighed. Many thanks for senior apprentice, brother Wu Feng's concern. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Feng from afar. After greeting him with a sound transmission, he swept his eyes around. Now, more and more people were arriving. Among them, there were some familiar faces. It's the sect master. Suddenly, there was a cry of alarm. Following that, everyone's eyes turned towards the person who spoke. They saw a figure slowly walking through the air in the distance. It was as if every inch of land was the same as the sky. In just a few steps, this figure appeared not too far away from Duan Lingtian, standing high in the air. Sect master! Sect master! At the same time, the group of people present bowed respectfully to the person who had just arrived. This newcomer was the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qianin. Of course, his original name wasn't Qianin. It was just that every sect master of the Hidden Fog sect didn't need to change their surname, but they had to change their name to Yin. This was the Hidden Fog sect's tradition, and it was also a rule that the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect couldn't violate. Perhaps this was just a joke that the founding ancestor of the Hidden Fog sect made on a whim, but no one dared to violate this rule. Qianin was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. He was dressed like a scholar, and he looked extraordinarily refined. The moment Duan Lingtian saw Qianin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, he immediately thought of the dean of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Morong Suifeng. The feeling Qian gave him was very similar to Morong Suifeng. Even his temperament was similar. But what was different from Morong Suifeng was that Qian had a sharpness to him. Perhaps this was because he was the Hidden Fog sect's sect master. You are Duan Lingtian. Qian looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes calm. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. Greetings, sect master. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Qianin and nodded. This could be considered a greeting. You killed Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao? Qianin asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Qianin asked. They wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Hearing this, Qianyin's originally calm expression finally changed a little. He immediately turned his head around and shouted in a deep voice, except for the core disciples and inner sect elders. Everyone else is to leave the core disciple cultivation area. The inner sect elders included the core elders, grand elders, and even protectors. Thus, Qianin didn't go into too much detail. As soon as Qianin finished speaking, even though the inner sect deacons, inner sect disciples, outer sect elders, outer sect deacons, and outer sect disciples who had rushed over to join in the fun were extremely unwilling, they still obediently retreated from the core disciple cultivation area. Even Tang Wuyen retreated unwillingly under Tang Chun's warning gaze. For a time, the number of people present decreased by a lot. Only a group of core disciples and inner sect elders remained. Sect leader, you ask them to leave. It seems like you don't intend to follow the sect rules and directly convict me of a crime? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched the scene unfold with a calm expression. He didn't even stop those people from leaving. However, after those people left, he couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you saw this coming. Why did you still do that? It's impossible that you don't know that Shangguan Xiongfeng is Elder Feng's disciple, and Long Shao is Elder Lei's disciple. Qian said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, at the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Deep down, he was still afraid of Duan Lingtian's identity. This was especially so when Duan Lingtian displayed his heaven-defying strength and Duan Lingtian actually had a prominent divine weapon in his possession. It had to be known that even a divine emperor-level force would only have a few prominent divine weapons without an artifact soul. For example, in their hidden fog sect, only he, the 4 Grand Elders, and a few others had prominent divine weapons. I'll say the same thing. Duan Lingtian looked at Qian Yin calmly. They wanted to kill me, so I was purely defending myself. However, who would have thought that they would be so weak? They couldn't even take a single strike from me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of mockery could be seen on the corners of his mouth. Who? Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, 2 figures appeared silently before everyone's eyes, one after the other. One of them was a thin old man in blue clothes. His face was thin and withered, but his eyes were sharper than an ordinary person's. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, as if he could tear apart space with the slightest movement of his robes. The other person was a tall old man in purple robes. His purple robes were embroidered with countless bolts of lightning. His hair was snow white, but his appearance was no different from a middle-aged man's. His eyes seemed to flash with lightning as they locked onto Duan Lingtian. "Greetings, Elder Wind. Greetings, Elder Thunder." As the 2 old men appeared one after another, everyone present, with exception of Sect Master Qianin, bowed respectfully to them. Through the greetings of the crowd, it wasn't hard to confirm the identities of these 2 people. They were 2 of the Hidden Fog Sect's 4 Grand Elders, Elder Wind and Elder Thunder. At the same time, they were also the masters of Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Elder Thunder had once sent a disciple to Duan Lingtian, intending to take him in as a disciple, but he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. In the crowd, the Hidden Fog Sect's 2nd Elder, Wu Fengyin, looked at the purple-clothed youth in front of him. His eyes and face were filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 3741. The Hidden Fog Sect's 4 highest elders represented wind, thunder, cloud, and mist. They represented the Hidden Fog Sect's strongest martial strength. Normally, if there wasn't anything important, they would rarely appear. Even for some of the inner sect elders and core disciples present, this was the first time they had seen the 2 highest elders appear at the same time. They should be worried about Duan Lingtian's background, so they should be lenient towards Duan Lingtian, right? Tang Chun looked at Elder Wind and Elder Thunder and felt his scalp tingle. These 2 weren't existences that ordinary highest elders of the Hidden Fog Sect could compare with. They didn't need to worry about killing a person in the Hidden Fog Sect. Of course, if that person had some great background, killing them would threaten them and even the Hidden Fog Sect. Then they would definitely have some concerns. "You are Duan Lingtian." The thin old man in blue clothes was Elder Wind. His sharp eyes emitted a calm light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. "Why did you kill my sect's disciple, Shengguan Xiongfeng?" Almost as soon as Elder Wind's voice fell, a powerful aura swept towards Duan Lingtian. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure press down on him, but he clenched his teeth and withstood it. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wind without fear. He lightly said, "I didn't know Shengguan Xiongfeng. He blocked my path for no reason and stole my 2 revival good fortune pills. But today, when I spoke of this matter, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself. I didn't think he would be so useless. I killed him with a single sword strike." As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, Tang Chun's complexion changed. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to speak like this in front of Elder Wind. And in that instant, everyone present could clearly feel a cold wind blow through the area. It was like the temperature of the entire core disciple area had dropped by a great deal. Elder Wind's blue clothes fluttered. He coldly said, "What evidence do you have that my sect's disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng, stole your revival good fortune pills for no reason. Does a heart, demon blood, oath count? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Elder Feng as the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Heart, demon blood, oath. When Duan Lingtian said that, everyone present couldn't help but glance at Elder Feng cautiously. After all, Duan Lingtian had even brought out the heart, demon blood oath. This meant that he was confident in everything he said and wasn't afraid of the heart, demon blood oath. In an instant, the cold wind at the scene became stronger and colder. Elder Feng's green robes were already fluttering in the wind. His eyes had also gradually turned sharp. Then why did you kill my disciple Long Shao? I heard that he didn't attack you at all. It was you who attacked him and even killed him. When Elder Feng suddenly quietened down, Elder Lei opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder. Sound waves rolled out, condensed, and pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. His body also involuntarily trembled. However, Duan Lingtian was still able to withstand it. If it were an ordinary lower god king, they might not have been able to withstand it. But he wasn't an ordinary lower god king. His physical fitness wasn't bad to begin with. In addition, he had fused with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and cultivated the pine willow god tree's divine image. The strength of the god tree of life had also tempered his body to a certain extent. Thus, let alone a lower god king, even an ordinary god sovereign might not be able to compare with him. Long Shao. Duan Lingtian's gaze shifted to Elder Lei. He faintly smiled. Elder Lei might not know, but several months ago, Long Shao came to find me. He told me to kneel and walk 10 miles to your cultivation ground to beg you to become his disciple. There was no lack of threats in his words. I pretended to agree and left the Hidden Fog sect. When he learned that I had appeared in King Descent City, he went to King Descent City to search for my whereabouts. He stayed in King Descent City for a long time, waiting for me to show up. Today, as soon as I returned, he came looking for me, saying he wanted to kill me. Since he wants to kill me, do I have to leave him alive and give him a chance to kill me? Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian deeply looked at Elder Lei. I can take responsibility for everything I say. I can make a heart demon blood oath. As for whether it is true or false, I'm sure Elder Lei already knows. Duan Lingtian calmly said. As for Duan Lingtian's calmness, as it fell into Elder Feng and Elder Lei's eyes, it seemed a bit unfathomable. This was because unless Duan Lingtian had some great background, they couldn't figure out where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. Trying to reason with them, that would depend on whether the other party had enough cards in their hands. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary hidden fog sect disciple without any background, then no matter how high his talent or perception was, they would have already killed him. They wouldn't have bothered with him at all. The reason they hadn't done anything yet was because they feared that Duan Lingtian had some great background behind him. Duan Lingtian. After Elder Feng and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions with the Hidden Fog sect master, Qian Yin stepped forward. He faintly glanced at Duan Lingtian. You killed Shangguan Xiongfeng, and he tried to kill you. This is pardonable. But although Long Shao said he wanted to kill you, he didn't do anything. Perhaps that was just a joke. As for you, because of his words, you took the initiative to kill him. This is already a violation of the Hidden Fog sect's rules. So, after discussing this with Elder Feng and Elder Lei, we decided to imprison you. You will be imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world. Do you accept this punishment of mine? Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei exchanged sound transmissions. Although the two of them wished they could kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, they still had to consider the overall situation. Thus, they decided to imprison Duan Lingtian and not kill Duan Lingtian. Like this, if Duan Lingtian had some great background, they would naturally send a message to inform his elders to come save him. And if no one came to save Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be too late to kill him after some time had passed and take revenge for Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. The onlooking core disciples and inner sect elders were all stunned. They had never expected this to be the result. Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, but he was only imprisoned. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian would be directly executed. How is this possible? The Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, had a look of disbelief. He subconsciously wanted to interrupt, but as he thought about how he didn't have the qualifications to interrupt in front of these three and question their decision, he immediately shut his mouth. Duan Lingtian was also stunned. He originally thought that since he had killed Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, Elders Feng and Lei would definitely kill him. At that time, the Linghu family's elders Heng and Huan would rescue him. He would then leave the Hidden Fog sect and join the Linghu family, but he never imagined that elders Feng and Lei wouldn't kill him. Moreover, they only decided to imprison him. What was going on? Duan Lingtian couldn't figure it out. Now, he carefully observed elders Feng and Lei's eyes. It wasn't hard to discover that their eyes contained an icy killing intent aimed at him. Since they wanted to kill him, why didn't they make a move? Were they worried about something? Could it be that they had discovered that elders Heng and Huan were hiding in the shadows? Were elders Heng and Huan's concealment skills so poor? Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian heard Qianyin's words, he was startled. Before he could respond, a sound transmission entered his ears from behind Qianyin. It was Tang Chun's sound transmission. The sect master and grand elders Feng and Lei have made this decision because they want to give you a chance to inform your elders. If your elders can make them lower their heads, they will definitely let you go. If they don't fear the background behind you, then you will be mercilessly killed by them. So, hurry up and inform your elders. These were Tang Chun's exact words. Elders? What elders? Duan Lingtian was startled. Elder Tang Chun, what do you mean? He didn't respond for a moment. Tang Chun was infuriated when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, it's already come to this. Don't hold back anymore. I've already obtained news from the Zhong family. Your background isn't ordinary. In the past, at Skywind City's Zhou family auction, the young girl who acted intimately with you had a divine emperor powerhouse protecting her. According to what Vice Sect Master Morong said, the divine emperor powerhouse's strength is likely no weaker than any of our Hidden Fog sect's Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu great elders. Previously, when I found out that Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao wanted to kill you, I immediately looked for Vice Sect Leader Morong and asked him to send a message to the sect leader to inform Elder Feng and Elder Lei to stop them from killing you. But I never imagined that not only were you not killed by them, but you even managed to kill them, moreover, in such a short period of time. As Tang Chun spoke, he was speechless. He had been worried that Duan Lingtian would be killed, but now it seemed that he shouldn't have been worried about Duan Lingtian, but Shengguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. So that's how it is. After Tang Chun's sound transmission, Duan Lingtian was finally enlightened. So the reason Elder Feng, Elder Lei, and even the Hidden Fog Sect Master Qianyin hadn't executed him was because of the young girl he had met in Skywind City who called him Big Brother, Duan Chayu. It was the same as the Zhong family. The three high-level figures of the Hidden Fog Sect all feared Duan Chayu's background. If they knew that I only met Duan Chayu by chance and didn't know what her background was, perhaps they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, this is the sect's punishment for you. Are you satisfied? Seeing Duan Lingtian ignore him for a long time, the Hidden Fog Sect Master Qianyin's complexion turned ugly. He even reminded him, this is the sect's bottom line. Duan Lingtian looked at Qianyin once more. His eyes were indifferent as he calmly said, Sect Master, from today onwards, I am no longer a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, so I, Duan Lingtian, refuse the punishment your Hidden Fog sect has decided to give me. Imprisoned in Elder Feng's small world? What a joke! He naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. He didn't have a background that Qian Yin, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei would fear. Once he was imprisoned, even the Linghu family's Hung, Huan elders wouldn't be able to rescue him. Chapter 3742. He refused. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the entire audience fell deathly silent. The surrounding core disciples and inner sect elders only thought that Duan Lingtian didn't know what was good for him. But at the same time, they wondered why the sect master didn't execute Duan Lingtian. It was fine if the sect master didn't execute Duan Lingtian. But why didn't Elder Feng and Elder Lei express their stance? Who could tell them what was going on? Duan Lingtian. Tang Chun's complexion changed. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would directly refuse the light punishment that their Hidden Fog sect master had given him. Moreover, he even threatened to no longer be a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect from this day forth. Wasn't this the same as publicly leaving the Hidden Fog sect? Just as the Hidden Fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin and the other Hidden Fog sect disciples thought that the Hidden Fog sect master would be enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. They saw Qian Yin calmly look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, whether or not you want to leave the Hidden Fog sect is your freedom. But even if you aren't a disciple of our Hidden Fog sect today, it is impossible for our Hidden Fog sect to do nothing after killing one of our disciples. Imprisoning you is only a small punishment. Whether it is now or when you enter Elder Feng's small world, we will allow you to communicate with the outside world. You can ask your elders to come and resolve this matter. If we are satisfied, we can let you go. The current Qian Yin only thought that Duan Lingtian didn't understand his good intentions. The reason he did this was because he didn't want to offend the influence behind Duan Lingtian. The second reason was because he wanted to take the Hidden Fog sect's face into consideration. But it was impossible for him to let Duan Lingtian go like this. Moreover, Elder Feng and Elder Lei wouldn't be willing. Elder Feng and Elder Lei could be considered to have compromised now. And the reason they compromised was because they feared the influence behind Duan Lingtian. If the power behind Duan Lingtian was strong enough to scare them, they would let Duan Lingtian leave unharmed. If the influence behind Duan Lingtian couldn't threaten their Hidden Fog sect, but they still feared him, then they would ask for compensation. If the strength behind Duan Lingtian was something their Hidden Fog sect didn't need to fear, they would kill Duan Lingtian without hesitation. And now, as the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qian Yin, spoke out, the surrounding people were suddenly enlightened. This Duan Lingtian, it seems his background isn't small. As I said, even if sect leader was willing to let this Duan Lingtian off, Elder Feng and Elder Lei would definitely not let this matter go. However, they have indeed let this Duan Lingtian off for the time being. Just now, I couldn't figure out the reason, even after racking my brains. Now that sect leader has spoken, I finally understand. They are afraid of Duan Lingtian's background. Isn't this Duan Lingtian from a Devata realm? What kind of background does he have in the Mystic Handle Land? Don't forget, it's not just the Mystic Handle Land. Even in the various divine realms, there are many forces formed by people from Devata realms. There are even God Emperor and Godly Venerable level forces. To be able to make sect leader afraid and make Elder Feng and Elder Lei temporarily let go of the grudge of killing their disciple. It seems like Duan Lingtian's background isn't simple. Now, the surrounding Hidden Fog sect's core disciples and inner sect elders were enlightened. They finally understood why Elder Feng and Elder Lei and the sect leader hadn't executed Duan Lingtian. As for the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin's expression changed again and again. Now he understood as well. However, it was also because of this that his heart turned cold. This Duan Lingtian actually had a background that made the Hidden Fog sect's 3 elders fear. One had to know that the 3 elders of the Hidden Fog sect could represent the entire Hidden Fog sect. In other words, Duan Lingtian's background was enough to make the entire Hidden Fog sect fear him, and his disciple, Tu Feng, had become a life and death enemy with such a person. Now, Wu Fengyan's heart was in a panic. What to do? What to do? If this Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect alive and wanted to deal with him in the future, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Or should he leave the Hidden Fog sect? Leave the Tung-Lung province, change his name and find a place to stay? Thinking of this, Wu Fengyan made a decision in his heart. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of being enemies with Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to hide and avoid Duan Lingtian looking for him to settle accounts. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Wu Fengyan was thinking. In fact, the current him had already thrown Wu Fengyan, the honorable master of the inner sect disciple Tu Feng, to the back of his mind. There is no need. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qianin. He lightly said, "Sect master Qianin, you are well aware of the ins and outs of this matter. Today, if I were killed by them, what would happen to them if I didn't have a background?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, the corners of his lips curled up in a mocking smile. "I'm afraid that only if I have a background that the Hidden Fog sect and Elder Feng and Elder Lei fear will your Hidden Fog sect be willing to hand them over and pay with their lives for me. If I were only an ordinary Hidden Fog sect disciple, even if they violated the Hidden Fog sect's rules and killed me, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't execute them, right?" Duan Lingtian's mocking smile deepened. The toughness of his attitude and the confidence he had was shocking. As for Duan Lingtian's words, many of the inner sect elders bitterly smiled. This was because they knew that Duan Lingtian was speaking the truth. Even if most of them were killed by Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, the sect wouldn't make them pay with their lives. After all, the 2 of them had a good honorable master. Imprisoning you is our Hidden Fog sect's bottom line. Qian eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. This was also what Qian had discussed with Elder Feng and Elder Lei. It was impossible for them to allow Duan Lingtian to leave unscathed. After all, up until now, they had only heard rumors that Duan Lingtian had a great background. They hadn't confirmed it yet. If Duan Lingtian didn't have a great background, then wouldn't it be a great loss for them to let Duan Lingtian go? Thus, they all wanted to imprison Duan Lingtian first. If Duan Lingtian really did have some sort of background, then they could find someone to save him. If he didn't have any background, then it wouldn't be too late to execute him. "Sect Master, why are you speaking so much nonsense with him?" Elder Lei opened his mouth, his voice filled with impatience. "Just let Elder Feng capture him and send him into the small world in his body. If he resists and isn't willing to enter Elder Feng's small world, then Elder Feng can seal his cultivation and imprison him in Elder Feng's cultivation area." "Let's leave this matter to his elders," said Lin Yin. As Elder Lei's voice fell, Elder Feng's robes suddenly fluttered. Then a terrifying cold wind swept out from his body, howling towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Elder Feng lifted his hand. He casually waved his hand, planning to bind Duan Lingtian and bring him in front of him. Facing Elder Feng's attack, Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't see anything. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, they naturally thought that he had been scared silly. This can already be considered the best ending. There's no need to worry about that girl Wian. Seeing this, Tang Chun let out a sigh of relief. This was because he felt that as long as Duan Lingtian called over the elders behind him, he would be able to regain his freedom. For a short period of time, even if Duan Lingtian was imprisoned, their Hidden Fog sect master and the 2 highest elders, Elder Feng and Elder Lei, wouldn't dare to rashly move against him. Bang! With the sudden sound of a storm, Elder Feng's attack was interrupted before Duan Lingtian could even touch Duan Lingtian. Who is it? Elder Feng's complexion changed. As for Elder Lei, he had already shouted out. As for the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qianin, he looked around with a dignified expression. Haha, the Hidden Fog sect has fallen to the point where several old fellows are bullying a junior. With a burst of laughter, a figure as fat as a ball stepped down from the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Linghu Huan. Seeing the fat old man in front of them, Elder Feng and Elder Lei's complexions changed. They subconsciously looked into the sky. This was because, according to their understanding of this fat old man, it was impossible for him to appear by himself. As for the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qianin, everyone from the Hidden Fog sect followed Elder Feng and Elder Lei's gazes and looked into the sky. At the same time, they also saw the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky. Compared to the fat old man who appeared a moment ago, this old man was incomparably thin. He stood there, his aura restrained. If they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have noticed when he had appeared. Who? The thin old man's figure flickered, and he arrived beside the fat old man, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Linghu Hung. Elder Feng's and Elder Lei's eyes turned vigilant. Why are you here? You trespassed into our Hidden Fog sect. Are you trying to incite conflict between our Hidden Fog sect and your Linghu family? Linghu Hung? Just now, Elder Lei seemed to call that fat old man Linghu Huan. Could he be the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders? The Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders? Those are the two strongest people in the Linghu family. They are twins, and once they join forces, it is said that even the 4 grand elders of our Hidden Fog sect, Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu, would find it difficult to defeat them. Why would they be here? Moreover, for them to appear at this time, could they be here for Duan Lingtian? Could it be that Duan Lingtian's background is the Linghu family? That's impossible. If Duan Lingtian is a member of the Linghu family, then why would he enter our Hidden Fog sect? Isn't it because he has nothing better to do? After learning the identities of the 2 old men who appeared, the core disciples and inner sect elders couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Linghu Hung and Linghu Huan. These 2 people were even more famous than the Hidden Fog sect's grand elders Feng, Lei, Yun, and Wu. Qi. The fat old man Linghu Huan looked at Elder Feng and Elder Lei and sneered with disdain. If we weren't here, I'm afraid our Linghu family would have been imprisoned by your Hidden Fog sect today. Chapter 3743. We are members of the Linghu family. Want free to the whole edition? Please buy to search product equals book equals network following Linghu Huan's words. The gazes of all the people present, as if they had discussed beforehand, all gathered on the purple figure behind Linghu Huan and Linghu Hung. This Duan Lingtian, is he really a member of the Linghu family? Are you joking? If he is a member of the Linghu family, why would he come to our Hidden Fog sect? That's right. Even if the Linghu family wanted to place a spy in our Hidden Fog sect, it's impossible for them to send such a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian, right? Isn't that the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were obvious to all. In fact, everyone present from the Hidden Fog sect knew that with the talent and perception Duan Lingtian displayed, not only could he compare with their Hidden Fog sect's Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago, but he could even be said to be superior to Xue Haichuan. As for the disheartened Hidden Fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin, his originally dim eyes brightened once more. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Linghu family, then there was no need for him to leave the Hidden Fog sect and hide. The Linghu family was only a divine emperor-level influence on the same level as the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't enough for him to leave his home. This Duan Lingtian is a member of your Linghu family? Elder Feng and Elder Lei's expressions changed at the same time. Elder Lay asked in a deep voice. His voice was like muffled thunder, making those who heard it feel oppressed. Just by listening to his voice, one could hear Elder Thunder's current mood. "That's right," Linghu Huan lightly said. "So we will take him away now. I presume you don't have any objections?" Almost at the instant Linghu Huan's words left his mouth, frightening divine power swept out from Elder Feng and Elder Lay's bodies. It fused with the law of wind and the law of lightning. The power of wind and lightning was fully displayed, and they were ready to attack at any time. You are all smart people. Seeing Elder Wind and Elder Thunder like this, Linghu Huan's complexion didn't change, but his tone became much colder. You should know that even if your hidden fog sects Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, it would still be impossible for them to stop us two brothers. Moreover, do you believe that even if Cloud Mist and Cloud Mist were here, we would still be able to protect Duan Lingtian and kill some of your hidden fog sect people? As Linghu Huan spoke, he tilted his head and swept his eyes over the crowd of hidden fog sect disciples and elders. As they saw this, their complexions changed, and they hurriedly drew back, putting some distance between them. Even Elder Feng's and Elder Lay's faces changed slightly. Linghu Huan, the Hidden Fog sect Master Qian Yin, had an ugly expression as he said, "Does your Linghu family want to start a war with my Hidden Fog sect?" He naturally knew that the fat old man in front of him wasn't boasting. If he joined forces with Linghu Hung, they could easily take away Duan Lingtian. Moreover, as long as they wanted to, they could even kill many of the Hidden Fog sect people present as they left. Not to mention that their Hidden Fog sect only had 3 divine emperor powerhouses present. Even if the 2 Cloud Mist sect grand elders were present, they would at most be able to protect a few Hidden Fog sect elders and disciples. They wouldn't be able to protect everyone, and they wouldn't be able to keep each other here. Start a war? Linghu Huan smiled. Good, then when the time comes, our Linghu family can consider cooperating with the 10,000 demon sect and wrestle with your Hidden Fog sect. Once Linghu Huan said this, Qian Yin's complexion changed. But he didn't continue to speak ruthlessly. Little fellow, let's go. In front of the Hidden Fog sect people, Linghu Huan took out the Divine Emperor level flying ship they came on. Then he and Linghu Hung entered together with Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared before the Hidden Fog sect people. From beginning to end, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect Master Qian, Elder Wind, or Elder Thunder, none of them dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that although the Linghu family's Linghu Huan seemed like a good-natured fatty, the truth was that he was a madman with a smile on his face. Once they attacked, he really would dare to attack the other disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Among the core disciples present, there was no lack of other disciples. One of their disciples had already died, so they didn't want to lose another. Thus, they could only plan for the long term. Sect Master, can the sect protecting array formation stop them? Elder Thunder looked at Qian Yin and asked in a low voice. Listening to his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he was suppressing his anger. There's no other way. Qian Yin shook his head. Our Hidden Fog sect isn't good at laying down arrays to begin with. While this sect protecting array formation can easily discover them, it's impossible to stop them. Moreover, their Divine Emperor level flying ship has already flown away from our Hidden Fog sect station. Qian Yin's tone was filled with helplessness. Damn it! Elder Thunder's complexion paled and became extremely ugly. That damn fatty, he is too arrogant. Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, let's talk somewhere else. Qian Yin took a deep breath. Even he, the Hidden Fog sect master, felt an enormous humiliation just now. His heart was filled with anger. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. After all, the other party wasn't an ordinary person. I've already told Elder Cloud and Elder Wu not to come here. I told them to wait for us at my cultivation area. Just now, when the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders appeared, Qianin, the Hidden Fog sect master, had immediately contacted the other two highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect, who were equally famous as Elder Wind and Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu. Originally, Elder Cloud and Elder Wu had come here, but now the two old fellows of the Linghu family had already left with Duan Lingtian. It was too late for them to come here. Thus, he had them make a temporary detour to his cultivation area. However, after Elder Wind and Elder Thunder left, Qianin, the Hidden Fog sect master, solemnly swept his eyes over everyone present. Regarding today's matters, what should be said and what shouldn't be said, you should all be clear in your hearts. If I find out who is spouting nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Although the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples and inner sect elders all nodded in agreement, Qianin knew that his words weren't enough to stop them from speaking. What he said was merely a formality. The Hidden Fog sect's 4 highest elders had the highest status and were also the strongest. Elder Cloud was a middle-aged man. He was slightly fat and his entire body was covered in jewels. His clothes were made of silk and satin, making him look like a nouveau riche from the mortal world. As for Elder Wu, he had an otherworldly appearance. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His hair was as white as snow, and his eyebrows and beard were white. But his face was that of a young man. You two fellows came too slowly. That person has already run away. Seeing the two of them, Elder Thunder grumbled in a low voice. Even if the two of us arrived, would we have been able to stop those 2 old fellows from the Linghu family? Elder Cloud shook his head. But why would those 2 old fellows from the Linghu family suddenly come to our Hidden Fog sect and even take away Duan Lingtian? On the way here, he had learned the ins and outs of this matter from the Hidden Fog sect's sect master, Qianin. That Duan Lingtian, is he really someone from the Linghu family? Elder Cloud was a bit puzzled. He had long heard of Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian became a core disciple, he had even thought of accepting him as a disciple. But because Elder Thunder had been rejected, he didn't ask for a rebuff. Today, when he heard that Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to kill Shangguan Xiongfing and Long Shao, he was shocked. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would possess such strength right after breaking through to the lower God King realm. Even Xue Haichuan from 10,000 years ago couldn't accomplish this when he had just broken through to the lower God King realm. Now he couldn't figure it out. If such a character was someone from the Linghu family, why would they come to their Hidden Fog sect? A spy? Was the Linghu family so bold as to send such a genius to be a spy? Moreover, Duan Lingtian didn't seem like a spy at all. If he was a spy, he could have pretended to be Elder Thunder's disciple. That would have made it easier for him to be a spy for the Linghu family. I don't think so. Elder Cloud shook his head. According to Sect Master, that Duan Lingtian once had a close relationship with a young girl, and according to Morong Suifeng, that young girl's God Emperor powerhouse shouldn't be any weaker than the 4 of us. In the Linghu family, apart from that mysterious second miss, there isn't a second female powerhouse whose strength can compare to ours. Moreover, the Morong family doesn't have a young girl of that age with such a noble status. Elder Cloud nodded his head at Elder Cloud's analysis. The young girl can't be someone from the Linghu family. As for Duan Lingtian, we can't be sure if he has a great background. We only know that he and the young girl are very close, as if they are siblings. The Hidden Fog sect master, Qianin said in a deep voice, I will find Morong Suifeng to continue following up on this matter. But now that Duan Lingtian has gone to the Linghu family, it will be extremely difficult to dig out his background. He killed my disciple. Unless he has a background that can make me retreat, even the Linghu family won't be able to protect him. Elder Thunder's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. At this moment, Elder Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as well. We still have to find an opportunity to capture Duanling Tian and imprison him. He'll tell us himself if he has any background or not. If he doesn't have a background, then we'll just kill him to comfort Xiongfing's soul in heaven. Whether it was Elder Feng or Elder Lei, they couldn't be as calm and collected as Elder Cloud, Elder Wu, or Qianyin. After all, the one who died this time was their disciple. Old Lei. Elder Feng looked at Elder Lei and said indifferently, "If you want to avenge your disciple Long Shao, how about the two of us take turns going to Linghu City every once in a while?" Elder Lei's eyes lit up. "You mean we will go to Linghu City and find an opportunity to capture that Duanling Tian?" "That's right." Elder Feng nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "I don't believe he can hide in the Linghu family's mansion forever. I also don't believe that the Linghu family's divine emperor can stay by his side and protect him forever." Ling Tian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3744. Is there any meaning in doing this? Elder Yin shook his head when he heard Elder Feng's words. "You've captured Duanling Tian because you can't stop him from sending messages. Once he sends a message to the Linghu clan, won't they know it's you who captured him? At that time, the Linghu family will definitely come knocking on our door." Elder Yin said, "If they come looking for him, do we have to return him to them?" Elder Wind didn't comment. "We just need to ignore them. Duanling Tian can't see them and they can't save him. Do you think they can use our Hidden Fog sect disciples to threaten us? If they really dare to touch our Hidden Fog sect disciples, I don't mind paying a visit to the Linghu family." Elder Wind coldly sneered. "That's right." Elder Thunder nodded. "Moreover, we can renege on our debt and say we never saw Duanling Tian. As for why Duanling Tian said we captured him, perhaps he was threatened by someone? Perhaps he wants to slander us and incite conflict between our Hidden Fog sect and the Linghu family?" Hearing Elder Zephyr's words, whether it was Elder Yin, Elder Wu, or the Hidden Fog sect's sect Master Qianyin, they all felt their obsession. It was clear they couldn't stop them. At this moment, Elder Wu, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He looked at Elder Feng and Elder Lei and said, "I have to remind both of you, if you don't have absolute confidence, don't think about killing Duanling Tian. It's fine if this news doesn't spread out, but once it does, if there really is a colossus behind Duanling Tian, it won't just be you who will suffer a loss, but the entire Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, even if you have the confidence to kill him without exposing yourselves, you can't act rashly otherwise. As long as you aren't an idiot, anyone will suspect you." As Elder Wu spoke to hear, his tone became heavier. "If you want to act soon, find a chance to capture Duanling Tian. But you absolutely cannot kill him. Old Wu, you aren't the only one who is worried about the Hidden Fog sect. Old Feng and I are too." Elder Lei glanced at Elder Wu and said, "Otherwise, do you think we wouldn't have attacked him today? The one who was killed by him was the disciple we doted on the most. Furthermore, didn't you hear me say that I would capture Duanling Tian and not kill him? If I were to make a move, as long as that Duanling Tian leaves the Linghu family mansion and doesn't have a God King by his side, I'm confident that I can kill him without anyone discovering that I'm the one who killed him." As he spoke, Elder Lei's tone was filled with pride and confidence. "It's decided then." Seeing the elders arguing, Qianyin, the sect master of the Hidden Fog sect, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "We'll do as Elder Lei says and capture Duanling Tian, not kill him. If we can confirm that Duanling Tian has no other background besides the Linghu family, we'll kill him to comfort the souls of Elder Feng and Elder Lei's two disciples in heaven." "Granduncle, where's Duanling Tian?" Tang Mian was waiting outside the core disciples' cultivation area with the other inner sect disciples. When he saw the group of inner sect elders come out, he immediately looked for his granduncle, Tang Chun. Tang Chun looked at the worried Tang Nguyen and said, "Don't worry. Duan Lingtian is fine." "Then where is he?" Tang Nguyen asked. "He was taken away by the Linghu family," Tang Chun said. "The Linghu family?" Tang Nguyen was stunned. How did he get involved with the Linghu family again? Could it be that the sect master and the others asked the Linghu family to kill Duan Lingtan? Tang Nguyen's expression changed again as she guessed. Tang Chun was speechless. "Girl, didn't I tell you that Duan Lingtian is fine? What are you thinking?" The Linghu family took Duan Lingtian away to save Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian didn't die now, he would definitely be imprisoned until his elders came to save him. Now that the Linghu family took him away, there's no need to trouble his elders. Tang Chun was almost certain that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. It wasn't just because of the young girl who appeared at the Zhou family's auction in Wind City, but also because of the talent and comprehension that Duan Lingtian had displayed. In his opinion, it was very normal for a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian to have an extraordinary background. Why would the Linghu family suddenly appear there? Tang Nguyen had too many questions in her mind. After Tang Chun told her the ins and outs of the matter, she finally understood. It was the Linghu family's elders Hung and Huan who took him away. But why would they say that Duan Lingtian is a member of the Linghu family? When did Duan Lingtian join the Linghu family? Tang Nguyen frowned. Tang Chun didn't say anything when he heard Tang Nguyen's words. He only had one guess in his mind, and it was inconvenient to tell Tang Nguyen about it. Could it be Linghu Chuin? However, when Tang Nguyen spoke again, he was taken aback because Tang Nguyen had the same idea as him. After the Hung and Huan elders took Duan Lingtian away, he had been racking his brains to think of the connection between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family. First of all, since Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect through Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, it meant that he didn't have any connection with the Linghu family. Otherwise, he could have just gone directly to the Linghu family. With his talent and comprehension, the Linghu family couldn't give him less than what the Hidden Fog sect could give him. Then, if he really wanted to talk about the connection between Duan Lingtian and the Linghu family, it seemed that the only thing that happened in Junlin City was the incident that happened last time. Duan Lingtian publicly courted the Linghu family's #1 beauty, Linghu Chuin. This time he came back to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. I'm afraid he planned it all out long ago. As for his escape route, he has already calculated it all. And his confidence comes from the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders. Him joining the Linghu family should be related to Linghu Chuin. Of course, his willingness to join the Linghu family shouldn't be just because of Linghu Chuin, but also because he wants to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. If he is still a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, even if he doesn't die after killing Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao, he will be imprisoned and wait for the elders of the faction behind him to come and save him. These were all Tang Chun's thoughts. Girl, forget about him. He is not suitable for you. When Tang Chun came back to his senses and saw the desolate expression on Tang Nguyen's face, he sighed and advised, "You and he are not people of the same world." When Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect with the Linghu family's Hung and Huan elders, he was naturally in a carefree mood. Whether it was Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, they were both like mountains that pressed down on his chest, often suffocating him. But now they were both killed by him, so his mood was naturally smoothed out. Little fellow, you are truly ruthless. Not only did you kill that old madman's disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng, but you also killed that Hidden Fog sect's elder Lei's disciple, Long Shao. Within the Divine Emperor level-flying ship, Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm afraid your name will be recorded in the annals of the Hidden Fog sect. You will be known as unprecedented, unsurpassed. Killing one is the same as killing two." Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. "Moreover, Is there a difference between killing one and killing two? Duan Lingtian's principle of conduct had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. But if others offended him, he would return the favor tenfold or 100-fold. In the past, Shangguan Xiongfeng had stolen 2 revival good fortune pills from him for no apparent reason, causing him to walk the path of becoming a divine king. But that was fine. But today, Shangguan Xiongfeng had exposed his past actions. Shangguan Xiongfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill him. The moment Shangguan Xiongfeng attacked, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced him to death in his heart. As for Long Shao, last time, when Duan Lingtian perfunctorily dealt with Long Shao, he knew that he had offended him. And today, as soon as he returned, Long Shao came knocking on his door, wanting to kill him. To him, this sort of person was a great hidden danger. You want to kill me? I'm sorry, but in order to protect myself, I can only make the first move. You are decisive. Little fellow, your future is limitless. As Linghu Huan heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't know how to respond for a long time. Finally, he lifted his fat right hand and gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. They don't dare to kill you. Suddenly, Linghu Hung, who had been silent all this, looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke. That's right. At this time, Linghu Huan also remembered something. He revealed a curious expression and asked, Duan Lingtian, according to my understanding of the hidden fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder, they aren't good people. If it were an ordinary hidden fog sect disciple, no matter how high their talent or perception was, they would have killed their sect's disciple to avenge their disciple. But they didn't kill you. Why? The curiosity in Linghu Huan's eyes became increasingly strong. Whether it was Linghu Huan or Linghu Hung, although they had been hiding in the dark since early on, they could only watch from afar. It was difficult for them to hear what was happening at the scene. Thus, they only saw that the hidden fog sect's elders Wind and Thunder didn't kill Duan Lingtian. They didn't hear the whispers of the hidden fog sect's elders and disciples. They didn't know that elders Wind and Thunder feared Duan Lingtian's background, and thus didn't dare to kill Duan Lingtian. Even later, when the hidden fog sect's elder Wind attacked Duan Lingtian, he did so in an extremely gentle manner, let alone killing him. It was more like he didn't want to injure Duan Lingtian. He only wanted to capture Duan Lingtian. However, at that time, Linghu Huan couldn't help but appear. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after she dies, Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly in the face of Elder Hung and Elder Huan's curiosity. At the same time, the young girl named Duan Chayu he met in Skywind City appeared in his mind once more. Who exactly was she? Not only did she have an older brother who looked like him, but she was also very friendly, as if she really treated him as her older brother. Chapter 3745. Duan Lingtian thought of Duan Xiaoyu and wondered about her background. Whether it was Linghu Hung or Linghu Huan, they were both stunned by Duan Lingtian's response. I'm afraid that my little sister will cause trouble for them after they kill me. They understood what Duan Lingtian meant. Duan Lingtian's meaning was that the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei didn't dare to kill him because they were afraid that his little sister would take revenge for him. From this, they understood the main point. The little sister Duan Lingtian spoke of wasn't an ordinary person. What a joke! How could someone who could make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and not even dare to take revenge on the people who killed their disciple right under their noses be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, who is your little sister? When Linghu Huan looked at Duan Lingtian again, his fat face was solemn and serious. To be able to make the hidden fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feel fear and forcefully suppress the hatred of their disciple. If it were him, he would also feel fear. Faced with Linghu Huan's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. Elder Huan, you will know in the future." It wasn't hard for Ling Hu Huan to understand that Duan Ling Tian was evading the question, but he didn't point it out and didn't ask again. He could see that Duan Ling Tian didn't plan on speaking. If he continued to ask, he would just be asking for a snub. However, whether it was Ling Hu Huan or Ling Hu Hung, when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their gazes were very different from before. In the past, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a junior with astonishing talent and perception. But now they realized that Duan Ling Tian had a background that they didn't know about. Moreover, that background was something that even the Hidden Fog sect's elders Feng and Lei feared. Junior apprentice, Brother Duan. When Duan Ling Tian and Ling Hu Huan stopped talking and sat cross-legged on the side of the ship with their eyes closed to rest, a transmission entered his ears. The person who sent the message was none other than Wu Feng, who had entered the divine palace and divine treasury left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, he had already met with Wu Feng. However, as he questioned the Hidden Fog sect's sect master Qian Yin in front of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, Qian Yin didn't seem to want too many people to join in on the fun. He bluntly ordered the group of inner sect disciples to leave. At that time, Wu Feng stepped down. Therefore, Wu Feng wasn't too clear about what happened next. Only when Wu Feng knew that everyone had left did he send a message to Duan Ling Tian. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Duan Ling Tian replied. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Wu Feng." "Are you okay?" Wu Feng, on the other hand, was a little dumbfounded. Junior Brother Duan, Elder Feng, and Elder Lei let you go just like that? In Wu Feng's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was almost certain to die this time, after killing a disciple of Elder Feng and Elder Lei, and one that they doted on the most. It would be a miracle if Duan Ling Tian was still alive. Do you think that's possible? Hearing Wu Feng's message, Duan Ling Tian smiled and asked in reply, "Then where are you now?" Wu Feng asked, "Did they imprison you and then set a time to execute you?" Junior Brother Duan, how about I talk to Elder Tang Chen and see if he can contact Elder Shui Haichuan. If Elder Shui Haichuan is willing to accept you as a disciple, he can definitely protect you, Wu Feng said. No need. Feeling Wu Feng's concern, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Senior Brother Wu Feng, after seeing you this time, your condition seems much better. It seems that Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul didn't affect you too much. My cultivation has recently made some progress. I am only a step away from the Middle God King realm. Wu Feng said, Junior Brother Duan, let's talk about you. Where are you now? Is it convenient for me to find you? I left the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian said. You left the Hidden Fog sect? Where you going? Are Elder Feng and Elder Lei willing to let you go? They want to make things difficult for me, but when I return this time, I won't be going alone. There are 2 other people coming with me. With them here, Elder Feng and Elder Lei can only watch as they take me away. Who are they that even Elder Feng and Elder Lei fear? The Linghu family's Elder Hung and Elder Huan. That's right, Senior Apprentice Brother Wu Feng. I have already declared in front of everyone today that I will leave the Hidden Fog sect. After leaving the Hidden Fog sect, I will join the Linghu family. Then, through the Linghu family, I will enter the Tianlong clan. The Linghu family? Wu Feng was silent for a moment. Then he asked again, Junior Brother Duan, have you confirmed that Linghu Chuin is your wife? In his opinion, this could only be the reason why Duan Ling Tian suddenly joined the Linghu family. I haven't seen her yet, so I can't confirm it. Duan Ling Tian transmitted. I joined the Linghu family because I wanted to confirm this matter, but it was also because the Hidden Fog sect can't tolerate me. When you rejected Elder Lei, you shouldn't have done it in public. You should have done it in private. That way, Long Shao might not hate you. Wu Feng sighed. He naturally knew that when Duan Ling Tian said the Hidden Fog sect couldn't tolerate him, it was because Long Shao was against Duan Lingtian. Even Shangguan Xiongfeng was against Duan Lingtian because of Long Shao. If he didn't have a conflict with Long Shao, Duan Lingtian's life in the Hidden Fog sect would have been smooth sailing. Then, through the Hidden Fog sect, he could have entered the Tianlong clan. The Hidden Fog sect will regret it one day. Wu Feng thought about how Duan Lingtian would enter the Tianlong clan through the Linghu family in the future. He would become a member of the Linghu family within the Tianjin clan and compete with the Hidden Fog sect. It's all in the past. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Senior apprentice, Brother Wu Feng, we'll meet in the Tianlong clan in the future, but you have to hurry. Otherwise, by the time you reach the Tianlong clan, I might have already left the Tianlong clan." As Duan Lingtian spoke with Wu Feng, he thought of the two friends he made at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. However, Ho Qingning had contacted him last time and said that Ding Yan had left without saying goodbye. Now, in Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, the only person who could be considered his friend was Ho Qingning. Whoosh! With the speed of the Divine Emperor level flying ship, they soon returned to Linghu City. The Linghu family. After Linghu Huan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left with his twin brother, Linghu Heng. After all, their mission could be considered complete. As soon as the two left, Duan Lingtian saw the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Linghu Renjie's gaze was clearly a bit complicated. Before Duan Lingtian returned, he had already received a message from Duan Lingtian. He learned of all the things that happened when Duan Lingtian went to the Hidden Fog sect. Among them, the most important was Duan Lingtian's mysterious background. Or, it could be said that she was the mysterious little sister that Duan Lingtian spoke of. Duan Lingtian, welcome to the Linghu family. Although his mood was complicated, in front of Duan Lingtian, Linghu Renjie acted as if nothing had happened. He was quite enthusiastic and didn't treat Duan Lingtian as a junior at all. The reason I was able to safely escape from the Hidden Fog sect is all thanks to the patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked Linghu Renjie. If it weren't for the Linghu family's Heng and Huan elders following him to the Hidden Fog sect, even if he hadn't died, he would have been imprisoned. And once he was imprisoned, he could only wait for death. In truth, he didn't have any background. Even when he met Duan Xiaoyu in the past, they had only met by chance. They hadn't even exchanged soul beads, so he couldn't contact Duan Xiaoyu for help. Once the Hidden Fog sect waited for a long time and no one came to save him, they would conclude that he had no background and then kill him. This can be considered the first thing the family will do for you. In the future, there will be many things the family will need to rely on you for. Linghu Renjie smiled. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Duan Lingtian responded with a serious expression. I believe you. Linghu Renjie smiled and nodded. Then he called out to Duan Lingtian and personally led Duan Lingtian to the residence arranged for him. It was an independent mansion within the Linghu family mansion. The mansion was spacious and there were many maids and servants arranged inside. There was even a butler. It could be said that everything was taken care of. For the next period of time, you can peacefully cultivate in the family. If there is anything you need, you can look for the butler. If the butler can't solve it, you can look for me, and I will arrange it for you. Linghu Renjie said to Duan Lingtian, as for entering the Tianlong clan with your talent and perception, our Linghu family can recommend you to enter right now. But I don't approve of this. While Duan Lingtian was still feeling puzzled, Linghu Renjie said with a burning gaze, 26 years later, the Heavenly Dragon sect will be recruiting disciples from the outside world once every 100 years. At that time, those who are under the age of 10,000 will be able to participate in the Heavenly Dragon sect's entrance examination. As long as you can smoothly pass the entrance examination, you will have the qualifications to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition. At that time, the top 100 people will be able to obtain rewards from the Tianlong clan. Those in the top 10 will have even more generous rewards. Only the top 3 and the first place will have even more generous rewards. The Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples of the Tianlong clan who pass the entrance examination once every 100 years. Only the Tianlong clan's new disciples can participate. If you join now, 26 years from now, at the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, you can only be a spectator. When he spoke up to hear Linghu, Renja paused for a moment before continuing. During the last Hidden Dragon Competition, every single person that was ranked in the top 10 obtained an Emperor Ascension divine pill. And I've received news that in this time's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, every one of the top 10 people will also receive an Emperor Ascension elixir. This is only one of the rewards for the top 10 people. There are other rewards, and the higher the ranking, the more generous they are. Emperor Ascension elixir. As soon as he heard Linghu, Renja mention the Emperor Ascension elixir, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and even his breathing subconsciously became sluggish. It's precisely because of this that I think you can consider waiting until then to enter the Tianlong clan. Linghu Renja said, "Of course, if you still want to enter now, I'll respect your decision." Chapter 3746. Although the Divine King Realm didn't have a heaven-defying elixir like the Fortune elixir that the Divine Spirit Realm took, there were still some elixirs that every Divine King would fight to get. The Emperor Ascension elixir was definitely one of the best elixirs. After all, the Emperor Ascension elixir wouldn't increase the cultivation of a Divine King. Even so, Divine Kings would still fight to get it. Why? Because the Emperor Ascension elixir could directly eliminate the bottleneck of a higher Divine King breaking through to a lower Divine Emperor. Even if the cultivation technique was only at the Divine King level, as long as the cultivation reached a certain level, the bottleneck could be ignored and the bottleneck could be broken through. To put it bluntly, the Emperor Ascension elixir was equivalent to a passport to the Divine Emperor realm. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the Emperor Ascension elixir was extremely difficult to refine. Even some Emperor God level forces might not be able to produce one in 100 years. The Tianlong clan had produced 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in the Hidden Dragon competition that was held once every 100 years. The Tianlong clan actually has a divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Renjie and asked in surprise. Linghu Renjie smiled and said the Tianlong clan's old clan leader was extremely obsessed with alchemy when he was still the Tianlong clan's clan leader. Later, when he stepped down and became the Grand Elder of the Tianlong clan, he no longer had to deal with the trivial matters of the Tianlong clan and had more time to study the art of alchemy. 8,000 years ago, he had a great breakthrough in alchemy. Not only did his success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine elixirs is astonishing, but he even refined an Emperor-grade divine elixir. After that, he became famous in Tanglung province. Even the top Emperor God level forces in Tanglung province sent people to invite him over many times and made all kinds of promises. The Emperor Ascension elixir is also an Emperor-grade divine elixir. For ordinary divine alchemists in Tanglung province, the success rate is pathetically low, but for him it's not difficult. Hearing Linghu Renjie's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that there was such a reason. The reason why he was puzzled was because even though the Sky Dragon sect was a God Emperor level force, it was a force without a single God Emperor expert in the current generation. It was just that a God Emperor expert had appeared before. In Tanglung province, there were many God-level forces like the Tianlong clan. Was the Tianlong clan level forces like the Tianlong clan's level forces like the Tianlong clan? T's level forces was. Moreover, it was also a God-level sect in Tanglung province. Under normal circumstances, a God Emperor level force like the Sky Dragon sect, which didn't have any God Emperor experts, wouldn't have any good God Pill masters. A divine alchemist who could refine 10 Emperor Ascension elixirs in 100 years would be highly sought after by the top God level forces in Tunglung province. If I'm a divine alchemist now, the top God level forces in Tunglung province would definitely want me. No matter which God level force wants me, they'll definitely treat me well. I'll also be able to obtain a better cultivation environment and resources. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he thought about this. When he was in the mundane realm, he was skilled in the Tao of alchemy. When he ascended to the Devata realms, he began to refine pills. However, as he was busy with his cultivation and had many things to do, he gradually put it aside. As for how to refine pills in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian did not know much about it. Perhaps he could learn more about it and start a side business? If he wasn't careful, he might really be able to take a shortcut and head to those more powerful forces with a deeper foundation. Duan Lingtian, think about it and tell me what you think. No matter what you choose, I'll respect your decision. Linghu Renjia said with a smile. Moreover, I believe with your innate talent and comprehension, you'll be able to enter the Divine Emperor stage even without the Emperor Ascension elixir. Moreover, even if you join the Tianlong clan now, you'll still have a chance to obtain the Emperor Ascension elixir through other channels in the Tianlong clan. It's just a matter of time, Linghu Renjia said. Sect leader, I think it's better for me to wait for another 20 years before I participate in the hidden Dragon Grand Competition held by the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian made his decision in front of Linghu Renjia. Have you made up your mind? Linghu Renjia asked as he heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. In fact, from his personal point of view, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would not be reckless. With such a good opportunity to obtain the Emperor Ascension elixir, it was best not to miss it. As for whether Duan Lingtian would be able to enter the top 10 in the hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he did not doubt it at all. Not to mention that in 20 years, Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by another level. Even if Duan Lingtian participated in the hidden Dragon Grand Competition, there was no doubt that he would enter the top 10. It had to be known that the 2 top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect had died under Duan Lingtian's strength. If Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, they might not have had a chance to enter the top 10. However, if Shangguan Xiongfeng wanted to enter the top 30 and Long Xiao wanted to enter the top 50, it would not have been a problem. However, these 2 people had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single sword strike. Although there were suspicions that Duan Lingtian had relied on the advantage of the divine weapon, he had not used his full strength at that time. If Duan Lingtian had grasped the sword Dao, even if it was only a middle-grade divine sword, it would have been enough for him to display an even more powerful attack. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he took out the high-grade divine sword he had used to kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao from his storage ring and returned it to Linghu Renjia. Sect leader, it was thanks to your divine sword that we were able to kill them this time. Linghu Renjia took back the divine sword and shook his head with a smile. I lent you this divine sword in hopes that you would not expose your sword Dao. Even without this divine sword, your sword Dao would have been enough to easily kill them. If it were an ordinary divine weapon, Linghu Renjia would have definitely given it to Duan Lingtian. However, this was a high-grade divine weapon. Even their Linghu family only had a few, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know that Duan Lingtian did not lack high-grade divine weapons at all. There was even a high-grade divine weapon hidden within Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, it was a high-grade divine weapon with an artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, the hidden Dragon Grand Competition that is held every 100 years by the Tianlong clan. I have confidence in you. There is no doubt that you will enter the top 10. If you can enter the top 3, you might be able to obtain a high-grade divine weapon. After Linghu Renjie put away the high-grade divine sword in his hand, he said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, "You won't feel any pressure from being in the top 10, but it won't be that easy to be in the top 3. With the strength you have displayed so far, even if you use your sword Dao, it is almost impossible for you to enter the top 3. In the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, one cannot use divine weapons or other external forces. Moreover, even if you can use divine weapons, I can lend you a high-grade divine weapon. Others can similarly borrow high-grade divine weapons from others. Therefore, you still have to work harder in your cultivation from now on and strive to enter the realm of Middle Divine King. You must not place too much importance on the improvement that divine weapons can bring you. That would instead fall into a disadvantageous position." As Linghu Renjie finished speaking, he had already intentionally reminded Duan Lingtian. He was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would always think of relying on divine weapons and thus affect his cultivation. "Patriarch, don't worry. I understand this principle." However, there was no need for Linghu Renjie to say these principles. Duan Lingtian also understood in his heart. He was not some flower in a greenhouse. He had risen all the way from the mundane realm to here through his own efforts, one step at a time. Linghu Renjie nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he said to Duan Lingtian, "Since you have made your choice, then in the next 20 years, our Linghu family will do our best to help you enter the realm of Middle Divine King. As for the laws of space, I will also think of a way for you." As Duan Lingtian expressed his thanks, Linghu Renjie floated away. "Young master." After Linghu Renjie left, the elderly butler walked forward and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "My name is Wang Fu. I am the butler that the Patriarch has arranged for you. In the next 20 years, I will be in charge of your meals and lodging. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Fu in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled at Wang Fu. Then he nodded to the servants behind Wang Fu. Finally, he called out to Wang Fu and had him lead him to his room. As the master of this mansion, Duan Lingtian's room took up almost half of the entire building. In addition to a large bed, there were many tables and pearls on the tables. "Young master, these are the floating image pearls that the Patriarch has prepared for you. Without exception, they have all recorded the battle between experts who are proficient in the laws of space and above." When Duan Lingtian entered the room and his gaze was attracted by the pearls on the table, Wang Fu's voice sounded in a timely manner. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his originally calm gaze trembled slightly. His heart was filled with gratitude. "The Patriarch is very considerate." With a sigh, Duan Lingtian took out Linghu Renjie's soul pearl and transmitted his thanks. "These floating image pearls are the collection of our Linghu family. I hope that they will be useful to you. Speaking of which, these things are far inferior to the divine fruits that allow one to comprehend the laws of space after consumption, as well as the lost deals carved by experts who have comprehended the laws of space to a certain extent." Linghu Renjie transmitted, "Our Linghu family does have 2 law rooms that contain the laws of space. However, they are only ordinary law rooms. Given your comprehension of the laws of space, they will not be of any use to you. Given your current attainments in the laws of space, most of the law rooms in Tanglung province that are owned by god emperors will not be of any use to you. Next, I will keep an eye out for the divine fruits of the laws of space and lost deals left behind by experts who have fused 4 or more profundities of the laws of space." Chapter 3747. Since the Devata realms had their own secret chambers, it was only natural for the realms of gods to have them as well. Not long after arriving at the mystic Handaland in the realms of gods, Duan Lingtian learned that there were secret chambers of laws in the realms of gods. Moreover, the secret chambers were divided into several grades. The secret chambers of laws were formed by formations. Moreover, the formations were not difficult to set up. They were very basic formations. However, most of the secret chambers of laws had to be built on a divine stone mine. A certain amount of divine stones was required to use the secret chambers. The grade of the divine stone mine also determined the grade of the secret chamber. Naturally, there was another type of secret chamber that did not need to be built on a divine stone mine. It could be set up with divine stones. This sort of law chamber was also the lowest level law chamber. For example, the secret chamber of laws in the Tidal Temple's main temple that Duan Lingtian had visited before he came to the realms of gods was one of these secret chambers. However, these secret chambers could only help a person comprehend all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. Moreover, it required a lot of divine stones. Even an ordinary godly king-level faction could only allow their core members to use this sort of law chamber to increase their comprehension of laws. Only God-king forces with a strong foundation could allow most of their core members to enter these secret chambers. The secret chambers of laws that allowed one to comprehend the fusion of two profundities of a law could only be built on divine stone mines controlled by God-emperor forces. Moreover, the price to pay was not small. Every time one stayed in the secret chambers, a certain amount of divine stones would be consumed. Therefore, in a God-emperor force, very few people were allowed to enter the secret chambers to comprehend the profundities of a law. Those who were allowed to enter were those who were specially rewarded by the God-emperor force. As for the core members of a God-emperor force, they did not need to use these secret chambers. For example, the secret chambers of laws in the Linghu family, such as the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie, and many other core members of the Linghu family were not allowed to use them. Whether it was the elders of the Linghu family or the disciples of the Linghu family, they had to obtain permission from the Linghu family before they could use the secret chambers. If one barged in without permission, they would be sentenced to death. And from what Linghu Renjie had said, as long as Duan Lingtian needed the Linghu family's law chamber, the Linghu family could give it to Duan Lingtian unconditionally. Thank you, sect leader. Through Linghu Renjie's tone, Duan Lingtian could tell that Linghu Renjie wasn't just joking. Young master, if there's anything you need, just send me a message through my soul orb. I'll do it for you as soon as possible. After housekeeper Wang Fu gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian, he respectfully left the room. Young master, I won't disturb you any further. After Wang Fu left, he closed the door behind him. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he casually picked up the closest floating image pearl and poured his divine power into it. Immediately, a clear image appeared in front of him. Within the floating image pearl was a vast plain. Two figures were fighting, and one of them was skilled in the space laws. Moreover, this person's attainments in the space laws weren't low. He had comprehended the fusion of many different space laws, 3 profound meanings. Moreover, there was some fusion of 3 profound meanings that Duan Lingtian hadn't fused. Thus, Duan Lingtian watched with great interest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Linghu family with the Hung and Huan patriarchs, a piece of news spread through the Hidden Fog sect, alarming all the Hidden Fog sect disciples. Core, disciple Duan Lingtian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family. As soon as this news spread out, it caused a great sensation. After all, it hadn't been too long since Duan Lingtian was taken away by the Linghu family's Hung and Huan patriarchs. There weren't many people who knew about this yet. After this news spread, the entire Hidden Fog sect couldn't help but curse. That Duan Lingtian is actually so ungrateful. I heard that after Duan Lingtian killed fellow core disciples, senior apprentice Brother Shengguan Xiongfeng and senior apprentice Brother Long Shao, because of his talent and perception, Elder Feng and Elder Lei cherished him and couldn't bear to kill him. But they never imagined that not only was he ungrateful, but he even betrayed the sect and joined the Linghu family. That Duan Lingtian is too hateful. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability Otherwise, I would have helped the sect eliminate this ungrateful brat. From top to bottom, the entire Hidden Fog sect was cursing Duan Lingtian for being ungrateful. And the reason why they were cursing Duan Lingtian was because someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, it was the Hidden Fog sect master, Qianin, who had personally issued the order. As the Hidden Fog sect master, he could only watch helplessly as the person who had killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect came out unscathed and left the Hidden Fog sect to join another divine emperor-level influence. How could Qianin not be angry? However, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. It was only now that he vented it out in such a manner. The public news was that Duan Lingtian had left the Hidden Fog sect and joined the Linghu family, but behind the scenes, Duan Lingtian had been slandered. By doing this, even if Duan Lingtian had some great background in the future and wanted to settle accounts with him, he wouldn't be blamed on Qianin. Duan Lingtian actually left the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian left the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family. This matter must be reported immediately. After the spies the 10,000 demon sect, placed in the Hidden Fog sect, learned of this news, they immediately sent a message back to the 10,000 demon sect. For a time, the 10,000 demon sect elders in charge of contacting them also received the news. Moreover, they immediately went to find the sect master of the 10,000 demon sect, Lan Qing, and told him the news. After Lan Qing learned of this news, he was also stunned. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family? However, after regaining his composure, he went to the cultivation area of the 10,000 demon sect's highest elder, Kuang Tianzheng, and told the news to his martial uncle, who had just returned from the Tianlong clan. Kuang Tianzheng was an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, a middle divine emperor. The reason he returned this time was because of the death of his disciple, Chu Han. Until now, he suspected that the death of his disciple, Chu Han, was related to the Hidden Fog sect's disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. He already knew that Wu Feng had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. He had been waiting for Duan Lingtian to return so that he could find them and catch them all in one fell swoop. Today, he finally received news that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Hidden Fog sect. But soon after, his eyes brightened a little. But because of the following words of the 10,000 demon sect's sect master, they dimmed. Duan Lingtian betrayed the Hidden Fog sect and went to the Linghu family. Kuang Tianjing's complexion wasn't too good, because if this was the case, things would become complicated. He had to go to the Hidden Fog sect and also the Linghu family. But the Hidden Fog sect's 2 elders Feng and Lei didn't kill Duan Lingtian after he killed their disciples. Moreover, Duan Lingtian already had a grudge with the disciples of 2 elders Feng and Lei, and he left the Hidden Fog sect in order to avoid them and didn't return. When he returned this time, Long Shao went to find him and he directly killed him. This Duan Lingtian must have returned to the Hidden Fog sect prepared. After speculating for a while, Kuang Tianzheng was almost certain of this. Perhaps the Linghu family followed him back to the Hidden Fog sect. To be able to bring someone back to the Hidden Fog sect with Duan Lingtian right under the noses of elders Feng and Lei, who had just lost their beloved disciple, it's either the Linghu clan's second young miss or the Heng and Huan elders. Between them, the chances of the Linghu family's second miss going back with him are higher. After all, Duan Lingtian once pursued her daughter, Linghu Chuin, in Monarch, Descent City. Although she publicly stated that her daughter wouldn't marry, no one dares to say that she wouldn't change her mind because of Duan Lingtian's talent and perception. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, whether it was the 10,000 demon sect's sect master Lan Qing or the 10,000 demon sect's highest elder Duzhan, both of them nodded. They felt that this deduction was reasonable and convincing. Of course, the reason why Kuang Tianjing made such a guess was because he didn't know enough about the Linghu family's second, Mississippi. He also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had never pursued Linghu Chuin. However, His general guess was correct. Junior apprentice brother. After taking a deep breath, Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Zhan and said in a deep voice, "Help me make a trip to the Hidden Fog sect and bring the Wufeng back. Wait for me to deal with him when I return. Tell the Hidden Fog sect that he is someone that I, Kuang Tianjing, want. I don't think they will stop a mere inner sect disciple. As for me, I will make a trip to the Linghu family. The Linghu family will definitely treat Duan Lingtian as a treasure. If I don't go there myself, they won't hand over Duan Lingtian." As Du Zhan responded, Kuang Tianjing's figure flashed, and he disappeared from Du Zhan and Lanqing's sight. He was clearly heading straight for the Linghu family. Seeing this, Du Zhan didn't hesitate. He left the 10,000 demon sect and headed for the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Kuang Tianjing used a Divine Emperor level flying ship to rush over. He consumed a large number of divine stones and traveled at the speed of a high-level Divine Emperor. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Linghu City, where the Linghu family was located. A Divine Emperor level flying ship appeared outside the Linghu family's mansion. This naturally alarmed the Linghu family members patrolling the perimeter of the Linghu family. "Your Excellency is..." Seeing the person who flew out of the Divine Emperor level flying ship, the leader of the Linghu family's patrol team didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Someone who could own a Divine Emperor level flying ship was definitely not an ordinary person. Even their Linghu family only had 2 Divine Emperor level flying ships. One was controlled by the Linghu family's patriarch and the other was an elder. A Divine Emperor level flying ship was extremely precious. At the same time, it also symbolized one's status. Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. Facing the Linghu family's patrol elder's question, the old man who flew out of the flying ship indifferently stated his identity. Chapter 3748. The Linghu family's patrol elder had already guessed that Kuang Tianjing wasn't an ordinary person when he saw him arrive on a deity Emperor-class spaceship. But when Kuang Tianjing revealed his identity, he couldn't help but be shocked. Tianlong clan? That was the god Emperor-class clan that the Linghu family was indirectly attached to. And the person in front of him was actually the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder? "Greetings, Lord Kuang Tianjing." The Linghu family's patrol elder led a group of Linghu family's patrol disciples behind him to salute Kuang Tianjing respectfully. He didn't suspect that the person in front of him was an imposter. No one dared to impersonate the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder because it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, the person in front of him had already used a deity Emperor-class spaceship to prove his extraordinary identity. "Lord Kuang Tianjing, why have you come to our Linghu family?" the patrol elder asked curiously. "I'm looking for your Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjia," Kuang Tianjing said indifferently. Kuang Tianjing was the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. His status was so high that even Linghu Renjia, the patriarch of the Linghu family, came out to greet him as soon as he heard that he had come. The minimum requirement to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan was a mid-level god emperor. Moreover, not every mid-level god emperor had the strength to become an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Such an existence was considered respectable even in the Tianlong clan, let alone in the Linghu family. Therefore, Linghu Renjia was very enthusiastic. "Elder Tianjing, please come in." After Linghu Renjia came out, he didn't ask why Kuang Tianjing was looking for him. He immediately invited him into the Linghu family's residence. The patrol elder didn't know who Kuang Tianjing was, but he knew very well. He was an inner sect elder of the 1,000 Demon sect in the Tianlong clan. Before he joined the Tianlong clan, he was a member of the 1,000 Demon sect. Although he wasn't an enemy of the Linghu family, he was still a competitor in the Tianlong clan. Even so, he still didn't dare to be negligent. No matter what, he was a mid-level god emperor of the Linghu family. No, Linghu Renjie's residence. He looked directly at Linghu Renjie and said, Patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjie's residence. Linghu Renjie's is here. Obviously, Kuang Tian was ready to get straight to the point. What is it? Linghu Renjie looked at Kuang Tianjing in confusion. To be honest, he was also very surprised by Kuang Tianjing's arrival. He didn't know why the other party had come, but he knew that the other party couldn't have come to the Linghu family for no reason. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I'm here to borrow a person from Patriarch of the Linghu family, Kuang Tianjing said to Linghu Renjie with a smile. Borrow a person? Linghu Renjie was stunned, then said with a wry smile, Elder Tianjing, if you have something to say, just say it. I want to take Duan Lingtian with me. Kuang Tianjing looked at Linghu Renjie's eyes and said bluntly, Duan Lingtian. If Kuang Tianjing had mentioned someone else's name, Linghu Renjie wouldn't have had much of a reaction. But now Kuang Tianjing had mentioned Duan Lingtian's name. Duan Lingtian hadn't been in the Linghu family for long. It could be said that he hadn't even warmed up his seat yet. He had just arrived, and now this Kuang Tianjing was asking for him? Was he asking for the Hidden Fog sect? However, Linghu Renjie thought it was impossible. The Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect had been enemies for a long time. Even within the Tianlong clan, the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect were sworn enemies. It could be said that as long as there was a chance, they would fight to the death with each other. In this situation, as an elder of the Tianlong clan from the 10,000 Demons sect, it was impossible for Kuang Tianjing to help the Hidden Fog sect. Elder Kuang Tianjing, may I ask why? After Linghu Renjie's expression froze, he asked Kuang Tianjing curiously. At the same time, he didn't forget to send a message to Duan Lingtian. He also asked, Duan Lingtian, why would the 10,000 Demon sect's Tianlong clan elder Kuang Tianjing suddenly look for me and say that he wants to borrow you? After receiving Linghu Renjie's message, Duan Lingtian guessed Kuang Tianjing's intentions. This was because he knew who Kuang Tianjing was. He was Chu Han's honorable master, the one he had killed in the divine manner left behind by divine Emperor Qinwu. He was also Du Qianjuan's grandfather and the senior apprentice brother of the 10,000 Demon sect's highest elder, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't plan on hiding this matter from Linghu Renjie. After all, if he did, Linghu Renjie wouldn't take this matter seriously and would directly hand him over. Although Kuang Tianjing wasn't sure if he was the one who killed Chu Han, who knew if Kuang Tianjing wouldn't kill him with the thought of killing 1,000 by mistake is better than letting one? Therefore, Duan Lingtian told Linghu Renjie that he had killed Chu Han. What? You killed Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han? As far as I know, Chu Han was his youngest disciple. Moreover, it is said that he viewed Chu Han as his own grandson. Linghu Renjie was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant. Not only did he kill the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei, but before that he had even killed the most beloved disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. This Kuang Tianjing wasn't someone that the Hidden Fog sect's Old Feng and Old Lei could compare with. He was a middle divine emperor. If he attacked alone, even if the Hidden Fog sect's 4 strongest highest elders attacked together, they still might not be his match. Even if the several elders of the Linghu family, including Old Hung and Old Feng and himself, were added together, they would at most be able to fight to a draw with Kuang Tianjing. There was no other way. In that situation, either he died or we died, Duan Lingtian said. But after hearing Duan Lingtian say this, Linghu Renjie didn't ask any more questions. This was because he could understand. If he were in that situation, he would also kill Chu Han. You just stay here. I'll deal with him. As Linghu Renjie finished communicating with Duan Lingtian, Kuang Tianzheng hesitated for a moment. Then he finally answered Kuang Tianjing's question. I came to ask Patriarch Linghu for Duan Lingtian because he might be related to the death of my disciple, Chu Han. I looked for him because I wanted to know from him if he knew how my disciple died. Although this was what Kuang Tianjing said, an imperceptible cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed Shengguan Xiongfing and Long Shao, Kuang Tianzheng was almost certain. His disciple, Chu Han, was most likely killed by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had come this time with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. As long as the Linghu family handed over Chu Han, he would leave the Linghu family with his men and kill Chu Han. If Linghu Renjie hadn't heard this from Duan Lingtian, he might not have noticed the cold light in the depths of Kuang Tianjing's eyes. But now he clearly saw the cold light in Kuang Tianjing's eyes. Elder Tianzheng, if you want to know, why don't I help you ask Duan Lingtian? Linghu Renjie smiled faintly. Without waiting for Kuang Tianjing's refusal, he pretended to be absent-minded, as if he were transmitting a message. At this time, he pretended not to hear anything Kuang Tianjing said. After a while, Linghu Renjie came back to his senses and said to Kuang Tianjing, Elder Tianzheng, I asked Duan Lingtian, and he said he didn't know your disciple. Elder Tianzheng, are you mistaken? Patriarch Linghu, you should call him out and talk to him face to face. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he glanced at the Linghu family's residence. There was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. The Linghu family had once produced an extremely monstrous array master. He had arranged a guardian array around the Linghu family, and by relying on the power of the array formation, he had killed 3 lower god emperors who had joined forces to attack them. Moreover, they hadn't been ordinary lower god emperors. It was said that once the Linghu family's guardian array formation was activated, even a middle god emperor would be severely wounded. It could even injure a higher god emperor. If it weren't for this, he would have already rushed into the Linghu family and forcefully captured Duan Lingtian. It had to be known that this was how he had planned to go to the Hidden Fog sect and capture Duan Lingtian. Even if the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demons sect were enemies, he didn't have any misgivings. This was because, with his strength, he could disregard the several grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's guardian array formation wasn't enough to stop him. The Hidden Fog sect had never produced an existence skilled in array formations. In fact, array formations were their weakness. Even the 10,000 Demon sect's guardian array formation was stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's. Elder Tianzheng, it hasn't been convenient for Duan Lingtian to leave recently. Linghu Renjie faintly smiled and said, I presume you know what happened to him in the Hidden Fog sect. I am worried that there are people from the Hidden Fog sect lurking outside our Linghu family's mansion. They might ambush him at any moment. Just as Kuang Tianjing was about to proudly say something, Linghu Renjie continued, Moreover, before my second sister left, he made a heart demon blood oath in front of her. He said that before the Tianlong clan held the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, he would not take a single step out of the Linghu family. So he can't come out. Elder Tianzheng, if you really want to see him, how about following me into the mansion? Linghu Renjie asked with a smile. As Linghu Renjie's voice fell, Kuang Tianjing's complexion immediately turned ugly. He naturally didn't believe Linghu Renjie's words. But what could he say? Could he say that Linghu Renjie had hurriedly made a heart demon blood oath and said that he wasn't lying to him? Although Linghu Renjie was only a lower divine emperor, and he could easily kill him, behind Linghu Renjie was the Linghu family. He was part of the Tianlong clan's Linghu family. In the Tianlong clan, one of the best members of the Linghu family was Linghu Renjie's grandfather. That grandfather's status in the Tianlong clan was even higher than his own. Then I'll have to bother you. Although Kuang Tianjing dreaded the Linghu family's protective array formation, he still wanted to see Duan Lingtian. Even if he couldn't kill him today, he still wanted to confirm some things. Of course, in his heart, regardless of whether or not his disciple Chu Han's death was related to Duan Lingtian, he didn't plan on letting Duan Lingtian go. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. As Kuang Tianjing followed Linghu Renjie into the Linghu family's mansion, Duan Lingtian had already sent a message to Wu Feng in the distant Hidden Fog sect. A moment ago, he was relieved to see that Wu Feng's soul bead was intact. Chapter 37-49. Junior Apprentice Brother Duan. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Wu Feng was a bit surprised. However, when Duan Lingtian told Wu Feng that the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing, had come looking for him, Wu Feng's complexion changed. Since they found me, they must have found you as well. I estimate that senior apprentice brother Wu Feng called me by my surname, so they guessed that the person with you is me. I have the protection of the Linghu family head, so there shouldn't be any problems, but senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, the Hidden Fog sect might not be able to protect you. Before coming to the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had heard Wu Feng mention many things about the Linghu family. Wu Feng had also compared the Linghu family with the Hidden Fog sect. Both had their own merits. However, in terms of sect protecting array formations, the Linghu family was stronger and much stronger. The Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop a Middle Divine Emperor, let alone a Middle Divine Emperor. Even the last time Duan Lingtian left with the Linghu family's old men Hung and Huan, the Hidden Fog sect couldn't stop them. For instance, Wu Feng was only an inner sect disciple. In front of an inner sect elder like Kuang Tianjing of the Tianlong clan, it was hard to say whether or not the Hidden Fog sect would protect him. With the Hidden Fog sect's half-baked sect protecting array formations, even if they wanted to protect him, they wouldn't be able to. So if possible, senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, I advise you to leave the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian advised Wu Feng as he said, how about you come to the Linghu family? I can ask the Linghu family head to recommend you. He had always been grateful to Wu Feng. After all, if it weren't for Wu Feng bringing him to the divine abode left behind by divine Emperor Qinwu, he wouldn't have obtained anything. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I appreciate your good intentions. And on Wu Feng's side, there was soon a response. I will immediately leave the Hidden Fog sect, but after this, I cannot go to the Linghu family. I am a native of the profound Handaland, and I have my own family. I plan to return to my family and lead them to move. If that Tianlong clan inner sect elder can't find me, he'll definitely follow the clues and find my clan. I have to take the first step and move with my clan. In the future, junior brother Duan, if you need my help, feel free to send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. After Wu Feng finished his transmission, there was no response. Clearly, he was busy. Duan Lingtian. Just as he ended his communication with Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian received another message. It was from the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renj. Duan Lingtian, Kuang Tianjing, insisted on seeing you. I brought him into the family mansion. Come to the main hall for a moment. Don't worry. I will control our Linghu family's great sect protecting array to protect you. Even if that Kuang Tianjing attacks you, he won't be able to kill you. As Linghu Renjie finished speaking, he deliberately comforted Duan Lingtian. Come here. Just give him a perfunctory reply. Linghu Renjie added. All right, Duan Lingtian responded. Then he left the room, leaving the mansion that Linghu Renjie had arranged for him. Then he went straight to the main hall. In the main hall, Linghu Renjie stood there, and not too far in front of Linghu Renjie was an old man. This old man had a medium build, white hair, and a ruddy complexion. He looked extremely ordinary, but Duan Lingtian knew that this was restraint. Moreover, this sort of restraint was rare for ordinary people. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level could they achieve this. Patriarch Duan Lingtian greeted Linghu Renjie as he walked into the main hall. In the blink of an eye, he was near Linghu Renjie and the old man in front of him. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjie returned the greeting with a smile. Then he took a few steps forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. He stood between Duan Lingtian and the old man. Then, with his back facing the old man, he introduced, "This is the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder, Elder Kuang Tianjing." Elder Kuang Tianjing used to be a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect. Later, he joined the Tianlong clan and rose through the ranks. He is a prominent figure of the Thousand Demon sect in the Tianlong clan. After Linghu Renjie finished his introduction, he turned to look at Kuang Tianjing. "Elder Tianjing, I don't think I need to introduce Duan Lingtian, right?" At the same time, Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He asked in a deep voice, "I heard my junior apprentice brother, Du Zhan's grandson, Du Qianjun, say that before my disciple Chu Han died, the last people he came into contact with were you and that hidden fog sect disciple Wu Feng." Duan Lingtian heard this. Although he knew what was going on, his face was still filled with confusion. "Elder Tianjin, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? Your disciple Chu Han? I've never heard of him, nor do I know him. Did you mistake him for someone else?" The confusion on Duan Lingtian's face caused Kuang Tianjing to frown. If it weren't for the fact that he was 100% sure that the person beside Wu Feng was Duan Lingtian, then he might have been fooled by Duan Lingtian. He knew that it was impossible to see any clues from Duan Lingtian's expression. Duan Lingtian was clearly an expert in this field. "Duan Lingtian, my disciple Chu Han, you were the one who killed him, right?" Kuang Tianjing asked once more. Moreover, this was the most sensitive question. Even Linghu Renjie's expression changed drastically. Immediately, his right hand shook the void. Immediately, a layer of light appeared in front of him, Duan Lingtian and Kuang Tianjing. The Linghu family's protective array formation formed a defensive barrier in front of Duan Lingtian and Linghu Renjie, separating them from Kuang Tianjing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt an absolute sense of security as he looked at the translucent light barrier in front of him. He had heard about the Linghu clan's great protective array from Wu Feng. He knew how strong the great protective array was. It could kill low-level divine emperors with the power of the great protective array. Ordinary low-level divine emperors couldn't even break through the great protective array. A mid-level divine emperor couldn't break through the great protective array. Ordinary high-level divine emperors couldn't break through it. "Linghu family head, you're too careful." Kuang Tianjing looked deeply at Linghu Renjie and said in a low voice. Although Kuang Tianjing looked calm on the surface, his heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He was angry at Linghu Renjie for being so careful and helpless against the protective array formation in front of him. Just now, as soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to kill Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect Linghu Renjie to react so quickly. When his consciousness probingly landed on the formation canopy in front of him, he discovered that with his strength, it would be impossible for him to completely break through the formation canopy. Therefore, he didn't make a move in the end. "Elder Tianjing, you told me that you only came to ask Duan Lingtian a few questions." Linghu Renjie looked at Kuang Tianjing, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. His tone also became much lower. "I believe in your sincerity. That's why I allowed you to see Duan Lingtian." "I'm sorry. but because I thought of my disciple Chu Han who died in vain, I couldn't help but be a bit agitated. Kuang Tianzheng restrained the divine power he was accumulating. Although he was apologizing, his tone was frivolous and casual, without the slightest bit of sincerity. Then he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, it's best if you have nothing to do with the death of my disciple Chu Han. Otherwise, whether it is the Hidden Fog sect or the Ling Hu family behind you, none of them will be able to protect you." After leaving behind these ruthless words, Kuang Tianzheng turned and left. When he turned and left, one could feel the divine power on his body surface again, like a surging flame that was constantly roaming on the surface of his body. "I heard that you plan to participate in our Tianlong clan's Hidden Dragon Grand Competition in 20 years. We will meet again at that time." These were the last words Kuang Tianzheng said before he walked out of the main hall and flew away. However, from beginning to end, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. He was not affected by Kuang Tianzheng's ruthless words at all. To him, Kuang Tianzheng was just a small stumbling block on his path to the profound Handaland. If he couldn't even cross this small stumbling block, how could he talk about rescuing his wife, Ker, 300 years later? Of course, if Ling Hu Chuin was Ker, he also needed to have enough strength to obtain the recognition of the Xia family behind Ker. Perhaps Ker didn't care about this. However, as a man, he cared a lot about this. Duan Lingtian. Ling Hu Renjie couldn't help but bitterly smile. "Now, not only have you offended the Hidden Fog sect's elders Feng and Lei, but even this Kuang Tianzheng wants to kill you. Before you go to the Tianlong clan, you have to be careful. It's best if you don't take half a step away from our Ling Hu family's residence." After saying this, Ling Hu Renjie's bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a solemn and dignified expression. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood this principle, so he naturally wouldn't foolishly send himself to his death. He had already thought about it. If he were elders Feng and Lei, he definitely wouldn't be willing. He would definitely come to Ling Hu City and wait for an opportunity to attack him. Of course, the possibility of elders Feng and Lei directly killing him was very low, unless they completely ignored the Hidden Fog sect. Otherwise, before they confirmed whether or not he had an amazing background, they absolutely wouldn't kill him. Just like in the Hidden Fog sect, elders Feng and Lei didn't attack him because they were afraid of the amazing background behind him. Otherwise, they would have killed him as soon as they saw him. As for that Kuang Tianzheng, he clearly didn't have so many misgivings. As long as Kuang Tianzheng found an opportunity, he would likely kill him directly. With Kuang Tianzheng's attitude just now, it was clear that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. "I never thought that before I even entered the Tianlong clan, I would make such an enemy," Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. However, even without such an enemy, the Hidden Fog sect of the Tianlong clan would still view me as a thorn in their side. Within the Tianlong clan, those from the Ling Hu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect had all gathered together. They were all on the same side as their previous families and sections. What? Wu Feng ran away. Not long after leaving the Ling Hu family and returning to the 10,000 Demon sect, Kuang Tianzheng received a message from Duzhan. He was so angry that his face flushed red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, his intestines turned green with regret. Damn it! It must have been that Duan Lingtian who leaked the information. Chapter 3750. Before Kuang Tianzheng left, he went to the Ling Hu family and had his junior apprentice brother, Duzhan, go to the Hidden Fog sect. Because he was so eager to take revenge for his disciple Emohan, he didn't think too much about many things. Or it could be said that at that time, all he thought about was how Duan Lingtian had killed the disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Whether it was Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, They were top 5 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Kuang Tianjing had more or less heard of them. He knew that they were middle god kings, and their strength surpassed many high god kings. But Duan Lingtian had just become a lower god king, and yet he was able to kill them. With Duan Lingtian's methods, even if he hadn't broken through to the god king realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill his disciple Chu Han. Thus, when he left the 10,000 demon sect and went to the Linghu family, all his thoughts were on Duan Lingtian. He didn't even think about how he was able to travel at the speed of a lower god emperor on a god emperor level flying ship. Compared to his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan, who was a lower god emperor, he was much faster. In fact, when he arrived at the Linghu family and Duan Lingtian saw him, his junior apprentice brother Du Zhan hadn't even arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. Senior apprentice brother, I was too slow. After Du Zhan returned to the 10,000 demon sect, his face was filled with regret. It has nothing to do with you. Although Kuang Tianjing was enraged, he didn't lose his reason. He waved his hand and said, I didn't calculate the time well and gave that Duan Lingtian a chance to inform Wu Feng. However, although Wu Feng ran away, we can confirm that the Wu Yishan and the so-called junior apprentice brother Duan that Qianjun spoke of are the two of them. Duan Lingtian's strength is much stronger than what we knew. To be able to kill Shengguan Xiongfing and Long Shao, disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's Old Man Wind and Thunder with a lower God King cultivation, that means he can jump 2 cultivation boundaries to fight and kill enemies. With his abilities before he became a lower Divine King, he could have easily killed my disciple Chu Han. Chu Han was most likely killed by him. As he spoke, Kuang Tianjing took a deep breath and calmed down a little. However, there's no rush for now. According to what that Linghu Renja said, that Duan Lingtian plans to participate in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition that our Tianlong clan will hold in 20 years. And the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition is only open to new disciples who have just passed the test and entered the sect. Since he will enter the Tianlong clan sooner or later, then I will wait for him in the Tianlong clan. I won't wait for him to grow up. Once he reaches the Tianlong clan, I'll make arrangements to kill him. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time there's no chance to kill him in the Linghu family? Du Zhan asked. Then he added, that Duan Lingtian's talent and perception are too monstrous. I feel that if we can kill him as soon as possible, it's better to do so. Although he had never seen the Duan Lingtian before, he had heard of him. It was enough for him to know just how monstrous and heaven-defying the other party was. I do want to kill him, Kuang Tianjing said in a low voice, but that Linghu Renjie protected him to the death. In fact, when I wanted to kill him, that Linghu Renjie even activated the Linghu family's protective array. A defensive barrier fell from the sky, separating me from that Duan Lingtian. As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he gnashed his teeth. That Linghu Renjie is clearly relying on the fact that his grandfather is the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. That's why he dares to act so presumptuously in front of me. White Dragon Elder. Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder was almost equal to their myriad demon sect. There was also the Hidden Fog sect's core elder. They were all outstanding middle-level divine emperors, and their status in the Tianlong clan was also very high. As for their myriad demon sect, of all the people who had entered the Tianlong clan, the one who had done the best was the White Dragon Elder. Currently, their myriad demon sect had a senior who was the Tianlong clan's White Dragon Elder. It was extremely difficult for them to advance any further. Junior brother. Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Zhan and changed the topic. Previously, I heard from Lan Qing that Duan Lingtian came from a Devata realm and doesn't have any background in the mystic Starland. However, Wu Feng has a clan behind him. Based on the current situation, it's meaningless for me to stay here. I'll return to the sect and continue arranging the marriages of my disciples. Wu Feng's clan has most likely been moved away by him. However, it's best if you go and take a look. If he didn't manage to move his clan in time, you can use his clan to threaten him and kill him. Kuang Tianzheng said. Don't worry, senior brother. Du Zhan said confidently. Even if he moved his clan away, I'll do my best to find them. If I capture him, I'll personally send him to the Tianlong clan for senior brother to deal with. Upon hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianjing nodded and smiled. Then, I'll have to trouble you, junior brother. The marriage between my second disciple and vice sect leader, Shue's daughter, should be held within 3 years. At that time, I'll send you and Lan Qing an invitation in advance. At that time, you can bring Pejun and Qianjun along. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng finished speaking, he left. After Kuang Tianzheng left, Du Zhan was still in a state of excitement. Vice sect leader Shue. He's the vice sect leader of the Tianlong clan. His position is so high that Elder Bailong can't compare to him. It seems like our myriad demon sect strength has increased greatly in the Tianlong clan. We'll be able to suppress the Hidden Fog sect in one fell swoop. After a long while, Du Zhan finally calmed down. At the same time, he went to look for Lan Qing, the sect leader of the myriad demon sect, to ask him about Wu Feng's clan, the Linghu family. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Linghu family, the Linghu family's patriarch, Linghu Renjie, took great care of him. As long as it was within Linghu Renjie's power, he would grant Duan Lingtian's request. Under these circumstances, not only did Duan Lingtian recognize Linghu Renjie as a person, but he also recognized Linghu Renjie as the leader of the Linghu family. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian stayed in his residence to cultivate. However, even with the help of various divine pills and spirit fruits, his progress was still slow. He felt that it was extremely difficult to increase his cultivation in the divine king realm. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian, who was bored, continued to study the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. At the same time, he began to read books. The books were readily available in the Linghu family's library. Linghu Renjie had given Duan Lingtian a high level of clearance. As long as it was not a secret of the Linghu family, he could borrow it. There are so many things to pay attention to when refining divine pills. Duan Lingtian's main focus was on the pill refinement methods of divine alchemists in the realms of gods. What he had learned so far was only superficial. For example, when refining pills, divine pill masters had to rely on the law of fire to fuse their divine energy into the flames. Moreover, they had to control the intensity of the flames. This was similar to the alchemy methods in the Devata realms. However, as Duan Lingtian continued to read, he learned more. As it turned out, controlling the flames was only a part of the refining method. The other part relied on the law of wood. A divine alchemist with peerless talent in alchemy can even use the law of life to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods and infuse it into his divine pills to further purify them and increase the success rate and quality of his divine pills. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he read this. The divine tree of life? Naturally, he knew there was a divine tree of life in the realms of gods. However, he did not expect to be able to extract a trace of life energy from the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Most importantly, he had the divine tree of life in his little world. He could have as much life energy as he wanted. In the realms of gods, one has to rely on the law of fire to gain basic mastery in alchemy, the law of wood to advance, and the law of life to perfect mastery. Powerful alchemists are usually skilled in controlling flames and using the law of wood to refine pills. Then they can use the law of life to extract life energy from the heaven and earth spirit energy to refine the pills. Duan Lingtian discovered after reading about the law of alchemy. He had the basic qualifications to become a top divine pill master in the realms of gods. Moreover, his qualifications were far superior to other divine pill masters. he could be said to be blessed by heaven. Naturally, the stronger the law of fire and the more profundities one can fuse, the better. However, in alchemy, one can't use the law of fire's fused profundities. Moreover, if one uses the fused profundities, the temperature of the cauldron would become unstable and cause the refinement to fail. Of course, there are also some divine alchemists who use the law of fire to heat the cauldron before concocting pills, allowing the cauldron to heat up faster. It's the same for the law of wood. All one has to do is master all profundities to the mastery stage. It's the same for the law of life. In other words, if I want to become a qualified divine pill master in the realms of gods, I don't have to waste my time comprehending these 3 laws. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Currently, I'm qualified to master the law of fire. As for the law of life, I've mastered all the profundities to the initial stage. As for the law of wood, I've also comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. When he was still in the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all the profundities to the mastery stage when he was in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber. As for the law of life and the law of wood, he did not really comprehend them. He had to rely on the divine tree of life and the clear heavens divine wood to comprehend them. It seems like I'll have to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian contacted the clan leader of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, and told him he wanted to use the Linghu family's secret chamber. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Renjia responded quickly. With your current attainments in the law of space, the Linghu family's secret chamber won't be of any help to you. You'll only be wasting your time if you enter the secret chamber. As soon as Linghu Renjia finished speaking, Duan Lingtian knew Linghu Renjia had misunderstood him. Clan leader, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of space. I want to enter the secret chamber to comprehend the law of life and the law of wood. Chapter 3751. Comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood. When Linghu Renjia heard Duan Lingtian's words, he couldn't help but ask, Duan Lingtian, are you planning to learn alchemy? Alchemy requires a certain foundation. Moreover, even if you have a foundation, there are still many aspects that you need to pay attention to. If you need any divine pills, I'll help you find them. You don't need to learn alchemy by yourself. If you have the time, you might as well cultivate. Linghu Renjia advised kindly. While Duan Lingtian appreciated Linghu Renjia's kind advice, he sighed and said, Patriarch, my cultivation has entered a plateau and I need to rest. However, even if I stop cultivating, my mind will still be filled with cultivation. This situation is not good for my cultivation. I want to find something else to focus on and distract myself. In short, it's fine as long as you know what to do. Linghu Renjia said, I'll ask Wang Fu to come over later and receive the token to enter the Law Secret Room for me. Wang Fu will then take you to the Law Secret Room. Wang Fu was the steward of the mansion where Duan Lingtian was currently living. He was Duan Lingtian's personal steward. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Whether it was Linghu Renjia or Wang Fu, they were both very efficient. Only about a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fu's voice from outside. Young master, I've already received the token to enter the Law Secret Room from Patriarch. Whenever you want to go to the Law Secret Room, you can call me at any time. Let's do it now. Almost as soon as Wang Fu finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already pushed open the door and walked out. He was now eager to comprehend the laws of life and the laws of wood. His goal was to comprehend all the profundities of the laws of life and the laws of wood to the great accomplishment stage. As for fusing profundities, he wasn't interested. At least, he wasn't interested for the time being. Currently, he was most proficient in the law of space, and when facing an enemy, he could only use one law, so he wasn't in a hurry to use the other laws. Young master, please follow me. Under Wang Fu's guidance, Duan Lingtian made his way through the Linghu family mansion before finally arriving at a spacious area within the Linghu family mansion. In this open space, at first glance, one could see many people standing in groups of 3 to 5, looking around vigilantly. Young master, this is where our Linghu family's law room is located. The law room is underground. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Wang Fu entered, several people nearby came forward. They only let them pass when they saw the token that Wang Fu took out. After showing the token several times, Wang Fu led Duan Lingtian to a corner of the open space, behind a stone platform. There was also a flight of stairs leading underground. As Duan Lingtian followed Wang Fu down the stairs, he could see that the walls on both sides of the stairs were engraved with incomparably complex patterns and patterns. Even on the stairs, there were quite a few patterns and patterns. Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his consciousness, and it wasn't difficult to discover that the walls and stairs were covered with formations. The formations seemed to be on the verge of being activated at any time. After descending the stairs, Duan Lingtian was presented with a long passageway, and on both sides of the passageway were small cubicles. However, even the small cubicles were each more than 100 square meters in size. Elder, Wang Fu walked in front and handed the token in his hand to an old man who came forward to greet him. The old man glanced at the token and extended his consciousness into it. A humanoid figure appeared in a timely manner. It was Linghu Renjie. Patriarch, the old man greeted Linghu Renjie. Fourth Elder, you're on duty today. Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure smiled faintly. Yes, the old man responded. As for his identity, it was also revealed when Linghu Renjie spoke. He was the Linghu family's fourth elder. The Linghu family was divided into inner clan and outer clan. Outer clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect elders. Inner clan elders corresponded to the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elders. Core elders were about the same. As the Linghu family's fourth elder, this old man was one of the Linghu family's core elders. He was an outstanding figure amongst the Linghu family's upper god kings. Duan Lingtian wants to enter the law chamber. He can stay as long as he wants. Don't rush him, Linghu Renjie said to the old man. As his voice fell, Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure completely vanished. As for the light that rose from the token, it was also completely restrained. Duan Lingtian? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian's attention was also drawn to the appearance of Linghu Renjie's humanoid figure. It wasn't until he heard the old man's voice that he regained his composure. Duan Lingtian, I am the Linghu family's fourth elder, Linghu Hua. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, stunned for a moment. Then he revealed a brilliant smile. I've long heard of your great name. You haven't even reached 3,000 years of age, and yet you've become a lower god king. Moreover, you've killed 2 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Although those 2 core disciples were only middle god kings, they were stronger than ordinary upper god kings. As soon as Linghu Hua spoke, he mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. It was clear that this matter had already spread. Fourth elder overpraises me. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian, you don't need to be modest in front of me. Linghu Hua smiled. Speaking of which, I can be considered the patriarch's cousin. There are many things that others don't know, but I do. However, I still have to tell you something. Joining the Linghu family is absolutely your best choice. What the Hidden Fog sect can give you, the Linghu family can also give you. What the Hidden Fog sect can't give you, the Linghu family can still give you. Linghu Hua said, Take this law chamber, for example. You've seen it for yourself. Besides you, no one else has come here. This is because very few people come here. Every time the law chamber is used, It consumes a great deal of the divine stones in our Linghu family's divine stone mine. The consumption is enormous. Even the direct descendants can't come here whenever they want. As for the other juniors of our Linghu family, they all need to meet certain conditions before they have the chance to enter. Moreover, the time they can stay is limited. As for you, Duan Lingtian, the Patriarch's order is that you can stay in the law chamber for as long as you want. There's no need to rush you. As Linghu Hua spoke, his gaze became particularly complex. Even now, as he recalled Linghu Renja's words just now, Linghu Hua was shocked and filled with disbelief. This was the first time he had heard the Patriarch give such an order. I feel it. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He would always remember the care that Linghu Renjia gave him. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay this kindness. Go. Choose the law chamber you want to enter. Although there are no words at the entrance of each law chamber, it won't be difficult for you to discover what laws those law chambers correspond to. As soon as Linghu Hua finished speaking, Duan Lingtian found the law chamber of life and slowly walked in. He planned to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage before he entered the law chamber of wood to comprehend the law of wood. When Wang Fu saw Duan Lingtian entering the law chamber, he turned around and left. The law chamber was an important place in the Linghu family. Unrelated people were not allowed to stay for long. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had seen a law chamber, so he was familiar with it. Back when Duan Lingtian was still in the Devata realm, he had spent 3 months in the law chamber of the tidal temple to comprehend all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Of course, that was also because he had extraordinary attainments in those 2 laws to begin with. This time he had comprehended a law that he was not good at in the past. For this reason, it took Duan Lingtian 4 months to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life and the law of wood to the mastery stage. At this point, he had achieved all his goals. 4th Elder. After Duan Lingtian left the law chamber, he looked for Linghu Hua, the 4th Elder of the Linghu family, who was still on duty in the law chamber. There's no law chamber of the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family? Before Duan Lingtian entered the law chamber of life, he had sensed various laws at the entrance of each law chamber. Apart from the 5 elemental laws, there was also the law of wind, the law of ice, and the law of thunder. There was also the law of darkness, the law of light, and the law of destruction. As for the 4 supreme laws, apart from the law of time, there was also the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. However, there was no law of time. At that time, his first thought was that he was not confident enough in his senses, so he did not think too much about it and entered the law chamber of life directly. When he came out of the law chamber of life and entered the law chamber of wood, he carefully probed around but still did not find the law chamber of time. Now that he had come out of the law chamber of wood, he could not help but ask Linghu Hua, the 4th Elder of the Linghu family. Before coming to the law chamber of the Linghu family, Duan Lingtian had not thought about the law of time. After coming here, he thought about how he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage in the land of inheritance that his master had obtained from the ultimate powerhouse. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to comprehend the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of time in the law chamber of the Linghu family. However, he could not find the law chamber of time even though he wanted to do so. Duan Lingtian. Linghu Hua was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. However, when he regained his senses, he could not help but chuckle. Don't you know that only supreme powerhouses are capable of creating a secret chamber that contains the law of time? As long as it's not an ultimate powerhouse, no matter how good they are at setting up formations, or even if they're a high-level supreme god, they can't set up the law of time. This is a public, iron law in all the planes of gods. Chapter 3752. Only a supreme powerhouse could set it up? After listening to Linghu Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian recalled the secret chamber that contained the law of time. He entered in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was the place where his master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance from a supreme powerhouse. It was left behind by a supreme powerhouse. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian at this moment. He was still thinking about improving his comprehension of the law of time in the Linghu family's secret chamber. Apart from the law of space, the law of time was the law of time that Duan Ling Tian valued the most. The law of space was not weaker than any other law except for the law of time. As for the law of time, it was known as the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. It was the strongest of the 4 supreme laws, not to mention when compared to the other laws. Are you asking this because you still want to comprehend the law of time in our Linghu family's secret chamber? Linghu Hua shook his head. If the secret chamber in our Linghu family can allow one to comprehend the law of time, I'm afraid even the clan leader and the clan elders would want to enter it. Unfortunately, only a supreme powerhouse can set up a secret chamber that contains the law of time. In the Devata realms, only godly venerable rank forces that have a close relationship with a supreme powerhouse have a secret chamber that contains the law of time. Otherwise, it would be in the cultivation place of a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, the inheritance left behind by a supreme powerhouse might also have a secret chamber that contains the law of time, Linghu Hua said. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile awkwardly. At the same time, Linghu Hua continued to say, as one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time is the most mysterious and the most difficult to comprehend. Take our Linghu family as an example. In the history of our Linghu family, no one has ever comprehended all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage, let alone comprehending the fused profundities from the law of time. It's not that no one wants to focus on the temporal laws, but unless they never step into the divine king realm in their entire lives, there is no time for them to waste. In the planes of gods, apart from those who are naturally gifted with the law of time or those who are extremely lucky to obtain divine fruits or time tablets, it's very difficult for them to stay true to themselves and focus on the law of time. Many people will discover that the time spent comprehending the laws of time can also be used to comprehend other laws, resulting in twice the result with half the effort. After hearing Linghu Hua's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded in understanding. At the same time, he knew how lucky he was to be able to enter a secret chamber that contained the law of time left behind by a supreme expert. It was a privilege that most people in the realms of gods rarely had. As for what Linghu Hua said, he could understand. After all, in the realms of gods, one had to become a god king or they would not have much time to waste. Everyone was racing against time. Once they lost, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation that existences above the level of God King would face once every 1,000 years, and their bodies and Tao would vanish. If one did not break through and become a God King, their soul would remain at the level of a god. It would not benefit them in comprehending the law of time. Although a stronger soul would not give them an advantage in comprehending the law of time, it would definitely be more advantageous than before. Young master, a voice rang from the staircase. It was none other than Wang Fu, whom Duan Lingtian had summoned earlier when he learned that there was no secret chamber of time in the Linghu family's secret chamber. Since Wang Fu had the token to enter and exit the secret chamber, he would need Wang Fu to lead the way. Fourth Elder, thank you for clearing my doubts. Since I've achieved my goal, I'll take my leave first. Since Wang Fu had arrived, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Linghu Hua. All right. Linghu Hua smiled and nodded. He watched as Duan Lingtian brought Wang Fu away. A faint smile appeared on his face. Since the clan leader has recruited this young man into our Linghu family, it can be said that the Linghu family has picked up a treasure. Linghu Hua, naturally, knew that Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of life and the law of wood during the short time he had spent in the secret chamber. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the two profundities to the mastery stage before leaving the secret chamber. It seemed like he did not intend to continue using the secret chamber of the Linghu family. It was obvious he did not want to take advantage of the Linghu family. Such a person was worthy of recognition. He was not an ungrateful person. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension ability were astounding. To the Linghu family, having a revered elder with a different surname was only beneficial. After Duan Lingtian left the secret chamber with Wang Fu, he returned to his room and took out a divine pill cauldron from his spatial ring. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Devata realms, he had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including 2 divine artifact pill cauldrons. In the realms of gods, divine pill cauldrons were not graded. It was even to the extent that powerhouses with high cultivations needed to suppress their divine power when refining pills. Otherwise, once the divine power fused with the law of fire became too rampant, it would destroy the herbs needed to refine pills, and even the pills that had yet to take shape. In the realms of gods, pill refinement relied on experience, innate talent, and the ability to sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy. Many divine alchemists were experienced and talented. However, since they could not sense the life energy in the heaven and earth spirit energy, let alone extract the life energy to aid in pill refinement, their success rate was not high. Moreover, even if they succeeded, the quality of the pills would not be high. As for some divine pills that had no difference in quality, such as the Emperor Connecting Divine Pill that the Heavenly Dragon sect took out last time, and this time in the Hidden Dragon Grand Competition, it was impossible to refine it without the purification of life force during the refining process. Even if the life energy was used to refine the pills, it was not guaranteed that the pills would be refined successfully. It also depended on whether the life energy came in time and the quantity was sufficient. Take the Tianlong clan's divine alchemist, for example. He was able to refine more than 10 Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In terms of skill, he could be ranked second in the entire realms of gods. He was a divine alchemist that any Emperor God forces would kill to recruit. Such a divine alchemist was capable of refining Emperor-grade divine pills. Even if the success rate was not high, it was still possible. For a divine alchemist who did not have the ability to refine Emperor-grade divine pills, it would be a waste no matter how many materials were given to him. Let's try refining the Jia, Yi, and Bing Sen divine pills first. Duan Lingtian recalled the 3 divine pills he had obtained at the Heavenly Wind City's Zhou clan's auction after he arrived at the profound Handle Land. It was precisely those 3 divine pills that helped his cultivation base to improve in a short period of time. At that time, he had snatched the 3 divine pills from the 4th master of the Zhong clan in Heavenly Wind City. The spatial ring that Chu Han had left behind had a few sets of the herbs needed to refine the Jia, Yi, and Bing Sen divine pills. In fact, there were many herbs needed to refine the divine pills. Is Chu Han a divine alchemist as well? Duan Lingtian guessed. In fact, Chu Han was a divine alchemist. The reason why Kuang Tianjin, an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect, chose Chu Han was not only because of Chu Han's martial talent, but also because of Chu Han's talent in alchemy. Although Chu Han had not broken through to the God King realm, he could refine spirit-grade divine pills. He could even refine ordinary king-grade divine pills. Divine pills of the same grade were divided into different grades. For example, the Emperor Ascension divine pill that could help a higher God King to break through to the lesser God Emperor realm was an Emperor-grade divine pill. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Emperor-grade divine pill. For this reason, the Emperor Ascension divine pill was one of the top Emperor-grade divine pills that could be used by God Kings. It could be said that it was a divine pill that every God King dreamed of. The old sect master of the Sky Dragon sect was able to refine Emperor-grade divine pills. He was already considered an Emperor-grade divine pill master. Of course, there's also a difference in strength between Emperor-grade divine pill masters. The weaker ones can barely refine Emperor-grade divine pills, but their success rate is pitifully low and their waste of materials is shocking. A strong Emperor-grade divine pill master has a stable success rate when refining Emperor-grade divine pills. They can refine ordinary Emperor-grade divine pills with ease, and the success rate of refining Emperor-grade divine pills is astonishing. If I'm not wrong, the old clan leader of the Tianlong clan is considered a strong Emperor-grade divine pill master. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the Tianlong clan was able to produce so many Emperor Ascension divine pills in 100 years. In the realms of gods, the highest level of divine pill masters were venerable grade divine pill masters. Below them were Emperor-grade divine pill masters, Royal-grade divine pill masters, King-grade divine pill masters, and Spirit-grade divine pill masters. For example, Chu Han, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could be considered a King-grade divine pill master because he could refine King-grade divine pills. Let's practice first. In the realms of gods, most of the recipes for divine pills were no secret. After all, even if the recipes were leaked, not everyone could refine them. This was especially true for some pill formulas, although the required medicinal ingredients were recorded. If the key points of the technique were not written, even the divine alchemist who had the ability to refine the divine pills recorded in the formula would often fail due to the lack of technique. The higher the grade of the divine pill, the more particular the recipe was. Naturally, 4 spirit-grade divine pills, like the Jia Yibing divine pill, the recipe had been improved many times over the long history of the realms of gods. Even the technique recorded in the recipe had been improved continuously. Therefore, any spirit-grade divine pill master with some skill would be able to refine it. Although there was a ready-made recipe, it was still difficult to put it into practice. Every step could not be wrong. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's first attempt at refining the Jia Yibing divine pill had failed. In the process of refining the Jia Yibing divine pill with the law of wood, the cauldron exploded and the incomplete Jia Yibing divine pill was turned into useless dregs. I actually failed. Duan Lingtian felt a little disappointed when he saw the dregs pouring out of the cauldron. Am I not talented in this area? Am I not suitable to be a divine pill master? If other divine pill masters heard Duan Lingtian's words, they would definitely beat him to death. It was Duan Lingtian's first time refining a divine pill. Moreover, the Jia Yibing divine pill was one of the top spirit-grade divine pills. Divine pill masters who could refine the Jia Yibing divine pill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the realms of gods. Chapter 3753. From Duan Lingtian's point of view, the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill was only a spirit-level divine pill. Moreover, the recipe that he had memorized in the Linghu family's library was a refined version. Every step was very detailed, and even the strength of the technique was standardized. It was too much of a blow for him to fail under such circumstances. Let's try again. Just nice. There's still one more set of ingredients to refine the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill. If I fail again, I'll stop studying pill refinement for the time being. Maybe I'm really not cut out to be a divine pill master. With a nervous heart, Duan Lingtian began refining the Jia Yibing 3 divine pill again. This time, he was even more serious than before. Every step was done according to the description of the pill formula in his memory. Not a single mistake was made. Soon it was time to refine. After failing once, Duan Lingtian was even more careful. Then he successfully passed the refining stage. Normally, after refining, he could condense the pill. After all, it was only a spirit-level divine pill. Divine pill masters who refined this kind of divine pill basically did not have the ability to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to further refine the divine pill. Moreover, even if a spirit-level divine pill was not purified, the success rate was very high. It was not like a divine pill above the emperor level, which could not be formed without purification. Should I refine it? However, Duan Lingtian now wanted to refine the Jia Yi Bing, 3 divine pill that was about to condense. According to the recipe, a divine pill master who has the ability to refine the Jia Yi Bing, 3 divine pill will have a 100% success rate once the refinement is successful. If the refinement fails, this cauldron of Jia Yi Bing, 3 divine pill will be wasted. If I don't refine it and condense it directly, the success rate will be more than 60%. If I condense it directly now, whether or not it will be formed completely depends on the will of the heavens. Should I try refining it? It was not easy to get to this step. He had not made any mistakes before and was about to condense the pill. Duan Lingtian did not want to leave all this to the will of the heavens. Moreover, he did not need to extract the life force from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could just get it from the divine tree of life in his small world. To be precise, he just needed to let the life force in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that filled his small world. The small world in his body was completely under his control. With a single thought, the condensed life force gushed out from the small world in his body and entered the divine artifact pill, cauldron before him. After a while, Duan Lingtian stopped pouring in his divine power of life because it was enough. He had even channeled the power of life to the limit that the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pill could absorb. If there was an emperor-grade divine pill master or above, seeing Duan Lingtian obtain so much life force from refining pills, they would definitely be dumbfounded. If they saw Duan Lingtian injecting so much life force into the cauldron used to concoct spirit-grade divine pills, they would definitely scold Duan Lingtian for being a wastrel. One had to know that even the most outstanding emperor-grade divine pill alchemist wouldn't be able to extract even a tenth of what Duan Lingtian was injecting into his pill cauldron. Extravagant. It was too extravagant. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian didn't have any concept of this. He only knew that the first divine pill he had concocted was about to take shape. Moreover, it would definitely take shape. There was no need to worry about failure. It's done. As Duan Lingtian's consciousness trembled, he casually patted the divine artifact pill cauldron in front of him. Immediately, the lid of the pill cauldron folded up and 3 divine pills flew out at lightning speed. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, casually grabbed the 3 divine pills in his hand. The 3 divine pills shone brightly, just like the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills that Duan Lingtian had obtained before. However, the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills that he had obtained at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City didn't smell as good as the ones he had concocted now. Moreover, there was a thick layer of light around the 3 divine pills. There are patterns on them. Soon after, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian clearly saw the obvious pill inscriptions on the first, second, and third divine pills in his hand. Moreover, the pill inscriptions were in the form of ancient words. Coincidentally, Duan Lingtian had read these ancient words when he was in the Devata realms. Jia Yi Bing. The pill veins on the 3 divine pills were formed from ancient characters. Pill patterns? Didn't they say that only supreme divine pills would have pill patterns on them? Why would the Jia Yi Bing Sen divine pills that I concocted for the first time have pill patterns on them? As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a thunderous roar rang in the sky above his residence. "Uncle Fu, what's going on?" At the same time, in the front courtyard of Duan Lingtian's residence, a few maids were looking up at the sky as they asked Wang Fu, who was standing nearby with a confused expression on their faces. Wang Fu was also confused as he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. This looks like a heavenly tribulation. But None of us are undergoing a heavenly tribulation here. None of you are even God kings. I just passed my heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. As for young master's heavenly tribulation, I think he has already passed it. Wang Fu was still in a daze when the sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the roof of one of the rooms in the residence. Uncle Fu, look. What's that? It seems like it came from young master's room. A few maids with sharp eyes said to Wang Fu one after another. Before Wang Fu could react, a loud bang rang in the air as a figure shot up into the sky above the room. Young master? Wang Fu could not help but fly up into the air when he saw the figure in front of him. His instincts told him this had something to do with his young master. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At some point in time, numerous figures had already gathered over from all directions. These people, without exception, were all elders and disciples of the Linghu family. What's going on? That residence seems to belong to Duan Lingtian, the new revered elder of the Linghu family. Revered Elder Duan seems to have become a lesser god king some time ago. He should have passed his first heavenly tribulation a long time ago. Don't tell me it belongs to the steward beside him. I know the steward beside revered Elder Duan. He passed his heavenly tribulation 300 years ago. That's strange. Before long, many figures had gathered in the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. Without Duan Lingtian's permission, they did not dare to enter the sky above Duan Lingtian's residence. They could only watch from afar. Patriarch! 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 A corner of the crowd automatically opened up a path for a figure to step through the air. It was none other than the patriarch of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia. Behind Linghu Renjia was a white-haired old man. At this moment, his eyes were shining as he looked at the dark clouds that were brewing above the residence. The lightning in the dark clouds was not purple. Instead, it was reddish-brown. It looked extremely strange. Revered Elder Wu, this tribulation cloud seems a little off. It doesn't look like the tribulation cloud of a god king. Linghu Renjia looked at the tribulation cloud above the residence and said to the old man behind him, Patriarch, this is not the tribulation cloud of a human tribulation. It's the tribulation cloud of an elixir tribulation. The old man behind Linghu Renjia corrected Linghu Renjia after hearing Linghu Renjia's words. This is the heavenly tribulation caused by an ultimate divine pill. An ultimate divine pill. When the old man said this, Linghu Renjia could not help but gasp. An ultimate divine pill. Although he was not a divine pill master, he knew what the words ultimate divine pill meant. It meant the pinnacle of a certain type of divine pill, the ultimate. The same type of divine pill could be refined by different divine pill masters. There would be differences in quality. Even if they were of the same grade, there would still be differences in quality. There was a limit to every type of divine pill. At that limit, there would be no more breakthroughs. This type of divine pill was also called an ultimate divine pill. Boom! Rumble! While Linghu Renjia was still in shock, the tribulation cloud above the residence finally struck down tribulation lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and struck the 3 little light spots in the void. In the next moment, a burst of light circulated above the 3 specks of light, and then they actually completely absorbed the lightning. Then, the second bolt of tribulation lightning fell. This time, it was much thicker than the previous one. However, it was still absorbed by the 3 little light spots. At the same time, the tribulation cloud dispersed and the sky returned to normal. It's the pill tribulation. Oh my God! Is this the legendary pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill? This pill tribulation has a total of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. This is the pill tribulation of an ultimate divine pill. Those 3 little light spots look like Jia Yibings and divine pills? Among the onlookers from the Linghu family, there was no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people. At this time, they also came back to their senses one after another. Each and every one of them stared at the 3 divine pellets that had fallen into the purple-clothed youth's hand. An ultimate divine pill. In the past, they had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. Duan Lingtian had just put away the Jia Yibings and divine pills when a familiar voice entered his ears. He instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw the head of the Linghu family, Linghu Renjia, walking over with an old man in tow. Head of the family. After greeting Linghu Renjia, Duan Lingtian was shocked to see the group of onlookers in the sky outside his mansion. He had only just realized that there were so many people here. Just now, his attention was focused on the pill tribulation of the divine pills. He was afraid that the pill tribulation would destroy the Jia Yibings and divine pills that he had just refined. If an ultimate divine pill could not withstand the pill tribulation and was destroyed by the pill tribulation, it could only be considered a flawed and imperfect ultimate divine pill. Only an ultimate divine pill that could withstand the pill tribulation could be considered a true ultimate divine pill. Of course, even an ultimate divine pill that could attract the pill tribulation and then be destroyed by the pill tribulation was not something that anyone could refine. Duan Lingtian, which senior refined the Jia Yibings and divine pills that you just put away? This was the first sentence Linghu Renjia asked as he approached. He was really too curious. At the same time, he looked left and right in an attempt to find the person who had refined the pills. He naturally did not dare to hope that such a heaven-defying person would stay in the Linghu family. But as long as he was lucky enough to meet him, it would be a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.